Good morning, one and all. We warmly welcome you all to the International Conference on Indian Social Work, Indigenous Social Work, Eminent Indian Social Workers, Reformers, Education, Employment, Environment, Health, Women, Disasters, Food and Sustainable Development 2022. As we all know, we have been organizing this series of webinars and conferences as part of commemoration, Azadi ka Amrut Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2015 to 2030. We have hardly 7 years left to achieve Sustainable Development Goals. As part of awareness and campaigns, and in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, which is a registered organization, conducting various online and offline programs, awareness campaigns, and webinars, seminars, workshops, and conferences daily, commemorating international decades, years, months, weeks, days of importance, as said by commemorated by United Nations, World Health Organization, UNICEF, and various other global partners, along with indigenous commemorations with respective countries and states. So daily, we are having webinars as part of International Webinar Series from 6 to 8 p.m. every day with the same link. And every Sunday, we are having international conferences as part of International Webinar Series, which is also International Conference Series. On every Sunday, we have conferences based on the themes which are set on the commemorations of that entire week. So every day we are commemorating various important days and commemorations, and weekly also we are commemorating, and we have set the theme for the conference based on the commemorations of this entire week. So this month is World Mental Health Month, and also World Vegetarian Awareness Month, and World Dyslexia Month, and also World Space Month, and various other initiatives, commemorations as part of this month. And this week is also, we have a lot of commemorations, and starting from World Mental Health Day, International Day of Girl Child, International Day for Disaster Reduction, International Day of Rural Women, and World Food Day. So based on that, our conference themes are set in such a way to commemorate all these important commemorations, and sessions are invited based on these themes. So today's conference, International Conference on Indian Social Work, because this recently we commemorated and celebrated Indian social work on October 11th on occasion of Nanaji's birthday, expressing our gratitude. So commemorating that, we also have set the theme for Indian social work, indigenous social work, and eminent Indian social workers and reformers, education, employment, environment, health and women, disasters, food and sustainable development. All these are part of these commemorations, basically with the broad themes of holistic health, which includes all domains of health like physical health, psychological health, social health, emotional health, economical health, financial health, spiritual health, and all aspects of health, and also well-being and sustainable development, which covers, it's an umbrella term with 17 goals, which covers almost everything on the planet. So these broad themes every week and every day 6 to 8 p.m. on weekdays, and every week from 11 to 5 or 6 every Sunday, we are having sessions on various aspects of these broad themes to bring on awareness as part of awareness and campaigns in promoting holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development. So as part of this, we have been inviting fraternity from across the globe who are academicians, professionals in their respective fields, and also activists, NGOs, organizations, institutions, to disseminate knowledge through this platform and various other platforms. So this is a very good opportunity to make it accessible and affordable for everyone. So the entire series, as part of Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav, as India is celebrating 75 years of independence, it's a memorable opportunity for all to be part of it. Already we have completed 1 year, and another we are heading towards the other second half of the second year. And it's a very good opportunity for all of us to join, collaborate, and coordinate in disseminating knowledge and be part of our Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav celebrations, and share valuable insights on whatever domains you are expertise with. So with this, we shall welcome you all once again to the international conference, and we will move on to today's commemorations and sessions by eminent speakers. Before that, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. To conduct session smoothly, we'll be muting everyone and video is switched off and disabled. Whoever has any queries, any observation, any comments or clarifications on the sessions, you can leave your queries, observations, comments in chat box while sessions are going on so that we can take it up in Q&A. Otherwise, after session gets completed, you can raise your hand so that we can unmute yourself. And in Q&A session, the mic and video option will be available at that time. When invited, you can raise your hand. Otherwise, you can unmute yourself one by one and you can ask your clarifications or share your feedback orally or in chat box. After every session, a feedback form will be shared in the Zoom platform. There is no external link. Within the Zoom platform, a feedback form will be shared for each session in the form of polls. Everyone is requested to fill the feedback form for each session, for each speaker. There will be no additional forms that is required, and attendance is automatically being tracked by the Zoom platform, and feedback which is taken as part of the conference in the form of polls will be considered for generating certificates. So we'll quickly look at the commemorations of this week as a curtain raiser. So we have October 10th as World Mental Health Day. The overall objective of the World Mental Health Day is to raise awareness of mental health issues around the world and to mobilize efforts in support of mental health. The day provides an opportunity for all stakeholders working on mental health issues to talk about their work and what more needs to be done to make mental health care a reality for the people worldwide. So with the theme, Make Mental Health and Well-Being for All a Global Priority, while the pandemic has and continues to take its toll on mental health, the ability to reconnect through World Mental Health Day 2022 will provide us an opportunity to rekindle our efforts to protect and improve mental health. Many aspects of mental health have been challenged and already before the pandemic in 2019 is an estimated 1 in the 8 people globally were living with a mental disorder. At the same time, the services, skills, and funds available for mental health remain in short supply and fall far below what is needed, especially in low and middle income countries. The COVID-19 pandemic has created a global crisis for mental health, fueling short and long-term stresses and undermining the mental health of millions. Estimates put rise in both anxiety and depressive disorders at more than 25% during the first year of the pandemic. At the same time, mental health services have been severely disrupted and the treatment gap for mental health condition has widened. Growing social and economic inequalities, protracted conflicts, violence, and public health emergencies affect whole populations, threatening progress towards improved well-being. A staggering 84 million people worldwide were forcibly displaced during 2021. We must deepen the value and commitment we give to mental health as individuals. Communities and governments match the value with more commitment, engagement, and investment by all stakeholders across all sectors. We must strengthen mental health care so that full spectrum of mental health needs is met through a community-based network of accessible, affordable, and quality services and supports. Stigma and discrimination continue to be a barrier of social inclusion and access to the right care. Importantly, we can all play our part in increasing awareness about which preventive mental health interventions work, and World Mental Health Day is an opportunity to do that collectively We envision a world in which mental health is valued, promoted, and protected, where everyone has equal opportunity to enjoy mental health and to exercise their human rights, and where everyone can access the mental health care they need. So we have next commemoration, International Day of the Girl Child on 11th October with the theme, Our Time is Now, Our Rights, Our Future. In 2022, we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the International Day of Girl Child, IDG. In the last 10 years, there has been increased attention on issues that matter to girls amongst governments, policymakers, and general public, and make more opportunities for the girls to have their voices heard on the global stage. Yet, investments in girls' rights remain limited, and girls continue to confront a myriad of challenges to fulfilling their potential, made worse by concurrent crises of climate change, COVID-19, and humanitarian conflict. Around Girls around the world continue to face unprecedented challenges to their education, their physical and mental wellness, and the protections needed for the life without violence. COVID-19 has worsened existing burden on the girls around the world and borne away important gains made over the last decade. Up to 10 million girls will be at risk of child marriage. The profound effects of the COVID-19 pandemic are putting girls at higher risk of early marriage due to combination of economic shocks, school closures, and interruptions in reproductive health services. Almost half of the primary school girls in LDCs lack single-sex toilets, an important factor in girls' attendance, and more than two-thirds are without electricity and water. Girls are primarily victims of sexual exploitation, 72% of the detected girls, while boys are mainly subjected to forced labor, 60% of detected boy victims. The global internet user gender gap is growing from 11% in 2013 to 17% in 2019, and the widest world's least developed countries at 43%. Globally, the percentage of females among the science, technology, engineering, and maths, in short known as STEM, graduates is below 15% in over two-thirds of the countries. So girls are ready for the decade of acceleration forward. It is time for us all to stand accountable for the girls and to invest in a future that believes in their agency, leadership, and potential. And we have 13th October as International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction. In 2021, 432 disastrous events related to natural hazards occurred worldwide. An estimated 252 billion US dollars of economic damage was reported. 44% of the disasters have been associated with floods. Early warning saves lives. Early warning by 24 hours can cut the ensuing damage by 30%. So the International Day of disaster reduction with the theme access to early warning systems and disaster information and assessments is an opportunity to acknowledge the progress being made towards preventing and reducing disaster risk and losses in lives, livelihoods, economies, and basic infrastructure in line with the International Agreement for Reducing Global Disaster Risk and Losses. In 2022, the International Day will focus on Target G of the Sendai framework, substantially increase the availability of and access to multi-hazard early warning systems and disaster risk information and assessments to people by 2030. The urgency to achieve this target was strengthened in March 2022 by announcement made by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres that the United Nations will spearhead new action to ensure every person on earth is protected by early warning systems within 5 years. In 2022 edition, during the midterm review of the Sendai framework, which will conclude at the high-level meeting of General Assembly in May 2023 with a political declaration. The primary goal of the Sendai framework is to avoid creating new and reducing existing risks. But when what is not possible, people-centered early warning systems and preparedness can enable early action to minimize the harm to people, assets, and livelihoods. The Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction is people-focused and action-oriented in its approach to disaster risk reduction and applies to the risk of small-scale and large-scale disasters caused by man-made or natural hazards, as well as related environmental, technological, and biological hazards and risks. And more importantly, cities, making cities resilient. Cities are the front lines in dealing with the disasters and are major emphasis of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. They are particularly vulnerable to increasing frequent and extreme weather hazards such as storms, climate change impacts, including water shortages, floods, environmental degradation, and unsafe construction in seismic zones, and various other risks and hazards. And we have International Day of Rural Women on 15th October with the theme, Rural Women Confront the Global Cost of Living Crisis. On an average, women make up more than 40% of the agricultural labor force in developing countries, ranging from 20% in Latin America to 50% or more in parts of Africa and Asia. Less than 50% of landholders worldwide are women. In some countries, over 50% of the girls from poor rural households will be married as children, as per ILO 2018. So achieving gender equality and empowering women is not only the right thing to do, but is a critical ingredient in the fight against extreme poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. Giving women the same opportunities as the men would rise agriculture production by 2.5% to 4% in the poorest regions, and the number of malnourished people could be reduced by 12 to 17%. Yet, they face significant discrimination when it comes to land and livestock ownership, equal pay, participation in decision-making entities, and access to resources, credit, and market. In addition to this background, the war in Ukraine has had a devastating effect not just on Ukrainian women, but also on women and girls worldwide, especially rural women. According to the latest UN Women report, the current disruption to the food and energy markets has only intensified gender disparities, causing rates of food insecurity, malnutrition, and energy poverty. The ensuing cost of living crisis has acutely threatened women's livelihoods, health, and well-being. It has been propelled by the war's disruption of oil and gas supplies and staple food commodities, along the skyrocketing food, fuel, and fertilizer prices. Alarming increases in gender-based violence, transactional sex for food and survival, child marriage with girls forced to leave school, and women's and rights, girls' unpaid care, and domestic workloads are further endangering women's and girls' physical and mental health. The International Day, under the theme, Rural Women Confront the Global Cost of Living Crisis, let's recognize the work of these heroines in the food systems of the world, and let's claim rural areas with equal opportunities for the all. When we look at the facts, rural women ensure food security for the communities, build climate resilience, and strengthen economies. Yet gender inequalities such as discriminatory laws and social norms combined with a fast changing economic, technological, and environmental landscape, restrict their full potential, leaving them far behind men and their urban counterparts. Below are just some challenges and their consequences. So when it comes to the labor, challenges are the share of the women working in agriculture by country income level. We can see as of 2019 data, agriculture remains the most important employment sector for women in developing countries and rural areas, a sector that largely falls within the informal sector or informal economy with little or no social protection and labor rights. If you see, lower income countries, 64% of the women are employed as labor in rural agricultural, and 42% in the lower middle income countries, and 28% in the middle income countries, and 18% in the upper middle income countries, and 2% in the high income countries. Consequences are lower standard of living, poor wages and health, limited access to social services, restricted upward mobility, and lack of collective voice and agency. So the challenges with respect to land rights, less than 15% of agricultural landholders are women. With that, the consequences are less income security, less decision-making power in households and communities, inability to access credit to start a business or improve agricultural productivity. With respect to reproductive health, challenges are around 30% of the rural women give birth without a skilled health worker present compared to 10% of urban women, with the consequences of increased chances of life-threatening complications, severe bleeding, infection, and maternal mortality. With the challenges with respect to water, population with access to safe drinking water, 60% of them have access in rural areas and 86% of them have access to water in urban areas. Women and girls are often responsible for fetching water in rural areas, with the consequences, barriers to education and employment, more unpaid domestic work, higher risk of maternal mortality, and violence, psychological, psychosocial stress. So another challenge is with respect to child marriage. Girls from poor rural households are significantly more likely to be married before the age of 18 than girls from wealthy urban ones. So in some countries, over 50% of the girls from poor rural households will be married as children, with the consequences, barrier to education and employment, greater risk for intimate partner violence, early pregnancy, maternal complications, vulnerability to STIs, STDs, and sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV. With respect to literacy, only 2% of the poorest rural women in low-income countries complete upper secondary school. With the consequences, barriers to employment and decision-making, lower income, lower quality jobs, increased health consequences, decreased individual and social well-being. And when it comes to ICT challenges, most of the 3.7 billion people not connected to internet and tend to be poorer, less educated, and rural women and girls, with the consequences, limited means of getting new information, knowledge, skills, decreased livelihoods, well-being, and resilience, and limited economic opportunities. So for empowering rural women and girls, we require decent work and social protection, education and training, sustainable energy and technology, clean water and sanitation, eliminating violence and harmful practices, including women in decision making and leadership, increasing women's climate resilience. final commemoration today would be the World Food Day 2022. With the theme Leave No One Behind, 2022 finds as with an ongoing pandemic conflicts, a climate that won't stop warning, rising prices and international tensions. This is affecting global food security. We need to build a sustainable world where everyone, everywhere has a regular access to food, enough nutritious food based on their preference and liking. So no one should be left beyond. Although we have made progress towards building a better world, too many people have been left behind. People who are unable to benefit from human development, innovation, or economic growth. In fact, millions of people around the world cannot afford a healthy diet, putting them at high risk of food insecurity and malnutrition. But ending hunger isn't only about supply. Enough food is produced today to feed everyone on the planet. The problem is access and availability of nutritious food, which is increasingly impeded by multiple challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts, climate change, inequality, rising prices, and international tensions. People around the world are suffering from the domino effects of challenges that know no borders. Worldwide, more than 80% of the extreme poor live in rural areas, and many rely on agriculture and natural resources for their living. They are usually the hardest hit by natural and human-made disasters and often marginalized due to their gender, ethnic origin, or status. It is a struggle for them to gain access to the training, finance, innovation, and technologies. So better protection, better nutrition, a better environment leading to a better life. Our globalized world is one where our economies, cultures, and populations are becoming increasingly interconnected. Some of us are vulnerable because who we are or where we live, but the reality is that we all are fragile. When someone is left behind, a chain is broken. This impacts not only the life of that person, but also ours. In the face of global crisis, global solutions are needed more than ever. By aiming for better protection, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, we can transform agri-food systems and build forward better by implementing sustainable and holistic solutions that consider development in the long term, inclusive economic growth, and greater resilience. Our actions are our future. A sustainable world is one where everyone counts. Governments, the private sector, academia, and the civil society, and the individuals need to work together in solidarity to prioritize the right of all people to food, nutrition, peace, and equality. Indeed, every one of us, including youth, can work towards an inclusive and sustainable future, showing greater empathy and kindness in our actions. We must all be the change. So, with this collective action across 150 countries worldwide is what makes World Food Day one of the most celebrated UN days on the UN calendar. Hundreds of events, outreach activities bring together governments, business, CSOs, the media, and the public, even youth. They promote and worldwide awareness and action for those who suffer from hunger, for the need to ensure healthy diets for all, leaving no one behind. And World Food Day 2022 is being marked in a year with multiple global challenges including the ongoing pandemic, conflict, climate change, rising prices, international tensions, and all of this is affecting global food security. It's time to work together and create a better, more sustainable future for all. We can see that enough food is produced, but often abuse and misuse of food for various other purposes. We can see there are every 40 to 60 seconds, one person is dying with hunger in the world, but most of the food produced are used either for different purposes like commercial and industrial production for starch or for beverages, or even at times is for cattle farming, industrial cattle farming to produce meat and meat products. Lot of food that is produced is being consumed in raising cattle, meat in the commercial farms. So we can reduce, how we can do a simple act, small act that can reduce hunger deaths and prevent our fellow beings is to stop eating meat and meat products and also reducing the meat consumption. You know how much food resources, how much water resources, how much land resources and other labor resources are required to produce 1 kg of meat. Either it may be any of the chicken, lamb, sheep. You know, it takes a lot of man hours, that is human hours. It takes a lot of water, lot of land for raising fodder and other food crops to feed these animals. And these animals also produce a lot of methane gas emissions, and that contribute to the greenhouse emissions and indirectly leading to greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide and methane gas emissions and other greenhouse gases emissions, that is accelerating the climate change. And it also affects the health and hygiene by unhygienic practices that are prevailing, and also leads to animal cruelty and abuse in the process of cattle farming, industrial farming, which is used to produce meat. So by reducing the meat consumption and meat product consumptions, and by shifting or moving towards non-meat products like non-leather products, it will help us to take care of our maintain our ecosystems and balance of these industrial cattle farming and various other animal farming, which is not only violating the animal rights but also creating a lot of abuse and involving in animal cruelty and creating a lot of pollution and also accelerating climate change. So this is a very good opportunity for all of us to shift back to vegan diet or reduce to meat consumption and usage of meat products. That will help everyone of us, to feed, instead of feeding some 100 kgs or 200 kgs to raise a chicken, or 1,000 kgs or 2,000 kgs of food grain to raise a lamb or any meat product. We can feed a person or a family for the entire month. So the same food grains which are produced are enough to meet the production, but due to abuse of these food grains across the world is creating more hunger crisis, and more people are dying. At the same time, one person is consuming meat, and other side, there are many people who are dying with hunger, and the costs involved in procuring meat and meat products is extremely high when compared to vegetable diet. And in that also affordability, not everyone can afford meat as part of their daily staple. So this also increases the expenditure of the households in food, which is again drawing them back to poverty. So these unsustainable practices and the industry promotion, especially for the meat products, which are unsustainable, are causing pollution and accelerating climate change, and also pushing the low income and middle income population to further poverty. And we have seen recent reports at a national level and international level. We have seen that every country, in spite of consuming a lot of meat products and lot of eggs and other products, there is a wide prevalence of malnutrition, undernutrition, overnutrition, and nutrition deficiency. So this is, with this we can conclude that, it is a myth that only if you consume meat or meat products, you will be healthy. So it is just the propaganda of media and business houses to promote their business. They are widely promoting this. Otherwise, there is no truth in that if you consume only meat, then you will be healthy. There are many countries, many states, many societies where there is no consumption of meat or meat products, and they are absolutely healthy. And there are various other alternatives also where to meat to gain animal protein in the form of plant protein. Soy, for example, soya beans is a very good alternative. And similarly, there are for plant protein also, there are very good alternatives where we can easily promote vegetarianism. So with this, we can avoid animal cruelty, animal abuse, animal exploitation, and also promote animal rights. At the same time, reduce the methane gas emissions and reduce greenhouse emissions, and as well as help to contribute and control climate change. So this small act of reducing meat consumption or getting away with the meat consumption and meat products consumption and use of meat products and related products will contribute a lot in the coming days, and ensuring food security and availability, accessibility, affordability to all over the planet. So let's watch a small video.
8 billion people, one agri-food system. Conflict, climate change, slowdowns and downturns. Inequality, rising food prices. Are denying progress to many, limiting progress for us all. What affects one impacts many. Sustainability starts with equal opportunity. Equal opportunity for farmers, producers, and consumers, and care for the environment. Let's build a world with more and good quality food that is safe, nutritious, and affordable for all. Leave no one behind.
شوف الفوق شوف ان ما فيش مساواة ما بين الناس في الارض افريكا امريكا medio oriente europa asia todo lleno el vientre todos viviendo en seguridad nuestro derecho no discriminar making progress but we need to do more to make sure our food is secure hey now let's rewind give power to the people that are left behind le monde est appliqué pour laisser personne côté travaillant ensemble pour vivre content 健康生活我们都期待齐心协力从不掉队كله عايز الصحة والسد مع بعض ومش هنسيب من أحد una vida sana queremos a nadie atrás dejaremos we dream of a better world where we can feed all of its people no one left behind and where everyone is equal Мечта справедливый мир Колок истории станет равен суд наш девиз Сильный слабому руку протянет Nous rêvons d'un monde meilleur Pour nourrir tous ses habitants Tout le monde sera égal Avec ses aliments 造美好世界让所有人都吃饱穿暖谁都不掉队风雨同舟一起走بحلم بعالم أحسن في قلوبنا بنتغذي محدش فيه بيتزاد في تعامل بالمساواة Sueño un mundo mejor donde haya alimentos todos iguales libres como el viento
So it's our responsibility to take care of the fellow beings in sustainable development, and we need to be having holistic approach, where we have the responsibility to prevent malnutrition, undernutrition, and also overnutrition, and also prevent hunger deaths by judicious use of food crops that is being produced instead of misusing and abusing for alternative uses like animal farming and also various other industrial purposes. And most importantly, we have to reduce the food wastage. Often we see that a lot of food gets wasted at retail sector and at manufacturing in agricultural feeds and at the various food serving places where restaurants and food chains where a lot of food which is either left out food or which is unsold food which is prepared is being wasted. So there need to be an efforts where the wasted food or left out food is being collected in a safe manner and distributed to the people who are in need. Now, with this, we end today's commemorations, and we will move on to our first session for the day. We have with us Mary Florence Frida, who is a research scholar from Bangalore University and also founder for Mary Florence Chapter, Frida Charitable Trust, which is helping cancer patients from Bangalore. She would be presenting on Baba Amte, who is very well known, famous social worker, social reformer. Mary, you can unmute yourself and start your video and start your presentation.
Baba Ante is a social worker. He was born on December 26, 1914. He's better known as Baba Ante, an Indian social worker and activist who worked for the empowerment of poor suffering from leprosy. For a child born with a silver spoon, Baba Amte dedicated his life to serve the downtrodden people of the society. He was influenced by the words and philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi and left his successful law practice to join Indian struggle for independence. Baba Apte dedicated his life to serving humanity and he moved forward uh, with the motive work builds, charity destroys. Baba Apte formed Andaman Forest for Joy to serve the people suffering from leprosy. He also associated with raging social and environmental issues like the Narmada Bacho Andolan (NBA). For his humanitarian work, he received a number of prestigious awards, including Raman Magose Award in 1985. His early life and education. Murlidhan Devidas Apte, popularly known as Baba Apte, was in Igdat, Wardha district in Maharashtra. He was the eldest son for Devi Das and Lakshmi Bai. His father, Devi Das, was a powerful bureaucrat with the pre-independent British administration and a wealthy landowner in the Wardha district. Being the first child of a affluent family, Murlidharan was born amidst much affection and was never denied a single thing by his parents since childhood. His parents lovingly called him Baba, and the name stuck with him. At a very age, Baba Apte owned a gun and used to hunt wild boar and deer. Later, he went on to an expensive sports car furnished with panther skin. Apte studied law and earned his LLB degree and law college in Wardha. He set up a law practice in his native town, which soon became successful. In 1946, Baba Apte married Sadhana Gulshetri. She was also a believer of humanity and always supported Baba Apte in his social work. She was popularly known as Sadan Thai. Thai in Marathi language means elder sister. The couple had two sons, Prakash and Vikas, both of whom were doctors and followed in their father's footsteps of keeping the holistic vision for helping the poor. The influence of Gandhi was more in Baba Apte. Is hailed as the last true followers of Gandhian philosophy. He not only internalized the philosophies directed by Mahatma, but also embraced the Gandhian way of life. He inherited Mahatma's spirit of standing up for injustice in society and serving the downtrodden classes. Like Gandhi, Baba Apte was a trained lawyer who initially sought a career in law. Later, just like Gandhi, was moved by the plight of the poor and ignored people of his country and dedicated his life to the betterment. In search of true calling, Baba Abde re-enclosed his ceremonial dress and started working with rag pickers and sweepers for some time in Chandapura district, where Gandhi came to know about Abde's fearless protest against some Englishmen disrespecting women. He gave Apte the title of Abe Sadak. He later focused this attention towards serving patients suffering with leprosy and spent most of his life aiming to provide better treatment facilities as well as social awareness towards the disease. Role of Indian independence movement. Baba Apte was initiated into the Indian freedom movement following his mentor Mahatma Gandhi example. He participated in almost all major movements led by the Mahatma Gandhi and organized lawyers to take up defense for the jail leaders are all over India. During the Quit India movement, his social activism were often referred as the last follower of Mahatma Gandhi, lived and worked following his mentor life. He led a Spartan life, wearing only khadi clothes woven in his rehabilitation center at Andavan, ate the fruit and vegetables grown in the farms and farms there and worked towards Gandhi's vision of India, eradicating the sufferings of thousands. Working with leprosy patients, Baba Apte was moved by the plight and social injustice that leprosy patients faced in Indian society. Suffering from a dreadful disease, they were discriminated against and were driven out of the society, which often left dead due to the lack of treatment. Baba Apte set out to work against the belief and create awareness for the disease to banish misconception. After pursuing a leprosy orientation course at the Calcutta School of Tropical Medicine, Baba Apte started out his mission along with his wife, two sons, and 6 leprosy patients. He set up 11 weekly clinics and found 3 ashrams for the treatment and rehabilitation leprosy patients and people disabled due to the disease. He worked tirelessly to relieve patients from pain with himself, attending to them in the clinics to burst several myths and misconceptions about leprosy being highly contagious. He injected himself with bacilli from a patient. He forcefully spoke about marginalization of the patients and their treatment as social outcasts. In 1949, he started working towards building Andavan and ashram dedicated towards leprosy patients from under a tree in 1949 to a 250-acre campus in 1951. The Andavan ashram now houses 2 hospitals, a university, a orphanage, and even a school for the blind. Today, Andavan is involved into something rather special. It is not only include patients suffering from leprosy or disabled. Therefore, it supports people with physical disabilities as well as several environmental refugees, being the largest community of differently able people in India. Andavan strives to instill a sense of dignity and pride among its inhabitants by building up the self-worth. As a community, the inhabitants worked towards maintaining a self-sustainable system by cultivation and crafts, providing the necessary economical backbone. Lok Bidar Pralap in 1973, the Lok Bihar Pralap or the Brotherhood of People project was initiated by Baba Apte to induce development among the Madhya Gaud tribe of Baramat Taluk in Gadda Puji districts of Maharashtra, India. This project involved building a hospital for the indigenous tribe in the area to provide them the basic health care. They also built a school with hostel facility for children to provide education and a center teaching livelihood skills and training to the adults. There is also a special project, the Animal Orphanage, which takes in and cares for the younger animals orphaned by the hunting activities of the local tribes. It has been named as Apte Animal Park. Bharat Jodo March. Baba Apte launched the nationwide Bharat Joro Andolan in December 1985 and took up the Bharat Jodo Yatra across India. His goal was to spread a message of peace and unity, unifying the country against communal violence raging across the length and breadth of India. Apte, along with his 116 of his young followers, embarked on a 5,042 kilometers journey starting from Kanyakumari and ending in Kashmir. The march inspired such as enthusiasm in reinfusing the countrymen with a sense of oneness. Another project was Narmada Bacho Andalan (NBA) in 1990. Baba Apte left Andaman to join Meda Patkar Narmada Bachao Andolan, Save Narmada movement. While leaving Andaman, Baba said, I am leaving to live along with Narmada. Narmada will linger on the lips of the nation as a symbol for all struggles against social injustice. In place of the dams, the Narmada Bacho Andolan demanded for an energy and water strategy based on improving dry farming technology, watershed development, small dams, lift schemes for irrigation and drinking water, and improved efficiency and utilization of existing dams. Baba Apte on youth. Baba Apte wanted the youth to enlighten themselves with knowledge so that they can understand the meaning and importance of India's freedom. Baba Apte had once said, we must try to understand this power contained in the roots of the trees. Only when you understand the phenomena will you find the courage to embrace the adventure and perform what it needs to be done. Done. Those who want to bring about creative resolution must fully understand this root phenomena. The awards which Baba Apte got was Baba Apte's relentless work for the neediest of his countrymen was acknowledged worldwide in the form of prestigious awards of the age, both national and international. He was awarded the Padma Shri in 1971 and Padma Bhushan in 1986. He was a proud recipient of Janamlal Award in 1979 for his work and leprosy patients and welfare of the disabled award in 1986 was Endeavors in Andaman. He won for the Raman Magazine Award in 1985 for his humanitarian activism and the Temple Tell Prize in 1990. Both these international awards brought him worldwide acknowledgement and accomplishment. He was awarded the Gandhian Peace Prize in 2000 along with 10 million rupees cash award, which is directed towards this project. His legacy was he had humanitarian projects have been carried by his son, Dr. Prakash Apte and Vikas Apte. Dr. Vikas is the chief functioning of the Andaman, while Prakash is associated with the proceeding of Leap with their projects in Himalayas. And in 2007, Baba Apte was diagnosed with leukemia. After suffering from more than a year, Baba left his mortal body on February 9, 2008 at Andaman. Many renowned people from across the world offered the condolence at the death of his great soul. The body of Apte was buried and not cremated. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Then he is a very prominent social worker and social reformer. You know, famous quotes. He said, you know, he took up leprosy work not to help anyone, but to overcome that fear in my life. And that it worked out good for others was a byproduct. But the fact is, I did it to overcome my fear. So many such things, where people do not for the sake of helping anyone, but there are certain insecurities which people also want to overcome. That is also one kind of a perspective that he has given. And the selfless personality of him, saying another quote, I don't want to be a great leader, I want to be a man who goes around with a little oil can, and when he sees breakdown, offers his help. And to me, the man who does that is greater than any holy man in saffron colored robes or white colored robes. The mechanic with the oil can, that is my ideal in life. So it was a self-description given to the British journalist Graham Turner. So with this, we can see many such, he was a very good humanitarian. Oh, he not only worked towards the welfare of human beings, but he also set up an animal, where he kept these wild and rescued animals and also domestic animals in that rescue center. So he was very much inspired, and he got various awards to his credit. And we all need to be very much inspired from his contributions. So very well presented.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll move on with the next section. We wish you all the success in your future endeavors, and we look forward for more sessions from you in future.
Thank you very much, sir.
So we will be moving to the next session for the day. We have with us C. Manasa. She is pharmacist from Hyderabad. She would be presenting on Swami Vivekananda. Yeah, Manasa, you can unmute yourself. You can start your presentation.
A very good afternoon to one and all. On the occasion of International Conference on Indian Social Work, today my topic is regarding Swami Vivekananda Garu.
Okay, please continue, ma'am.
Yes, sir, I'm just sharing this PPTs.
Okay. You can click on share screen.
Yes, sir.
You open the PPT and
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm doing.
then you can click on share screen and share the window of that PPT presentation. And other speakers who have opted for presentation, you can leave your details in the chat box, selecting Dr. Ravindra Aran is a host with you, along with your topic and your details, so that we can invite you.
So it's saying couldn't join the call.
You are already in the call, Nama.
No, the PPTs and all. So is it visible now?
Not yet. No. Have you clicked on the share screen, Ma?
Yes, sir.
So what is it showing to you?
Now it's like
See, after clicking on share screen, now it has come. You have to open your PPT or select the PPT application.
yes. So is it visible?
Now it's visible.
Yes.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. So as all we know, Swami Vivekananda is a friend of all. He's born in 12 Jan 1863, Kolkata, and also called as Narendranath Datha. He is an Indian philosopher, not only in one corner, many aspects like spiritual, education, and many more. He is an Indian Hindu monk, a tireless teacher, as well in religious and writer. Spiritual genius of commanding intellect and power. Chief disciple of the Indian mystic. In the literacy works of Swami Vivekananda Garu, Raja Yoga. It's the book which explains about many things, and also the Karma Yoga. It about in detail interpretation of Patanjali Yoga Sutras adapted for a Western audience, and Bhakti Yoga, meant for path of devotion. Love is God, God is love. Janana Yoga describes the book of lectures and path of knowledge and the essence of Vedanta philosophy. My Master, book which usually prefer for the spiritual speakers to attain self-realization and how important it is to all. And finally, lectures from Colombia to Almora. In his youth, Swami Vivekananda is so fascinated by the agonist Western schools of philosophy because he is very materialistic, and also he appreciated the organizational skills of them. And he had a desire to know the truth about God. He is well known, famous in the United States for his groundbreaking speech to the 1893 World Parliament of Religions. He introduced Hinduism to America and called for religious tolerance and end to fanaticism. He is a reformer in India who attempted to combine Indian spirituality with Western material progress and maintaining the truth, supplemented and complemented one another. He also actively joined in the Brahmo Samaj, Sanskrit Society of Brahma. He dedicated towards to eliminate the child marriages and determined to spread education among women and the lower caste. Later on, everyone noticed that he is the disciple of Guru Ramakrishna Garu. How the wonderful journey of spiritual awakening began in Swami Vivekananda life. In 1884, Swami Vivekananda Garu underwent financial distress due to death of his father, as he had support to his mother and younger siblings. He asked Guru Ramakrishna to pray to the goddess for the financial welfare of his family. On Guru Ramakrishna's suggestions, he himself went to the temple to pray. But once he faced the goddess, he could not ask for the money and wealth. He instead asked for Vivek conscience and Vairagya, reclusion. That day, he marked the complete spiritual awakening of Swami Vivekananda, he himself drawn to an ascetic way of life. How the journey of a life of a monk was began. In the middle of 1885, Guru Ramakrishna was suffering with a throat cancer and fell seriously ill. In September 1885, Guru Ramakrishna Garu was moved to Shampukur in Calcutta. Later, Swami Vivekananda took a rented villa at Kosipur. He formed a group of young people who were ardent followers of Sri Ramakrishna Garu, and together they nursed their guru with devoted care. As the time passes, 16th August 1886, Sri Ramakrishna Garu gave up his mortal body. After the demise of Guru Sri Ramakrishna Garu, 15 disciples, including Swami Vivekananda, began to live together in a building at Bharanagar in North Calcutta, which was named as Ramakrishna Math. He taught Shukla is nothing but in Sanskrit, it's Yajur Veda. It's all about the recitations and ritual worship and formulas and the mantras and the chants directly involved in worship services. And not only that, Sanskrit grammar and the philosophy of yoga to pupils, later discussing with colleagues, and planned a Vedic college in the Ramakrishna Math. As time passes, later on, Vivekananda Garu left the Math in 1886, and he decided to went a tour of India on foot as Parivarajak. Let me share how the wonderful journey Parivarajak went in Swami Vivekananda's life. He traveled along the length and breadth of the country, and he also won the admiration of the kings. He motivated the youth for a gender cause, and apart from that, studied many religious scriptures, visited many historic sites, gained knowledge, and visualized the future of India during his journey, which made a precious treasure of enlightenment for us. On the very first half of his journey, he covered Varanasi, Rishikesh through Ayodhya, Lucknow, Agra, and Vrindavan. In 1890, he thought of taking a little break for the travel and came back to his place, Bharanagar Math in Kolkata. And after a short stay there, he left for a trip to the Himalayas and then Delhi in 1891. Later on, Ahmedabad, Kutch, Dwaraka, and Baroda, and many destinations in Gujarat, Mahabaleshwar, and Pune. While traveling by train in Bombay in 1892, Swami Vivekananda Garu meet Bala Gangadhar Tilak, a nationalist of freedom movement of India. They both were spent a few days together in Pune. And finally, Swami Vivekananda moved to Panaji in Goa from Maharashtra and pursued in the Christian theology at a convent in Goa. In the second half, in 1892, he went to the Bangalore, Mysore, and Chennai. In the beginning of 1893, he met Ramanath Bhaskara Setupati, is the king of Madurai, who approached our Swami Vivekananda Garu with an urge to participate in the Parliament of Religious in Chicago. And finally, Sri Vivekananda Garu embarked on the historic voyage to America on May 31st, 1893. And during this occasion, religious meet in Chicago, he finally received an honorable title called Ajit Singh of Khetri, the bliss of discerning wisdom. And the many more valuable thoughts he gave to us, like destroy nothing. There is nothing that is produced out of nothing. And the contributions, the great national sin. I consider that the great national sin is the neglect of the masses, and that is one of the causes of our downfall. Worship of the womanhood, the uplift of the woman, the awakening of the masses must come first, and then only can any real good come about for the country, for India. And also self-help. Our work should be mainly educational, both moral and intellectual. New India has two people upon Indian traditions. We should really grow according to our nature, and vain is to attempt the lines of action that foreign societies have engrafted upon us. And coming to the social reformers on religion, he was highly influenced by the Vedantic philosophy and was one of its great admirers. He also believes in monotheism, the concept of all God. He believed that all the religions should teach peace, harmony, humanity through different ways, but with the one common goal. Social reformers on education. He was a modern thinker and tried instilling modern and Western education for women and for the lower sections of the society as well. And also the more education than the educationalists that prevailed in ancient India. He paid more attention and focus in instilling technical as well industrial training as considering the economical prospects of the masses. And also on poverty. As all we know, he is a meditational man, but he also took some pioneer steps in productivity and for the eradication of poverty. He, inspired by his guru, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa Garu, has inspired people to come into action and do the welfare of society. According to him, religion can be the steering force in executing all the social changes in the country. The golden teachers of Swami Vivekananda: be courageous in the face of troubles. The most teachings of Vivekananda is the acceptance that life consists of both good and bad, shades of both pros and cons. He also believed that if you wish to live your life to the fullest, you need to face everything that comes your way and not run away from it. If you ever feel afraid of anything, always turn around and face it. Never think of running away. Such a wonderful things he contributed to us. And also the importance of being persistent. Arise, awake, and stop, not till the goal is reached. Believe in yourself. Yes, this is the preliminary point. We should focus on it. He says, if you wish to change the world, you need to believe in yourself first. All the powers in the universe are already ours. It is we who have put our hands before our eyes and cried, that is dark. You need to struggle to grow. Nothing comes so easy without struggling, as all we know. He all taught us about if everything's come easy to you, then you will never know your maximum potential. Most inspirational teachings of Swami Vivekananda Garu. In a day when you don't come across any problems, you can be sure that you are traveling on a wrong path. Be the best version of yourself. He propagated the idea of individuality. Learn everything that is good from others, but bring it in and in your own way. Absorb it. Do not become others. Honesty is the best policy. Everything can be sacrificed for truth, but truth cannot be sacrificed for anything. According to him, we all need to be honest, no matter what the situation we are troubling or facing with. And the vision of sustainable development based on innate self-respect. First line of approach is through food or economic security, and the second approach through political and social freedom. And third approach is to access to work, access to medical and other social resources, accesses to the larger society in which they live. And coming to the fourth approach through peace and stability, and the absence of war, strife, and constant threat to one's life and property. He emphasizes the importance and value of each of these four approaches and focuses on the lost individuality of the masses. He was a great believer in the potential of youth to change the world. And he also urged the Indian youth to educate themselves and emphasized how services should be the focus of their lives. And he also said, it is privilege to serve mankind, for this is the worship of the God. Three things which plays a very prominent role and necessary to make every man great, every nation great. Conviction of the powers of goodness, absence of jealousy and suspicion, helping all who are trying to be and do good. These are the famous sayings of Swami Vivekananda Garu. Regarding our Indian future, India will be raised not with the power of the flesh, but with the power of the spirit. Not with the flag of the destruction, but with the flag of the peace and love. And he is also a maker of modern India. The name, it was really suggested by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Garu, and the Indian Eagle, and also the Ajit Singh of Khetri. Thank you. Thank you all for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you all. And I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you all.
Well presented, Manasa. You have very well pointed out. And as Vivekananda summarized the Vedanta, giving it in a modern and universalistic interpretation, showing the influence of classical yoga. Each soul is potentially divine. The goal is to manifest this divinity within by controlling nature, external and internal, and do this either by work or worship or mental discipline or philosophy by one or more or all of these and be free. So this is whole of religion. Doctrines or dogmas or rituals or books or temples or churches or mosques or forms or all are secondary details. So Vivekananda ji linked morality with the control of mind, seeing truth, purity and selfishness as traits which strengthened it. And he advised everyone to be holy, unselfish, and to have Shraddha, faith, and This is the strength of the youth, especially, an important element in his adaptation of Hindu religious was the introduction of his four yogas model, which uses Raja Yoga, his interpretation of Patanjali Yoga Sutras, which offered a practical means to realize the divine force within, which is central to modern Western Stoicism. In 1986, his book Raja Yoga was published, which became an instant success and was highly influential in the Western understanding of yoga. And nationalism was a prominent theme in Vivekanandaji's thought. He believed that the country's future depends on his people, and his teachings focused on human development. He wanted to set in motion a machinery which will bring noblest ideas to the doorstep or even to the poorest and the meanest. So he was one of the main representatives, and he traveled from east to west and west to east, and he spoke at the Parliament of World Religions, addressed on initially at 11 September 1893 at the Art Institute of Chicago. And he gave a brief speech representing India and Hinduism, and addressed by beginning his speech with sisters and brothers of America. At these words, Vivekananda received a 2-minute standing ovation from the crowd of 7,000. And this silence was restored when he began his address, greeting the youngest and nation of the nations on the behalf of the most ancient order of the monks in the world, the Vedic order of sannyasis, a religion which has taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance. There is a lot to be learned from the speeches and from the writings of Swami Vivekananda, the orange monk who exercised the most powerful influence over his auditors. And Vivekananda ji attracted widespread attention in the press, which called him the cyclonic monk from India. The New York critic also wrote, he is an orator by divine right, and his strong, intelligent face in its picturesque setting of yellow and orange was hardly less interesting than those earnest words and the rich rhythmical utterance he gave them. The New York Herald noted, Vivekananda is undoubtedly the greatest figure in the Parliament of Religions. After hearing him, we feel how foolish it is to send missionaries to this learned nation. And American newspapers reported Vivekananda as the greatest figure in the Parliament of Religions, the most popular and influential man in the Parliament. The Boston Evening Transcript reported that Vivekananda was a great favorite at the Parliament. If he merely crosses the platform, he is applauded. And he spoke several more times at receptions, the scientific section, and the private homes on topics related to Hinduism, Buddhism, and harmony among religions until the Parliament ended on 27th September 1893. So Vivekananda's speeches at the Parliament had the common theme of universality, emphasizing religious tolerance, and he soon became known as Handsome Oriental and made a huge impression as an orator. So he taught and preached the universality of religion and spiritualism, especially by founding his Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission. And he was very successful especially in bringing light on various scriptures which are often misinterpreted by many. So with this, it was wonderful presentation by Manasa, and wish you all the success and congratulations. So with this, we will take the feedback for first 3 sessions, and then we shall move on to the next session. Quickly fill up the feedback form. We will have 5 minutes for each feedback form. So we will be taking feedback form for session 1. So this would be for the commemorations initial session. Then we will have feedback form for Miss Mary, and then we'll move on to Miss Manasa. So we have 5 minutes for each form. So quickly fill up the feedback form for each session. After this session, for each session, we will give it immediately after the session. In the meanwhile, if you have any queries, you can put in chat box, those who have filled the feedback form. And we request the next speaker to be prepared for the presentation. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. So we have with us next, after filling this feedback form, we have with us Professor Uswinder Kaul Popley. From Jamli University, New Delhi. She would be presenting on Indianization of social work via Sikhism. Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can start the next session. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. It is mandatory, and feedback form will be open for 5 minutes only. Hope everyone has filled the feedback form. Then we will move on to our next session. We will take up the rest of the feedback forms after this session. We will take 3 feedback forms at once after this session. So now I request you can minimize the feedback form, ma'am, or okay, you can close it. Already it's more than 5 minutes. You can, Mary, you can introduce ma'am. You can unmute yourself and.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce first I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts for giving me the opportunity to introduce Professor Uzvinder Kaur. Ma'am is currently the professor and former head of the Department of Social Jamia Islamia. She is a trained social worker with 30 years of experience of teaching and research experience. She is also the former head of social work, Punjab University, Patiala, Punjab. Major areas of specialization being women's studies, genealogy, HIV/AIDS, and she has a number of papers published in journals on national and international reputed forums. She has participated in various national and international conferences and presented papers and have received national and international awards like Young Social Scientist Award from Indian Social Science Association and Shiksha Ratan Puraskar from Indian International Friendship Society, an outstanding paper presented in Bangkok. She is a trainer and capacity builder. She's undertaking a number of projects and has widely traveled in India and abroad. She has supervised number of studies. She is a recipient of Open Doctoral Fellowship ICSSR. She is associate editor for journal The Social Icon, an international referred journal, and pre-reviewer for few more journals like Indian Social Journal of Social Work. She's she's on the Examination Academics Awards for various Indian social work. I once again thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health uh, uh, Foundation and Sri Research Institute for Arts and Science for giving me the opportunity to introduce. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction, and we welcome you, Professor, for your session on Indianization of social work via Sikhism. You may now start your audio and video and presentation, ma'am. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, Miss Mary, for the kind words that you have shared for me. And also I'm thankful to this organization for giving me a chance to present the paper. So at the outset, I want to thank the organizers of this international conference for giving me this chance to talk on the topic Indianization of social work and Sikhism. And for a very long time, I was being asked to talk on the Indianization of Bharatiya of social work and express my views on it. And I wanted the mist to get cleared regarding what is it that we are trying to do. No doubt it was always on my mind that our Indian culture, its scriptures and religious practices have a lot that we people are practicing, which is close to the tenets of professional social work. Still, there have been growing debates on the issue of Bharatiya of social work, which is holistic, integrated, and anti-discriminatory in nature. According to Dr. Bishnu Mohan Das, who is one of the initiators of this movement, till date, it has emerged that the concept of Bharatiya of social work is based on three major premises, that is Indianization, indigenization, and decolonization of social work. I would like to majorly focus on the Indianization of social work. The term Indianization from the social work perspective strives to include Indian principles, models, approaches, values, ethics, and practices of social work. It also aims to integrate perspectives of Indian scriptures, culture, and rituals, and Indic experiences. The concept of Bharatiya Indianization rejects the understanding of Indian society from Western perspectives. The Eurocentric knowledge is critiqued many times for universal applicability without proper validation. After 8 decades of social work education in India, the movement for Bharatiya or Indianization of social work curriculum is gaining now prominence, and fortunately, the Bharatiya of social work curriculum is getting acceptance from various universities, which has given the new direction and new perspective to Indian social work education. When I got connected to this movement, or when I came to know that something of this kind was happening, an effort has been made to develop a curriculum of Indian social work, the rich social work traditions, role of religion, and impact of spirituality, which has been given due place in it. Besides that, the Indic approaches of social welfare, tenets of Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, Sikhism, they all have been added to the curriculum which has been developed. The Indian concepts of social welfare like dharma, dhanam, yajna, punya, purusharth, bhakti, etc. are also involved in Indianization of social work. The professional social work education in India since its inception in 1936 has remained Eurocentric. which looks down upon the Indic knowledge systems in every field. As a result, most of the universities in India have adopted the Western model of social work education. There are efforts for sidelining the Indic wisdom with the imported Western stuff without assessing scientifically its suitability, applicability, and viability in Indian context. The Bharatiya of social work curriculum is an educative and consultative process where about in 2017, there were about 32 experts actively participated in designing of curriculum, which is partially implemented in various universities in India. In that meeting, the experts from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Delhi University, Jamia Millia Islamia, Assam University, Silchar, Mahatma Gandhi, Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, and many other important universities, experts from these universities had gathered, and they actively participated in the brainstorming exercise for designing a new curriculum on Bharatiya of social work. During the brainstorming session, relevant sources of indigenous knowledge were tapped and identified and incorporated in the curriculum. The Indic philosophy, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is the whole world is our family, and Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, that is let all be happy, were the guiding principles when designing the Indic social work curriculum. These philosophies are closely associated with social justice, social development, and international social work goals, and it includes everyone in the universe. In the process of decolonizing social work curriculum, attempts have been made to reject the irrelevant and outdated knowledge imposed on India by American-centric scholars to make it more relevant and applicable in the Indian context. Indianization of social work is an effort to involve the indigenized practices in Indian religions. Indian religions have a number of concepts and practices close to social work concept and values. Today, I would like to share with you the tenets of one of the Indian religions, that is Sikhism, vis-a-vis the concepts and values of social work. Sikhism has various issues and aspects that are very closely associated to social work. Like social work, it believes in liberty, universal brotherhood, and welfare, Sarbat Ka Bhala, that is welfare of all. It gives women a very high status, and it believes in the worth and dignity of the individual. To talk about Sikhism as a religion, in very brief, I would like to say that Sikhism is the youngest and the fifth largest world religion, founded 500 years ago by Shri Guru Nanak in Punjab district, which is now in India and Pakistan. The present day Sikhism is still based on Guru Nanak's teachings and those of the 9 Sikh Gurus who followed him. There are 20 million Sikhs in the world, most living in India, and it emphasizes the belief in one supreme being, that is the Creator. It offers a simple, straight path of eternal bliss and spreads a message of love and universal brotherhood. The word Sikh has been derived from Sanskrit word Sisya, that means disciple, or Siksha, that is learning. These Sikhs consider themselves disciples of 10 gurus. The key beliefs of Sikhism are Sikhism is a universal and practical religion. It is a way of life, something to be lived according to a pattern. Its main virtue is simplicity. Sikhism is opposed to all ritualism and formalism. A blind obedience to any external authority is discouraged. Sikhism is a faith of hope and cheer, and it does not lead to despair or defeatism. Sikhism is a democratic religion which emphasizes social and gender equality. Some of the concepts closely related to the Sikhism are Seva, that is selfless service to God and humanity; equality, to treat all human beings as equal; Naam Simran, remembering and praying to God at all times; Kirat Karna, that means earning a living by honest means and help themselves; Vand chakna, that is sharing with poor and needy. The Guru instructed Sikhs to abstain from alcohol, tobacco, and drugs, and to contribute, that is to give daswant, that is the minimum 1/10 of their wealth, mind and body, that is to be given as dhan or charity, to either for religious purposes or to the needy. The digit 5 has a very important relevance in Sikhism. The numeral 5 or Panch, as called in Punjabi, has a symbolic significance in Sikh usage. It holds a special mysticism in the Sikh faith. The traditional village council, Panchayat, it consists of 5 members. There is a popular belief that where 5 panches have assembled together for the sake of administering justice, their God himself will be present. There are Panj Pyara, which are 5 elect members of the Sikhs. There are 5 Banis, that is, there are 5 scriptural texts that are there, which are recited by Sikhs. The Sikhs have 5 Takhats, that is the seats of highest religious authority and legislation, from where the commandments are given, or the hukumnamas are given, which are expected to be followed by Sikhs. Their homeland is Punjab, that is a land of 5 rivers. So Bhai Guru Das, that is one of the preachers, records that as one Sikh is sufficient to announce his identity, 2 of them make up a holy congregation. Among 5 of them, God himself is present. So that is the importance of 5 in Sikhism. The most prominent distinguishing symbols of Sikhs are commonly called as Panj Kakars. That is, Panj means 5, Kakars means symbols. So Sikhs have 5 symbols which are very much important or pertinent to Sikhs. And these 5 articles of faith, or 5 Kakars, are Kach, Kada, Karpan, Kanga, Kes. Kacha is Kachera. It is a type of an underwear knickers representing purity of moral character. The Kada is a steel bracelet, represents a self-restraint and linked to the God. Then there is a Karpan, that is a sword, an emblem of courage and commitment to truth and justice. A wooden comb, Kanga, symbolizes cleanliness. And 5th one, that is uncut hair or kesh. It is considered to be the gift from God, representing spirituality. So many of the time you must have heard the controversy related to kirpan being carried by Sikh person, or the pagdi where the kesh or the hair are being protected through that turban, under some kind of controversy in various countries or in various places where Sikhs are stopped from using this, but they cannot get rid of these 5Ks. The people who are baptized, they have to have all these 5 on their body when they are moving. Some important aspects of Sikhism, and the first and the foremost is Guru Granth Sahib. The Guru Granth Sahib, or the Shabad Guru that it is called, by when the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh, he was the last human Guru in Sikhism, and after that it was said that no human being would be a Guru to Sikhs, and Sikhs were expected to follow a book or a Granth which is called as Guru Granth Sahib, or it in the other word is called the Shabad Guru. Shabad means word Guru, words. So Guru means spiritual teacher, and Granth means book, and Sahib is a signifying master or Lord. So it is voluminous anthology of the sacred verses by 6 of the 10 Gurus, whose compositions it carries, and some of the contemporary saints and men of devotion. The holy book is the center of all Sikh usage and ceremony. Kirtan is another important aspect of Sikhism. Kirtan comes from the Sanskrit word kirti, that is to praise or celebrate or glorify. A commonly accepted mode of rendering devotion to the God is by singing his praises through Kirtan, or more accurately, it is called as Shabad Kirtan. Turban is another or a headdress that most of you must have seen Sikhs, or you must have identified Sikhs by wearing that kind of a turban. It comes from the Sanskrit word pak, from which the Punjabi pug or the name turban comes into existence. The star or the turban is essentially a complement which is worn to maintain the sanctity of kesh, that is hair, and is treated with utmost respect. Langar or the community kitchen is also a prominent feature of Sikhs or Sikh community. Close to the principles of social work based on the worth of an individual, acceptance and equality, is the philosophy behind the langar or Guru's kitchen come eating house. It is twofold. It is first to help banish all distinction of high and low, untouchable and touchables from the Sikhs' minds. In langar, if anybody has an experience of going to a Gurudwara and having langar, one must have observed that anybody, everybody from any country, from any culture, from any caste, creed, any sex, any gender, everybody has to live in the line to eat together in one row. The second aspect is to provide training to the Sikhs for voluntary service. So in langar, the Sikhs themselves cook the thing, they serve it, they wash the utensils, and then again, it is all managed by the Sikhs themselves. All human beings, high or low, and of any caste and color, may sit and eat in the langar. No discrimination on the grounds of country, of origin, color, caste, or religion must be made while making people sit in the rows for eating. The place of worship for Sikhs is generally a Gurudwara, meaning the doorway to the Guru or house of God. Everyone is welcome at the Gurudwara provided they abide by the code of discipline. Again, no color, caste, country, etc. matters. Everybody is welcomed to enter the Gurudwara, only that they have to abide by the code of discipline. That is, before going into the prayer hall, heads must be covered with a large scarf or handkerchief, both by men and women, and shoes need to be removed and hands washed. Regarding the food and the diet of the Sikhs are not allowed to take alcohol, tobacco, or other intoxicants. Observant Sikhs, especially those who are baptized, are vegetarians, and those they are excluded. They also exclude eggs and any food containing animal derivatives. Understanding Sikhism to a little extent, I would move on to what are the various values of social work and in relation to Sikhism. Like in social work, the Sikh Guru's concern was with the total personality of the man. That is the holistic approach. Theirs was an integrated approach to human and social problems. The Sikh Guru stood for equality, liberty, justice, and fraternity. Liberty, Sikh's views of life includes concern for freedom of the individuals and people. As in social work, in Sikh thought, every human being is an end unto himself. In reality, all our social institutions and associations are intended to help the individual attain the main object of his life, that is self-realization or the development of the best in him in alignment into social work. And to achieve this, the society must be organized on a healthy basis of justice, fellow feeling, liberty, equality, and must be free from oppression of any kind. Looking at justice from Sikhism, Sikh is supposed to live and die for justice. Whoever does wrong has to suffer at the hands of dispenser of justice. In social relationships, the attitude of caste superiority, practice of untouchability, malicious attitude towards a beautiful woman other than one's own wife, belief in the equality of men, etc., are considered to be unjust. In economic fields, Sikhism condemns usurping the other man's rights and acquiring the things which do not rightfully belong to a person, and consider it as commission of sinful act. Eating without working and living like parasites has been strongly disapproved, very closely related to the social work principle that one has to work for, when one has to be helped to help himself and earn for himself. Beggary is degrading, and this humanizing practice is thought to be the result of greed of the rurals and inhumanity of the rich. Sikhism envisages a society where injustice informs all its activities and institutions. Universal welfare and brotherhood, according to Sikhism, affectionate, sweet, and respectful attitude towards fellow human beings and commitment to the welfare of all is the hallmark of the social conduct of the religious person. Like social worker, he must be compassionate and considerate towards others. The daily congregational Sikh prayer is not only a proclamation for the good of all, that is Sarbat da Bhala, but also a repeated resolve of dedication to the same. Seva is one of the key concepts of social work. Is a prominent part of Sikh religion too. Seva comes from Sanskrit word save, to serve, wait or attend upon, honor or worship. It is usually translated as service or serving, which commonly relates to work paid for, but does not convey the sense in which the term is used in the Sikh tradition. The word seva has in fact had two distinct connotations. One, it means to serve, close to social work concept, to attend to render obedience to, and the second is to worship, to adore, to reverence, or to pay homage to. Seva in Sikhism is imperative for spiritual life. The Sikh often prays to God for the chance to render seva. Three varieties of seva are sanctioned in Sikh lore, that is rendered through the corporal instrument, which is tan, that is body, physical seva or physical service, that through the mental apparatus or man, that is through heart, psychological, and some kind of emotional service, and that through the material wherewithal, that is dhan, money, or helping through some kind of cash or kind or whatever. The first of them is considered to be the highest of all and is imperatively prescribed to every Sikh. That is seva through corporal instrument, that is tan, body. Sikhs curse the other hands and feet that engage and not in seva. That is what is a proclamation by Sikhism. Ahimsa, non-violence. The term ahimsa is formed by adding a negative prefix a to the word himsa, which comes from the word han, that is to kill or harm or to injure, and means not killing, not harming, not injuring. Sikhism accepts ahimsa as a positive value, advising man to follow ethical values of daya, compassion, and prem, that is love. The positive values of ahimsa are similar to that of social work, like compassion, love, universal brotherhood, freedom, and self-respect must prevail in Sikhism. However, if these are violated, men must resist. It is not that you blindly follow ahimsa. The 10th Guru in Sikhism talked about that if the peaceful methods for such resistance are exhausted, the use of sword, so says Guru Gobind Singh, is lawful. If you have to protect another person who is facing injustice and your ahimsa is not working, that is the time you may pick sword. If people go into the history of Sikhism, you see that the father of Guru Gobind Singh had given his head for protecting the symbols and the values of Hinduism, and he was killed by Aurangzeb for protecting the things of Hinduism. Sikhism and service for community. Sikh organizations run charitable hospitals, free schools for the people of their own communities and even general public at large. Most of the gurudwaras have homeopathic dispensaries or hospitals running in the gurudwaras or the basements of the gurudwaras themselves for general public. Nowadays, they have extended scholarship for girls to get educated. Sikhs set up community kitchens as and when and where it is required. Just 2 days back, I was watching a news in Ukraine. The war is going on. So in one city of Ukraine, one Sikh restaurant has been converted into a community kitchen. They converted the restaurant into a community kitchen for students earlier, and now when people are not getting food in that city, so it has been opened for the general public to collect food, and they are serving food as langar there. And during the COVID time, many of you must have heard, and many of us must have seen that Sikhs had opened up the langars of oxygen cylinder, not food. Rather, oxygen cylinders were being distributed, and the concentrators were being distributed free of cost to the people who required the cylinders. So they are there for the community. They do the service for the community, just like what we do in social work, and we help people at large. Another very important aspect in Sikhism is the relationship or their attitude towards women. Sikhism is a religion much advanced in terms of its outlook towards women, their emancipation and gender equality. At the time of the Gurus, women were considered very low in society, and women were treated as mere property whose only value was as a servant or for entertainment. So men were allowed polygamy, where widows were not allowed to remarry. Child marriage, female feticide were prevalent, and the parda was very popular. The women were not allowed to remarry, but they were encouraged to burn themselves on their husband's funeral pyre, that is, sati was being performed. Women were also not allowed to inherit any property. Many Hindu women were captured and sold as slaves in the foreign Islamic countries. The transformation of Sikh Gurus brought in women's status was truly revolutionary. Guru Nanak, the founder of Sikh faith, raised his voice for the injustice to women and provided this scriptural basis for equality, which was not to be found in the scriptures of other Indian-born religions at that time. He pleaded the cause of women and strove for the liberation in the 15th century, whereas women's emancipation movement in Europe started very much later in 18th and 19th centuries. The Guru insisted that women must be treated with difference, as she is the source of man's physical existence and his entire social life. He praised women by saying, "We are born of women, we are conceived in the womb of a woman, we are engaged and married to women, we make friendship with women, and lineage continued because of women. When women dies, we take another one. We are bound with the world through women. Why should we talk ill of her who gives birth to kings? Pandjimiye, Pandaniye, Pandove, Pandan, Pandohove, Dosti, Panjame Rajan. Teke Manda Akiye, Jidjame Rajan." How can we speak ill of a woman who gives birth to the kings? The Sikh Gurus condemned the practice of sati, immolation of widow on a funeral pyre of husband, long before any voice of it was taken by Akbar or later by British rulers. Guru Amar Das carried out a vigorous campaign for the abolition of this inhuman and barbarous practice. He also sought amelioration of the position of women by deprecating the custom of parda, veil, and by encouraging widow remarriage. The certain social evils related to women at that time were like sati. Sikhism talks about it that they cannot be called satis who burn themselves with their dead husbands. They can only be called sati if they bear the shock of separation. He feels that the pain of the Sikhism said that the pain of which women bear being burnt live is much lesser than the pain that you bear as a shock of separation. They may also be known as sati who live with character and contentment and always show veneration to their husbands by remembering them, that they remain alive. They remember them, they follow the character, they live with character and contentment after them. That will be more, that will be the way to bear the shock of separation, and that will be much more stronger. Dowry. Any other dowry other than the name of the god is false pride and worthless gilding. "Oh, my father, give me the name of the Lord as a gift or a dowry." The dowry, the worldly things that the people give it in marriage and take it in marriage, is worthless. He says, the Sikhism says that the actual dowry is the name of the god that should be given as a gift, and that should be taken as a gift. Female infanticide, Guru Gobind Singh issued orders forbidding the Sikhs having any association with those who practice female feticide, the people who are following or who were doing female infanticide, Guru Gobind said that, and no Sikh has got any business to deal with these people who follow female infanticide. Parda, Guru believed that women wearing veils was demeaning. Guru refused to meet the queen of Haripur or to allow any woman into congregation wearing a veil. The Guru said that if you have to come to Sangat, if you have to come to the congregation, then you must get rid of this parda, which is very demeaning for women. Guru Nanak Dev, the various views of the Gurus on the women is that Guru Nanak broke the shackles of women by admitting them into Sangat or the congregation without any restriction or reservation. Guru Nanak felt that his message was meant as much for women and as for men. He opened the congregations at the time when women were not permitted to go into these congregations. He opened it for men and women both. Second Guru, Guru Angad, encouraged the education of all Sikhs, men and women. He was the one who promoted that the women or the Sikh women should be educated so that they are able to carry out their responsibilities, their duties, and they're able to contribute to the society in a much better way. Third Guru, Guru Amar Das, condemned the cruel custom of sati, infanticide, and advocated widow remarriage. Sixth Guru, Guru Hargobind, respected women and declared women is the conscience of a woman, where people used to feel that these are the women who are seducers and who are impacting the man's consciousness. They said, no, woman is the consciousness of man. 10th Guru, Guru Gobind made Khalsa initiation ceremony open to men and women alike, a woman being just as worthy. Guru Gobind did not see any distinction between Khalsa men or Khalsa women. And he said that anybody, men or women, both could keep the 5 Ks, which were expected to be kept by Sikhs. The boys, men and the women both had equal right to keep these Ks with them. Guru Gobind Singh also forbade Sikhs to exercise any propriety rights over women captured in battle. They could not be kept as slaves or wives, but were to be treated with utmost respect. Sikhism fully recognizes the useful role played by women. She is not an evil or a seductress, but the mother of mankind. Guru Nanak's was first voice raised against discrimination perpetuated on the mute and submissive women. Woman is accorded equal religious, social, economic, and political rights in Sikhism. No field is barred for her. Sikhism encourages education of girls, which will enable them to adopt rational modes of thought and use their faculties in a maximum advantage of society. It paves way for full utilization of woman power potential, thereby aiding the process of economic growth. Therefore, similar to the lines of social work in Sikh thought, every human being is an end unto himself. Sikhism invokes the birthright of every individual to be free. The man is made the ultimate judge of the worth and desirability of every social and political institution, like in social work. In reality, all social institutions and associations are intended to help the individual attain the main objective of his life, that is, self-realization or the development of the best in him, like developing the residual capacities of individual in social work. Thus, there is so much in Sikhism that can be incorporated in the Indic social work curriculum to disseminate it among students, practitioners of social work, and follow the indigenous concepts, thoughts, and values to work with masses. With that, that will be all from my side on Sikhism. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very well presented. You have very much, correlated the concepts of social work, values, principles, ethics, and methods with the Sikhism and its system. It was very well presented. It is the need of the hour that we look at the Indian models, where our country has given a lot of models, methods where we can practice and develop systems, but unfortunately with the influence of Western models, which became counterproductive. And even there is an evidence also of failure of Western models in the West also. So in this context, and as you rightly pointed out, how rich our Indian systems are, and they are very much relevant also to our society in which we live. So it is high time that we adopt them, we develop a curriculum and come up with various models like even our Bharatiya society is also working, moving towards, and eminent professors like you are contributing with various models. And I think with more such initiatives, we'll be taking this forward and hope we'll very soon see this curriculum being taught, practiced by all our social work fraternity. And it will set again a role model for the entire planet to take over and move on to indigenous models and indigenous knowledge systems. Very well presented, ma'am. Once again, thank you for joining us and sharing your valuable insights and contributing your valuable time.
Thank
We
you
wish
once again, Dr. Vinda, to give me a chance to meet the august audience and present the paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dear friends, if you have any queries, you can quickly unmute and share, or you can also put in chat box, or you can raise your hand so that we can unmute if you are unable to unmute. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Ma'am, you did excellent job. Actually, it's that Indian social work, a lot of informative and lot of learning experience for me, because I know little only Indian social work, so it is a great learning for me, more than doubts. Excellent presentation, lot of information and gathered for us, and I noted down lot of points also. It's a great honor to have you, ma'am. Hope to see you in more sessions.
Thank
In
you.
future also. All the best for your future. God bless you, ma'am. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you so much for giving me this chance. Thanks a lot.
Anyone else would like to share? You can unmute yourself. Or you can use the chat box also to share messages. Thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us. And it was a pleasure having you on board.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. For this fourth session, feedback form for session 4 has been raised. We have 5 minutes. Quickly attend to the feedback form for session 4. Mimi Zotanpari, are you ready with your presentation? Mimi, you can unmute yourself. You are not connected to audio. Yeah, kindly fill this feedback form for session 4, which was immediate session. Then we'll move on to feedback of previous sessions, that is 2 and 3. Mimi, be prepared for the next session. Next session is yours. Feedback form has been shared in the Zoom platform itself in the form of polls. There is no link, external link that can be provided. So within the platform only, we all need to fill the feedback form. Kindly check if you have accidentally closed it. You can find it in the options in Zoom. There will be an option polls. You can click on the polls and you can see the active polls. And each feedback form will be active only for 5 minutes. So quickly fill up the feedback form and do not close the feedback form until you fill all the details and submit them. If you accidentally close it, you can access it through polls option. And in case if you are still unable to access, you can rejoin the meeting by upgrading your client. If you are joining from browser, make sure you disable these pop-up blockers or ad blockers, which sometimes cause difficulties or technical issues, or use simple browsers like Microsoft Edge or Google Chrome without any extensions. Mimi, you are still not connected to audio. Okay, then we'll take up her presentation later on. So our next presentation would be by Virendra Kumarji M. Thakur. He's an assistant professor from Vallabhpant Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. He is also an active RTA resource person, advocate. He would be presenting on National Council for Social Work Education and Practice Bill 2021, which is an attempt to create a council for social work. There is some connectivity issue, I think, with the speaker. So we will move on with our next session by Ravichandranji. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. We'll be moving to our next session by Ravichandranji. In the meanwhile, other speakers are requested to be ready, prepared.
Yes.
And now quickly fill up the feedback form for session 2. Session 2 for Mary. We are sharing it now. We have 5 minutes to fill the feedback form for session 2. After this, we'll take feedback for session 3 and then we will move on to Ravichandranji's session. Dear friends, close the feedback form for session 3 and you can see the feedback form for session 2. Quickly fill up the feedback form for session 2. It is mandatory for receiving certificate. If you haven't registered, directly join registration form. You can close any other feedback forms. Open now. Feedback form for session 2 is active. Kindly fill the feedback form for session 2. We have shared the registration form for conference. If you haven't registered yet or have joined directly, you can register even now before the conference ends. And you can continue attending the conference and filling up the feedback forms. So first session is commemoration by me, Dr. Ravindra. Second session is by Mary. Third session by Manasa. Fourth session is by Professor Ishwinder Poli. So this is for second session, Mary Florence. We have already completed first and fourth feedback. This is second and third feedback form for third session is pending. We'll take it after this. We have another 2 minutes quickly fill up the feedback form. Kindly fill all the details in brief. Don't worry if you miss anyone, but make sure whatever feedback forms you are able to see, fill it up. As anyway, attendance is being tracked. This feedback is to ensure your attendance is mapped to your participation, because sometimes participant name is different and your actual name is different, or there may be variations, or you may not have complete name, or we may have 2-3 persons with same name. So to avoid this technical difficulties issues in mapping the attendance, we are taking so that this your participant name will be automatically mapped to your feedback, which will be mapped to your registration data. So quickly fill up the feedback form for session 2. In the meanwhile, while you are filling up, only 4 have filled. Quickly fill up the feedback form. While you are filling up the feedback form, let me engage you all. So let's look at Dayananda Saraswati ji, who is also one of the eminent Indian philosopher, social leader, social reformer, social worker, and also founder of Arya Samaj, a reform movement of the Vedic Dharma. He was the first to give call for Swaraj, that is India for Indians, in 1876, a call later taken up by Lokamanya Tilak ji, who is also another Indian social reformer, social worker, denouncing the idolatry and ritualistic worship. He worked towards reviving Vedic ideologies. Subsequently, the philosopher and president of India, S. Radhakrishnan, called him one of the makers of modern India, as did by Sri Aurobindo. So those who were influenced by and followed Dayananda Saraswati ji included Rai Sahib Purnchand, Madam Kama, Pandit Lekram, Swami Shraddhanand, Shyamji Krishnavarma, Kishan Singh, Bhagat Singh, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, Bhai Parmanand, Lala Haridyal, Madan Lal Dingra, Ram Prasad Bismil, Mahadev Govind Ranade, Ashfaq Ullah Khan, Mahatma Hansraj, Lala Lajpat Rai, Yogma Nepune, and many more. The list is endless, and he was a sannyasi, a stick from boyhood, and a scholar. And he believed in the infantile authority of Vedas and advocated doctrine of karma and reincarnation. And he emphasized on Vedic ideals of brahmacharya, including celibacy and devotion. He was born to an Gujarati Hindu Brahmin Tiwari family in Tankara, Kathiawad region, Morbi district of Gujarat, India. His original name was Mool Shankar Tiwari because he was born in Dhanurashi and Mula Nakshatra. So his father was Karshanji Lalji Tiwari and mother was Yashoda Bai. And when he was 8 years old, like generally in Brahmin's family, his Yagnopavita Sanskara ceremony was performed, marking his entry into formal education. And his father was a follower of Shiva and taught him the ways to worship Shiva. And he also taught the importance of keeping fasts on occasion of Shivaratri. Dayananda sat awake whole night in obedience in Shiva. So he was very ritualistic in nature. And the death of his younger sister and his uncle from cholera led Dayananda to ponder upon the meaning of life and death. So he began asking questions which worried his parents. He engaged in early teens, but he decided marriage was not for him and ran away from home in 1846 in search of truth and the meaning of life. So he spent 25 years wandering ascetic, searching for religious truth, and he gave up material goods and lived a life of self-denial, devoting himself to the spiritual pursuits in forests, retreats in Himalayan mountains, and pilgrimage sites in northern India. So during these years, he practiced various forms of yoga and became a disciple of a religious teacher named Vajranand Dandisha. So he believed that Hinduism has strayed from its historical roots and that many of the practices had become impure due to vested interest and vested people who had, who had misinterpreted the inscriptions of Hindu scriptures, and social evils crept into the practices which was not there initially in the Hinduism and rich cultures and traditions. So Dayananda Saraswati ji promised Virajanand that he would devote his life to restoring the rightful place of Vedas in Hindu's faith. So he believed that the Hinduism has been corrupted by divergence from founding principles of the Vedas, and the Hindus had been misled by the priesthood for the priest's self-aggrandizement. For this mission, he founded Arya Samaj, enunciating the 10 universal principles as code for universalism. With these principles, he intended the whole world to be an abode for Aryas. Here, Aryas is taken in concept of nobles. His next step was to reform Hinduism with a new dedication to God. He traveled across the country, challenging religious scholars and priests to discussions, winning repeatedly through the strength of his arguments and knowledge of Sanskrit and Vedas. And he pronounced as superstitions or self-serving practices and reject such superstitious notions. His aim was to educate the nation to return to the teachings of original Vedas and follow the Vedic way of life. So he also exhorted Hindus to accept social reforms, including the importance of cows for national prosperity, as well as adoption of Hindi as national language for national integration as a common language. Through his daily life and practice of yoga, yogasanas, teaching, preaching, sermons, and writing inspired Hindus to aspire for Swarajya, self-governance, nationalism, and spiritualism. He advocated equal rights and respects to women, advocated for education for all children, regardless of gender. And he also made critical analysis of faiths, including Christianity, Islam, Jainism, Buddhism, and Sikhism. And in addition to discouraging corruption, he also was promoting true spirituality. Unlike many other reform movements of his times within Hinduism, the Arya Samaj's appeal was addressed not only to educated few in India, but also world as a whole, as evidenced in the 6 principles of the Arya Samaj. As a result, his teachings professed universalism for all living beings and not for any particular sect, faith, community, religion, or nation. And Arya Samaj allows and encourages converts to Hinduism, Garvapsi, a kind of people who got converted to other religions by force or by compulsion or by various methods. And Dayanandji's concept of dharma is stated in the beliefs and disbeliefs section of Satyartha Prakash. He says, I accept as dharma whatever is in full conformity with impartial justice, truthfulness, and the like, that which is not opposed to the teachings of God as embodied in the Vedas, whatever is not free from partiality and is unjust, partaking of untruth and the like, and opposed to the teachings of God as embodied in the Vedas, that I hold as adharma. Actually, Hindus, this Hindu culture or as such traditions or Vedas or Upanishad have different connotations and different meanings. You know, it can be different, it can be perceived, it can be explained, it can be discussed in various meanings. So we may not take in a very particular way, and this is a very limited platform with a limited time. So maybe we can only talk with a one perspective or one connotation. So we may have different connotations, but it may not be taken as this is an absolute or this is the only connotation. There are various connotations for it, and we can explain it in a different manner with a different perspective. So everyone, irrespective, has given their own connotations, and we have various ill practices that has crept. You can see the various who are invaders of a country. Basically, we all know India is a country of Hindus, and Hinduism was the primary religion, or in fact, there was no religion as such, Sanatana Dharma. It was a religionless society, but, with people having different ideologies, different concepts, different belief system who deviated from Sanatana Dharma, they had gone ahead in creating their own belief systems, their own religions. In fact, that's how many religions popped up in the due course of time. And to differentiate, we have they have created Hinduism to differentiate themselves. Earlier, there was no word mentioned anywhere in Vedas or Upanishads or anywhere. There was no religion itself in the very first place. So religion came up later on. That's why we always relate ourselves to Sanatana Dharma. It is Dharma. It is the way of life. We all were used to live, and there is no religion at that time. So only to differentiate, because these groups who came deviated, who, they have opposed and they rejected these existing doctrines, existing belief systems. They have gone ahead and they have created their own belief systems. They have created their own traditions, customs, and they continue to follow them. And whoever subscribed, they closely regulated and with strict norms where they were punished also. We have seen a lot of laws which, prevented, and to promote their own belief system, they started converting people into their systems, and that's how they start propagating. And this conversion was done forcefully, voluntarily, and in the name of charity also. That is all a different context. Initially today's theme is not related to that, but for many who do not understand how these religions developed or these existed, so many of us do not understand how these religions came. When there was when initially there was no religious society, or a religion, or a society without religions, how these many religions are popped up, and now many religions are popping up daily, even also now in the modern context. So these all need to be understood, so that to understand these complex abstract concepts. So these different religions, we are not here talking about religions, we are talking about social reformers who belong to a particular religion. Because when we are talking about the entire life of them, we also are talking about which religion they belong to and what kind of contribution they have made in terms of religious reforms, social reforms, cultural reforms, traditional reforms. So here our importance is not on religion, but our importance, our prominence is on the kind of reforms they brought in religion, in social, economical, cultural, traditional. So due to positive and very limited time, we will be focusing on that. So actually we are engaging you with this session while you are filling the feedback form. So the feedback form, we'll close that and then we will move on to next feedback form, and I will continue this session till we complete these feedbacks. Then we'll move on to our next speaker. Ravichandran ji is waiting, but we will complete this feedback form in the meanwhile. You can close the feedback form window for session 2 if you have already filled. And let's quickly attend to feedback form 3 for third session by Manasa. The feedback form for 3 has been launched. So quickly attend to feedback form 3. While you are filling it, you can listen to this session on Dayananda Swamiji. So we'll move on to feedback form has been raised for session 3. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 3. Basically, when we look at dharma, or dharmic way of living, it means moral, ethical principles of living. That is what, social work, ethical, social work principles is also very much related. In fact, any science or any social science or any science for that matter, even life sciences, or you take any science, they are all based on the principles, universal principles, principles of life, principles of truth, principles of life, and various aspects. So without these principles, first we need to understand that we are human beings. Once we start, acquiring some qualifications, we often forget ourselves as human beings. And we relate ourselves as, a management specialist, or, to study something, you need to be a human being first, right? We often forget that, and we, we get into something which is unrealistic. First, we are human beings. We always need to be grounded. We always need to look at ourselves as human beings as a soul. We all are equal. We all belong to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means we all belong, we all are one and same. But our knowledge, our education, that is why the present education is valueless education. It doesn't provide any values, value education. So we don't have that kind of understanding that we all are same. So we start discriminating ourselves in the name of religion, in the name of caste, in the name of, even now we are discriminating in the name of speciality. You belong to social sciences, you belong to life sciences, even discrimination goes on that lines also. So more and more we are becoming, more materialistic rather than we are unbecoming human beings rather than becoming human beings. We are human beings. We should always remember that we all are common. We all have certain common values. We have certain ethics, morals, code of conduct, irrespective of what profession we are, irrespective of what practice we are doing, irrespective of what education or what profession we are. So we should never forget we are human beings of equal respect, equal dignity. That's how, we establish ourselves. We are recognized, we are respected. Once acquiring one qualification or one position should not differ to us to be a good human being in the very first place. Often, once people acquire some degree or some, some position or some status, he forgets himself as a human being. He gets closely associated, involved in into that subject that he forgets as himself as a human being or herself as a human being in the very first place. And he or she starts discriminating others that he or she doesn't belong to his own discipline or his own profession or his own, fraternity. So this kind of education doesn't lead us to anywhere. This will always lead us to conflicts, this violence and discrimination, racism, and many such social evils. Nowadays, the social evil context has been changed. From earlier, social evils were something else, but now social evils are drinking, smoking, and extramarital affairs or premarital sex, and sexual unethical or unsafe sex practices. All these are now social evils. There is no single benefit from alcohol, and it is the highest social evil, in fact, in this world, because that has become a social norm. For what? Why everyone, if you see a person who says, I don't drink, how society is being treated or how that person is being treated by the society. And have you seen any celebration without serving drinks? Or have you seen any society without serving meat or any celebration that is not? So we need to understand basic things. We often, do not understand basic things properly. We do not understand the basic concepts properly. And these are the social evils now today, and no one is talking about. Why? We need not talk something which is not, practical, or these are the practical things. Today's social evils are different than earlier social evils. We are still talking about those old Sati, Sagamanam, and all these. Those are long back gone. Now also they existed, but in very remote places. Now what is social evil? Social evil is drinking, alcohol, and tobacco, smoking, consumption. These are the social evils. Now discrimination in the name of religion, in the name of racism, ethnicity. So these are the social evils. Now we have transformed from the society to present society. Now it is more important to talk on these things. We cannot still, we have transformed from landline to now mobile phones. We are now moving to 5G, and tomorrow we can have something 6, 7G also. So we are still struck up, our mindsets are still struck up in the religion. If one religion, if you are opposing or criticizing one religion, do you know how many people are following a different kind of religions? And the highest population that is following religion is Christianity, and the second highest is Islam, and the third highest is Hinduism, and the fourth highest is Sikhism. And do you think these all are fools? And all the scientists and major is following one or other religion. So do you think that these all are fools, idiots? And do you think you are the only one who are wise, who are opposing, criticizing a religion? Or you are criticizing a particular religion? So these are very much important to understand basic. You like something, okay, fine. You follow it. If you don't like it, leave it. Respect all, worship your own. That should be the motto. But often, with hidden agendas, with vested interest, we not only discriminate, disrespect, and create unrest, create, peace. Or for that matter, we create a lot of unrest, violence in the society. This is what creating. You try to convert people from one religion to other religion. We have missionaries who are doing that, and they are the ones who are creating violence. They are the ones who are creating unjust. They are the ones who are creating differences, and they are the ones who are creating, a lot of social evils in the society in the name of conversions, in the name of creating a lot of unrest among the existing, creating conflicts among religious groups, ethnic communities. So we need to understand all these concepts. Without understanding this, and you just cannot fall in the trap of propaganda. If you are wise, if you call yourself wise, if you call yourself with wisdom, then you need to understand what is happening in reality. Otherwise, what is the purpose of achieving so much education? What is the purpose of studying so much, without values, without having wisdom? You just mug up something and vomit in the exams, and there is no purpose for it, and there is nothing learning from it. So it is very important. We need to understand these basic things before we get into these concepts. And many people nowadays, it is a common, people have become, like sheeps, which are simply, following one or other thing which is trending. Today, alcohol, smoking, all these are trending. And, where we are talking about gender equality, what is happening is that the gender equality now today, we have seen men and women are competing in drinking, smoking, and, these sexual activities and whatnot. Is this called gender equality? Is this called gender empowerment? Or gender empowerment should be seen, or, gender equality should be seen in terms of education, employment, opportunities, and reaching the highest potentials. What is gender equality? What is gender empowerment? These concepts have to be seen in a very appropriate way. These are the social evils which are now more prevalent, and these are the ones we need to work. We should not get away with the propaganda, and there are vested peoples who always want to create conflict and, benefit from them, divide and rule. They want, because if we are in common grounds, then it is very difficult for us for them to win over. So they will use all religion, caste, ethnicity, race, color, and language, everything they will use for gaining their vested interests. So we should not fall into the propaganda of them. When we say we are educated, we should be able to understand, comprehend what is not said, what is being said, and what is being said and not said. We should be able to read in between the lines. We should not go simply blindly what is going with the trend. You should not go with the crowd like a sheep. Often you will end up being a scapegoat of that. So these propaganda models, a lot of propaganda media is also promoting. See, you can see every media. Today we are talking about climate change. And because of these greenhouse emissions and with this lot of meat consumption, you see a lot of meat and meat products ads. You open YouTube, you open Facebook, or you open anything, you see these biryanis and non-veg products being widely promoted, and they are the highest methane gas emissions, which are contributing, and a lot of people are dying with poverty and hunger. And we are talking about social reforms and social problems. And we are more into consuming meat. How does meat gets produced? Have you ever thought? And how much water resources required, how much land resources are required, how much food, to raise a hen or to raise a lamb or to raise, anything that from which meat is harvested, how much food crop is invested in it. Otherwise, you can feed that same food crops to other people who are dying with hunger, who are dying with malnutrition. So where is our wisdom has gone? Where our wisdom, intellect, our learning has gone? And we preach, but the problem with us is we preach, but we don't practice. And whatever we preach is for others only. It's not for us to practice. That is a kind of mindset we carry, and that is a kind of attitudes we carry, that we don't want to practice it. We always want to preach, but we don't want to practice. So this is very much important to understand that what is happening in reality. What are social evils now? Social evils have been transformed from earlier, untouchability. There is no untouchability here, except the percentage has become very less. Nowadays, we don't ask which caste you belong to or which ethnic group you belong to. And especially in this regard, government itself is promoting this discrimination in the form of caste system. Why to issue caste? We have to move to casteless society, religious less societies. But unfortunately, government itself issues caste certificates. Then you are discriminating, you are identifying particular groups with this particular caste, and you are discriminating, and that discrimination will be there as long as from your birth to death, because you are identified with a particular caste and you are being given a caste certificate. We have to move to a casteless society. This is also one of the social evil we have to talk about. So as long as these official governments are only promoting, we as a community belonging to particular sect or particular caste are promoting, how will these social evils go away? So we all, if we need a truly, secular society, we have to abandon all these religions, all these castes, and we have to become a casteless society. We have to become a religious-less society. Then we can talk about a truly secularism. Then we can talk about truly universalism. Unless and until that, we cannot talk anything, because we all are associated or subscribed to one or part of the other religion or ethnicity or group. So you will not take anything against your own ethnicity, your own religion or your own group. Then how this common dialogue will happen? So these all are practical problems, practical challenges, practical issues, or social evils in the modern world, contemporary world. We need to overcome this to, so that we can talk about. So when we are talking in the terms of, when we are talking about social reformers, we are taking them in the present world context. Social evils like earlier untouchability or, this sati practice, these all are gone long back. And we can still see in rural areas where there are orthodox societies still practicing. But that is a very less percentage when compared to earlier. So those are not social evils. Still, they are social evils. We do not deny them. But present day social evils are these alcohol, smoking, and these sexual practices, and this internet, abuse of internet, and various other things, because they are contributing to various social problems, discrimination, abuse, violence. This is all what we need to really look at. And these provide a basic context, basic understanding, how and what we all need to work as a social workers or as a social reformers. Now, what we need to do, as long as the caste certificate is being issued, do you think the caste discrimination will go? You yourself are certifying someone belonging to certain caste. Then how do you expect that discrimination will be there? Or discrimination will not be there, because you yourself are dividing. So these all are practical issues when we are talking about things. So we are just looking at and trying to understand how these social reformers, and we need to keep in context that these are those times where certain challenges, certain issues, certain cultures and traditions were prevalent, dominant, and have a mutual conflicts. So we need to understand in a way, and definitely we need to talk in the present modern context where we need to really look at, have a different perspective to understand present day social work. See, present day social work is all a kind of Christian model, where charity is a business. But in Hinduism, charity is not at all a business. It is a kindness. You don't expect. In Hinduism, if you see, when we make a donation, our elders used to say, whatever is donated with the right hand, even the left hand should not know about it. So that is kind of charity or philanthropy that we all have been practicing since years, since our ancestors. But the present day charity is you donate 1 rupee and you do publicity for 1 crore. No, while donating 1 rupee, you call 100 people and say that I am doing charity. And this is what, kind of present day charity is. You do a lot of publicity. Unless and until you don't have publicity, you don't get your name, photos on social media and, media, you don't even donate also. For donating something, you need a lot of publicity over there. You ask before donating, okay, what is that I am getting? Then that is not donation. If you are expecting something, that is a business. That is not kindness. That is not charity. So that the entire model of philanthropy or charity has, even that also social evils are also crept into that charity. And this is not the actual charity model of India, or charitable model of Sanatana Dharma, or charity model of Hinduism. This is not at all an indigenous model of charity in India. That's why when we are talking about social work, what is social work? What is social service? So which models we are following? When we are following a Western model, you don't expect anything. You don't have that. When we really follow the Indian models or indigenous models, where the charity or philanthropy or contributions come up voluntarily without any expectation. It is our duty, it is our responsibility to take care of our own fellow members, our own society, because we all belong to Vasudhaivaka Kutumbakam. We all belong to one family. So it is our responsibility as a family member to take care of our fellow beings. This is what Indian model of social work or charity or philanthropy or says. When you are following some Western models, definitely you will follow the wrong models and you will follow the wrong practices, which will promote materialism, which will promote commercialization. And that's why even if you donate 1 rupee, you seek 100 rupees or 1 lakh or 1 crore publicity. You want everything, even one donate. Nowadays, you can see a lot of pictures, even when you are donating to 1 rupee to a beggar also, you are taking a snap and posting on social media, Facebook, Instagram, everyone, everywhere. So is this called charity? Is this called donation? So these all are social evils only. Today, social reforms has to be brought in these also. But we don't talk on these. This is what, when we are talking about social reforms, social, changes that needs to be brought, we all need to talk about all these things also. So many such, even in Hinduism also, a lot of people with vested interest or in matter, you just name it, any religion, I can mention lot of such social evil practices. And definitely all the religions are, taken Hinduism as a model only. So whatever you find in any religion, you can see that practice is existing in Hinduism, but they have a different way in conducting their rituals or having a different object as a different ingredients. It's all same. Food is food, like religion, all food is same, but you have different ingredients or different kinds of preparation or different kind of serving that serves. But basic principles in all religions are same because all derived from the oldest religion, that is Hinduism. So you can see all similar practices, but only the way they conduct, the objects different, the rituals different. Maybe here they read Vedas, there they read Quran, or some other place they read Bible. All is same, but only thing is because they got deviated from else, they want something else, so they are doing it. But basic universal principles or foundation on all religions are same. You can see if you study Hinduism, you will know every religion on this planet, because that is how, because earlier that is an ideal model where every religion has drawn its principles. So all these charity models, philanthropy models, social work models, or social service models have also been derived based on different religions. When we talk about present charity model, it is also known as Christianity model or model of the West, where you unless and until you get some benefit, you don't do it. So that's why it is very important that we understand things in a very different way. We cannot club everything and make this khichdi out of everything. Everything is unique, and it's not that in 1 hour or half an hour you will get entire thing, whole whatever you did not get in your 21 years of education, 25 years or 30 years of education. You cannot expect that all wisdom to be gained in one webinar or one session. It is not possible. So what we can do is, through a series of webinars, through a series of sessions, through a series of conferences, we can ignite a thought and we can explore ourselves, slowly, what is the fact, what is real. We should not fall into the propaganda of this media or some vested interest or missionaries who have their own agenda set. We need to see what is reality. We have to accept that reality. No matter what, how 1,000 religions also come in future, but you need to accept the fact that Sanatana Dharma was there and it was the oldest. No matter how many religions comes today or tomorrow, even in future also, everyone has to refer back to Sanatana Dharma only, because that was there where there, that was a period where no religion existed. So unless and until many of us do not have this understanding where and when these religions started. And lot of books today we read all are misinterpreted. Every religion writes itself as a first religion in the planet, on the planet or on the universe. So whatever you read, you will think, you will assume that you are under an impression that this was the only first thing, and before that none of them existed. So there is nothing wrong, glorifying your own religion or your own practice or your own belief system. There is nothing wrong, but you need to know the facts, and history is to be accepted as it is. No, you cannot distort history and recreate history. History is there and you need to accept it as it is, whether it is good or bad, whether it is acceptable to you or not acceptable to you or me, it doesn't matter. History is an history, fact is a fact. We need to accept that, and whatever way we want to take it forward, we can take it. That's a different. So it is very important for all of us to understand it in a very proper way, and we need to have appropriate models. Today, every country has their own national days, has their own, cultures and traditions. And India is such a diverse country where we have more than 6,000 languages. And when you want to protect your own language, then why you are talking about a language, one particular language to be an official language? Is it not discriminating other languages then? When you are among 6,000 languages, when you are selecting one language and naming it official language, is it not discriminating other 5,999 languages? How do you justify your act of making one language as a national language or an international language? It is simply based on the total population that is, communicating or in that language. It is for the convenience sake. That's why we don't have any official language. Even Hindi is also not an official language. As such, we have 22 languages as per Indian Constitution. So it is of more convenience that more people are using English across the world. And that has become, common language. So we are learning English language. Or even for that matter, tomorrow, if no one uses English language and if some X language comes or some Y language comes, which has become popular, or tomorrow anything might happen, because earlier there was no English. Now English is being used. Tomorrow some X language or Y language will come. We might have to learn that language. So everything is possibility. Here we have to look, everything is a possibility. We cannot struck up, or you cannot get, fixed up at somewhere. So life is full of possibilities. We need to explore these possibilities. And times are changing. Social norms are changing. Earlier, drinking was prohibited. Smoking was prohibited. Having this extramarital affairs, premarital affairs, and all these sex-related activities were prohibited in public and even among certain ethnic groups. These were earlier, social norms were different. Now the norms are different. Now living together, living in relationships, one-night stands, all these are changing. So with the changing times, the norms also keep change. And various other aspects also keep changing. So we need to keep ahead with the present times, and technology is changing today. Earlier technology was different. Earlier infrastructure was different. Appliances and or utensils or tools, methods we had was different. Now the things are different. But universal principles, values, ethics, morals, they don't change, because No matter what things are changed, we are all still human beings. Often we forget that we are human beings. That is a problem. That is the greatest problem we human beings face, because we forget ourselves as a human beings, and we attach ourselves to this materialistic world and materialist. We value more to things than to individuals. Or we don't see individuals as an individuals. We don't see human being as a human being. That is the greatest problem. That is the greatest disorder that we all have. We don't see human being as a human being. That is the greatest problem. That is the greatest disaster that world is going through. Sorry, it got muted. So yeah. So actually, when we talk about Sanatana Dharma, it's a way of life without any discrimination, without any, because there is no caste, there is no creed, there is no, everyone is treated equally, including living beings and non-living beings. See, why we worship rivers or mountains or nature, plants, everything? Because we treat everyone as same. Everyone is equal. That's why we express our gratitude by worshiping. It doesn't mean that it's an many people do not understand the concept of worshiping. Worshiping means expressing our gratitude, and this is what the kind of education which we are getting from schools, colleges, where they don't teach values to us. So valueless education will make people also valueless people only. So how that this kind of understanding they will develop? Today we talk, it is foolishness to worship plants, but without plants, will you ever survive? Now we are paying for that. Climate change is what we have done. This modern education has given, and today we are paying for the climate change. We are paying for the human-made disasters. There are no natural disasters now. Everything is a human-made disaster. So we are paying for that. And we see temperatures are rising, and global, our earth has survived from millions and billions of years. But what happened? With the last 100 years or last 50 years, what we have done to the planet? Today, entire planet is transforming, which we could not do thanks to our human beings, or thanks to the modern science and technology. We have destroyed the entire planet. And we are seeing, in next 50 and 100 years, you make a note of it today, you can just, the entire planet is going to be destroyed like it. And even there will be a day where human beings will become extinct. Nature will take its own course of time. So can we call this a sustainable development? How many species on the planet have become extinct? How many species are becoming extinct? How many species have become endangered? And we don't talk about all these things. So what is that we all need to talk about? This is what, because these are the pressing problems on us. Why we need to talk about one or more species on the planet? Because we are living in an ecosystem, right? We all are dependable on each other. You know, one species is lost on the planet, becomes extinct, that means there is a gap that it is creating, and there is a function that is being left undone. So that will create an impact on the entire ecosystem. No matter, we don't know what kind of impact it creates, because we don't know what every species, we have 8.4 billion species, say, assuming some 8 billion species, we don't know what each species does to the ecosystem or to the planet. Our science has not yet matured enough to give account of each and every detail of species on this planet, so that we can feel that, okay, this species has lost, so we are still safe, or this species has lost and we are going to face a great trouble ahead. So all these are very important aspects. So we need to, now the social reforms or social work models or social service models should address these. Today, the major problem is climate change, because it has threatened our survival, our species survival, our planet survival. And we need to address. Today we are still fighting, you are that group, you belong to that color or that race, that entity. This is not important today. You know, as long as we all are human beings, that doesn't matter. It's only because of our, you know, this valueless education, we are creating discrimination among ourselves on various lines. But what is more important, we need to talk about climate change. We need to talk about sustainable development. We need to talk about holistic health. Otherwise, what will happen tomorrow if you don't accept, religion always exists or gets promoted by human beings through its followers, right? If there is no human being left, if there is no follower left for that religion, what will happen? They will also become extinct. And what is that you are going to do? Huh? What will this do? So no matter how many religions you create in coming days also, all will exist one day when there is no follower of that religion or the belief system or that system. You forget about religious system. For any system, if there is no follower, no practitioner, what will happen? We have seen many such systems disappear from the mainstream, or we have seen many subjects many courses which have gone, disappeared from the universities, from the institutions, from the industry. So same thing will happen. We have seen, new belief systems, new religions, for that matter, new systems or new languages or new traditions, customs, they keep coming and they just keep disappearing. So how these different, reforms and those who have contributed to different measures, initiatives that were taken by various social reformers, we are relooking at the past and trying to understand how they are, how it can be interpreted to the modern present day context. So we were talking about the Dayanandji and we have somewhere deviated. Actually, this discussion was there, but it was in the last. So anyway, we have taken it. So what Dayanandji's contribution. So I will end up, hope you all have filled the feedback form. We will end that feedback form. And before I hand over this session back to the next speaker, I will conclude this Dayanandji and then we will move on. You can close the feedback form window. So he viewed Islam and Christianity, Sikhism, Jainism, and he was subjected to many unsuccessful assassination attempts because, whoever has spoken truth or, have tried to awaken people, those we all have seen in the history what, they have been done. They have been killed because people don't want, these people with vested interest. They want always to keep masses in ignorance. Whenever there is an attempt to bring consciousness in the masses or awaken the masses, because their games will not work. So they try to kill or assassinate the characters of these people, social reformers, social activities who try to bring awareness or consciousness in the masses. So Dayanandji is most notable for influencing freedom movement of India. His views and writings have been used by different writers. And he has also a notable influence on Bhagat Singh. After finishing his primary school, had joined Dayanand Anglo-Vedic Middle School of Mohanlal Road in Lahore. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan also wrote about Dayananda, and Swami Dayananda ranked highest among the makers of modern India. He had worked tirelessly for the political, religious, cultural emancipation of the country. He was guided by the reason, taking Hinduism back to Vedic foundations. He tried to reform society with a clean sweep, which was again need today. Some of the reforms introduced in the Indian Constitution has been inspired by his teachings. And Dayanandji has wrote more than 60 works in all, including 16-volume explanation of 6 Vedangas, an incomplete commentary on Ashtadhyaya, Panini's grammar, several small tracts on ethics and morality, Vedic rituals and sacraments, and a piece of analysis of divine rival doctrines such as Advaita Vedanta, Islam, Christianity, and some of his major works include Satya Prakash, Satyartha Bhumika, and Sanskar Vidhi, and Rigvedadi Bhashya Bhumika, Rigveda Bhashyam, and Yajurveda Bhashyam. The Paropakarini Sabha, located in Indian city of Ajmer, was founded by Saraswati to publish and preach his works and Vedic text. He was also a social religious reformer, lived in the 19th century, and a lot more. We will take it up some other time. So there are various contributions that has been done. We will look into that later on. So now I would like to invite our Virendra Kumarji. Let's join. Okay, we have next Virendra Kumarji. He would be talking on the bill which was recently drafted to bring out Social Work Council, an attempt to bring out Social Work Council. So he's assistant professor at he's an advocate, RTA resource person. Virendra Kumarji, you can unmute yourself. Virendra Kumarji, can you hear me? Okay, I think then we'll do one thing. We'll take up. Then we'll go back to Virendra Kumarji. Yeah, Ravichandran?
Hello. Yes, yes.
Yeah, you can start your presentation. So Ravichandran ji is a principal consultant in HRR Mapper Consulting Co. And he is also a regular contributor in our series. And he would be talking on the best of effective communication. Unfortunately, we don't have this proper, we don't even properly communicate.
Sorry.
Even in spite of so many degrees and so many, so much of age also, we don't know how to communicate. And we have to, teach communication in schools, colleges, and types of communication, even through such sessions. We all, in fact, because we communicate for a purpose, not, especially only we communicate when we have a purpose. Yeah, Ravichandranji, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready almost. Yeah, I
Yeah.
kept everything ready.
Okay, so we have with us Ravichandranji, Principal Consultant from Mapper Consulting Co. from Chennai, Tamil Nadu. And he would be presenting on the best of effective communication. Over to you, Ravichandran.
Yes. Good evening to all the participants. I would like to thank upon the progressive program is going for quite a long time now. And there are several speakers, delegates, and many of the participants who are keep coming new, and few new figures could be coming. I could see there are a few new names are coming and learning, getting learned. But fortunately, I hope so they would be referring few of them to join our participatory program. And I'm hoping over a bound of time, leaps and bounds of time, we all would be joining with more larger people, sets of people coming. In generally, Dr. Ravindra sir, the screen is, image is all fine, everything is fine.
Yes, you can continue now.
Well, okay. The communication. I cater my services and go with a lot of charities connect on this particular subject apart from various HR modules. Therein, the communication is a key importance for all the modules I have developed. Wherever, whatever the topics I talk, finally, I go with the topic of effective communication. Let me, in general, talk about, there are two sets of areas I want to talk about. One is the communication, effective communication, and how the communication fails. And finally, how the great poet, as Dr. Ravindra had asked me to talk about the Bharatiya, Subramanian Bharatiya. And there are just very few points about his own biography I want to explain at last, and how effectively he was communicating for India and the population of overall across the border of the world. As Dr. Ravindra was pointing and referring upon, various social norms have become a modern design of our life of living today. Now it's quite vulnerable. Though we were not even thought about years ago, hardly 40 years ago, which were not in practice at all, people were really take those kind of involvement is a pity. No, it's a kind of such a not worthy. The political agenda have come up with newer plans of what is their philosophy of their political ground. The nation, and particularly I want to refer upon over here because my communication I want to bring you before I start my HR communication of today. The Tamil Nadu, the party, the political party which was started in the year of 1960s earlier with a clear plan of demolish, close the liquor, because as Dr. Ravindra was explaining many in front, and especially I want to point this, yes, what he said was right in several stages of what he was explaining a few minutes ago. The philosophy of the political party of today was demolish, destroy the rack shop, liquors, all. But today, the pity of the nation, especially the Tamil Nadu, is run by only by political, by serving liquor. The entire Tamil Nadu government is run by the liquor because the consuming of liquor among the society have become a tragedy of today. How these communication have changed, see, the philosophy of the political party itself is gone to the air. It's a quite, quite, pulsating to understand such even the 78 years old man who have come across in the pace of life in the past 35 years, he was just crying. The philosophy itself lost, but still they are winning an election. Why I'm talking in these areas are the principal thought of the communication and the philosophy of the or the organization of the political party, the trend of the thought as per the norms of the political philosophy is not even having a single line of the concept of today. But still they are striving in simplifying on their own winnings and they are forming the government. How these communications are brought in? I'm generally talking to make you to understand how this communication have become such a massive change. The person who was 40 years ago was accepting not. Today it has become a common trend of the basic of common youth, middle-aged women. What Bharatiya was talking about women is a philanthropist. Is the highest number of poems is written in the age of 45 years. Within the 45 years of time of his lifespan, hardly started from the age of 7th age and has written more than 3,800 epics, which one cannot even imagine it. One cannot even imagine it in such a shortest age of his life. Wrote more than 90 years old man could have not written such kind, because each of his Tamil poem, if you allow me to read the Tamil poem, I could keep on going with it. But the poems, whatever is written for the society of this nation, it's a thundering, it's a quite thundering. But okay, I'll go with this topic in the later stage. I'll go to the HR overview of my effective communication in the middle. Why I started with this communication, Dr. Ravindra was talking more on the various grounds of the life of today and explaining of the youth, even the middle age, have changed their European culture. European culture is quite vulnerable. The Europe and the US population is much lesser than our India, and got their land spaces much larger than India. But we are falling in every of the nations and trying to just copycat those kind of formula for India. Nevertheless, I'm telling you, we need to be very careful while we accept other culture, because the culture of our nation, heritage of this India, no one can match, and we are with a highly diversified nation with more than 68 languages and more than 18 regional languages. The US of country, other Europe country, many of the countries does not have beyond 4 or 5 languages, especially India. English is their own language. Other languages either not in script or not in practice or not in officially. But in India, more than 16 languages are in our practice, regionally, nationally, registered worldwide, and we are the massive nation. And again, before starting this communication, I want to state upon, I would like to communicate to, please understand our nation and the communication we brought into the nation worldwide and the universal. One will keep their fingers on their nose. We live in India, we are not able to understand what is our nation and the Hinduism, religionism, diversified, every 50, 80 kilometers far distance reaching from your home, you start talking some other language. There is a new dress code, new food practice, new religious practice, many more like this. Every 80 kilometers passing away our national place to place. Hardly 100 kilometers away, then the Telugu starts. Another 100 kilometers away, Kannadigas are there. Likewise, you just imagine yourself how our India and the communication in the language sense I was telling you. Well, I'll go back to the nation of our particular communication from HR overview now, before starting this overview. Well, okay. I want to talk about the effectiveness of the communication. Simply, I would like to say communication does not mean just you talking in English because of your professional knowledge. It's not the communication of an engineering because you become an engineer after the education. And as Dr. Ravindra was again telling, we only practice our profession, not our communication of our language of self-ability. Why I repeatedly say, wherever our delegates are giving a dialogue, which makes more quite relevance to every subject within HR, we feel communication is the best way of talking. I just leave it to you. Just think before I start talking. The communication does not mean only communication. Communication means effective communication. What is effective communication? The effective communication means the person who talks gently, politely, understandable, makes you to understand. After understanding, the topic of the information you have collected from the one, who spoke to all the characteristics I explained you, taking this particular value of communication to other, assuming I am talking to you now today, Dr. Ravindra was talking, Virendra Thakur was talking, many more of our delegates are talking in this panel. If you communicate the same communication to other, nothing lesser than 10 out of 8, I will say you are the master of effective communicator. This is simple. You want to become an effective communication being, you must carry the value of the knowledge of the communication you brought from the panel of our, our forum, bring them to other, explaining things effectively, either by your own language, mother tongue, whatever it's keeping, all irrespective of it. That's called effective communication. It's not just communication. You keep talking about your profession, keep talking about your technical engineering mechanism, artificial intelligence. I'm telling you, in case we call AI is called artificial intelligence, I put one more word for it, unpredictable human intelligence. I call it by unpredictable human intelligence of today. We all are with an intellectual ability of because of our education practices, our traditional everything. But we are unpredictable. Our communication, we take a U-turn, sudden U-turn. Yeah, I called a man appear for an interview because of my business area to manage recruitments, sourcing. He attended an interview in HCL. He attended the interview in the HCL, and I closed the offer for him something lakhs and lakhs, good numbers. For the final interview, while he was approaching for the final discussion, accepting the offer, within 30 minutes on the road, he took a U-turn. On the road itself, before 30 minutes, he took a U-turn. He went to the another company and took the offer and closed it. All after 4 dialogues. And the position, you know what is all about? Biggest size of handsome money, handsome of knowledge sharing going to happen. And biggest position called project manager in IT company. How this communication, see, just few minutes he takes U-turn after taking all acceptance because of only money, and finally money. Why I'm talking this? What is this kind of a communication he was having, taking a U-turn on the road itself, on the main road, going to the other part, client joining in there, accepting it, and leaving the other company. So the employer, peer, subordinates, groups, everything is getting demolished. The social networking is becoming dicey. Understanding is lost that puzzles everything. Well, why did I say about this? Is the history of my experiences, make you to understand, you yourself sense what you are in communication. It's not simply clear communication you are going to talk. It's not simply correct message alone, no. And complete messaging also, yes, essentially, as I said in the previous speaker, complete messenger. You are the best messenger if you are still. You do not have the right personality. It becomes the biggest trouble for your own life. It's not alone precise message. Reliability is so quite important. These are the points I have put it in the characteristics of effective communication. Hello, what's your name? In case I asked you the different way, if I put a word across, excuse me, what's your name, please? Hope you found the difference. I said first, hello, what's your name? But second, I said, excuse me, what's your name, please? There is a difference of my communication. My personality appears the way I approach. These are the communications. Start with it. So we should have the clear transparency, clear replica of model of interpersonal skill. Not alone just talking externally super English and giving orative speech for continuous hours by making essence of others to understand. The courtesy is quite important. That's right. Well, I'll go with it. Next level. 70% of our making mistake on the communication. We don't listen. We go with the poor communication understanding, and we go with no listening. These are the common happening in every communication front I could see. So the worldwide forum clearly says 70% mistakes workplace in any industry. Listening is a key impact. Nobody accepts of others' speeches. Mostly fails in poor communication. Well, okay. I'm going to the next. Listening. Listening is an art. We talk art of living. We talk of art of self-engineering. Nowadays, there are large programs. Yoga has become the worldwide acceptance because of the yoga. Yoga is there with our Patanjali for the past more than 4,000 years. But this yoga, we started talking for the past 40, 50 years. I know there were never more people were doing the practice of yoga, but today everywhere there are yoga. Everywhere yoga centers. Everybody wants to have a happy healing center, and everybody wants to go and join a laughter club. Laughter club. I myself here over on the screen here laughing naturally, but there are people who want to join a laughter club, and how to smile, how to laughter, not smile. The smile has become a cosmetic today. Laughter club. They go and stand on the park in the middle of the place in Delhi where I went last year. Everybody is shouldering up and raising their hand. Ha 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 ha. They laugh. Practicing in the morning 6 o'clock. They don't smile later whole day. Again, next day morning they do laughter club joining and la ha ha ha. Laughter. Whole day they rush like a rat. Again, next day morning coming to the park, reducing their obesity and communicating this way of learning of newer thing in their life after making good money. Money, they feel the money is going to be the inner part of their organ. They are feeling the organ money in the body and their mind. Well, okay. Now learn to listen more than you talk. Listening is a very key important skill set. One should be ready with it. I'm listing out those slides. Please have a look at it. Well, quick reading. I'm just giving you a value addition over the slide by slide. Value. Body language is quite important. Body language, I'm giving you a chart over here. We as a profession, we need to maintain a lot of ethics, lot of etiquette, lot of principle, lot of symbolism, lot of reaction, very carefully, tendering, quite softened approach. Though we could not be doing it in every corner of our life living in the society of India, in the home. But as a profession, we should practice at home. We should also not. So verbal communication, what is and not non-verbal communication, verbal and non-verbal. These are very important while you look at your body language. Attention is need to be careful. You should believe. The trust is an important. Trust is an important wherever, whenever you were, anywhere you in the world go. The way you look, the way it appears, the way you approach, the way it reaches, the way you react, the way it gets reacted. So look, listen, move, react. Very important. If you're the right man, if you're the best mirror, the other side of the mirror, I'm sure it will come along. It's my experience. Keep aside. Look at things positive. Show respect. Show respect. The lady carries the volt of bulb. The man carries a question in his hand. The question arrived, the answer given, or accepting the answer. Respect. Don't just fall into, don't jump into perception of your own mind and try to do interrogating yourself if you are the right. Don't do it. Have your own ability, talent, but at last have eye contact, use proper way of approach. Yeah, you are human. Human is the one. The man was asking, every creature have changed into next trend. While man is shifted over to the new of from chimpanzee, human is identified from the chimpanzee. He was asking question. The chimpanzee over a period of time has become a human. Why the chimpanzee still left? All chimpanzee could have shifted over to human. Why chimpanzees left? How can I accept chimpanzee once it's got changed over to the human? Why chimpanzee still left? Why we are as a human looking at chimpanzee still existing? Come on. It's a question to all of you, the participants, please. But anyway, you all would have an answer. I want to say quickly, go ahead with the next. Every chimpanzee, if it is shifted, human will not understand what is what. The line, if it could have shifted to entire things to its own next of line, the cat could have not left. The lion could have not seen the cat. Every creature is left its traces, impressions. Dogs come from fox, fish come from their own community, cat comes from their own community. Every creature has got their own identity and the impressions left on the earth to view on its own. The human is also left with this chimpanzee to understand his own growth and respect, live, and what he's supposed to go into a next phase of his life. That's why the chimpanzees. Well, show respect, all I said. Okay, quickly I'm going with maintain best eye contact, and your communication should be very important, stronger and larger in way of every aspect. Avoid interrupting all the way in middle of the discussions. Be careful. Your communication should need to be highly listening oriented. At last, when the time permits, you should have your own perception, mindful energy to accept others' mind and talk in a best manner makes everyone accepts your communication. This is the communication effective. But gentle questions, raising a question in the middle, you just put the press bus officially, formally, informally, wherever, whatever, and whatever not places. Be very worthy in approaching everyone and manage the respect model. This all as a profession you could have learned. But we are again missing our human life. That's what our previous delegate, our coordinator, Dr. Vaindra was saying, we are all learned of our technologies and knowledge and profession. We lost our movement. We don't know what we are. We ourselves do not know what I am, Ravi. Myself, Ravi doesn't know, and I keep talking about my HR friend all the way across. Then Ravi is lost. HR is not. I want to say Ravi is the first, then the profession. Let's not fall into our profession all the way across and we behave like an IT man. I would always like to behave because of the current trend of IT, current trend of the financial securities, and I am well achiever. So whatever I say is the right. Keep aside the profession. Profession does not reach you in the middle of the night. You must have the good sleep. Every common man should first have the right sleep. Minimum 5 to 6 or 6 to 8 hours. Sleep is very important for every common human. So your profession does not reach over here. Okay, emotional embarrassments. We are carrying too much of embarrassment to the emotions of today. We don't understand others' emotions. We only talk everywhere our manager is still said. We always talk, don't go into postmortem. We always say it's our prime time to earn money making. We all talk like this. Everywhere. You go to any boardroom. I go to the boardroom of doing dialogues, communication, conversation. Don't go to postmortem. You create the story of today. You create all the topic of today and you make all mistakes. Next day, don't go to postmortem. Again and again, you keep saying postmortem, don't get it. But you make created mistakes, either wantedly or unwantedly you got it. Wantedly you did either way, whatever way. But we say, keep talking all mistakes, error, committing of blunders, you do it. Next day, don't go to postmortem. What is called postmortem? So very careful. When you get in, try to be very acceptable, understood. Later you do mistakes, yes, consider the previous time, go with it. Have emotion awareness, make others sensibly understand, and you have your own thought. The other one has got the present thought. As my pictures talks about it, have a look at the picture, will make you more clear understanding. The sun arrives over there, but the earth is, there's no thundering on. These are the steps. But there are clear interprets. This is very important. Just have a reading quickly. Excuse me for but ways to interrupt someone. How to go in sudden question raising. These are the common slides which I want to tell you, and wherever I will give you a little explain. While you communicate your interest of need at that particular juncture, you should have the clear approach. Do you mind? I would like to talk about of your context. So you should get in a very proper, very sensible way of approaching while you try to either interrogate or clarify or not accepting the statement what you see. Be careful while you talk, even interrogate other or making mistake identifying on other. Need to be very carefully because each perception differs, each persuasion differs, each personality matters. Many aspects are making changing the mind to mind. So communication effectiveness is quite important. But we always talk about emotional intelligence. Emotional, we always have in our mind because of our traditional methodology, families, social, ecology, anthropology areas, many more. But the emotion is somewhere disappears. The emotion is quite important. We all reaching money today. Join a person who is working in a company 5 years in a place. 5 years is working in a place. Next day he was asked to leave job because of the retrenchment. Because of the retrenchment, he was asked to leave a job. The circular has come. Next day he entered into office to understand why, what happened. While he was trying to approach the door of the gate, his entry glass door, his identity card is not working. His identity card is not working. 5 years he was carrying an identity card. It is not working now. He was shocked. He knows that he is leaving the job, but his ID card stopped. It was not striking to his mind that card was not working for him, but his ID card is barred. The employee is already supposed to leave. This is the way of communication you are carrying in HR system, big company models, big large multinational companies, either in India, either not in India. All the industries have become machineries. They have become machines. We are just a bag of full of flesh and bones and waters and blood sheds within our body. Nothing else we considered as. As you carry a vehicle, the vehicle carries all machineries, assemblies, units, electricity, wires. Similarly, our body carries the bag of flesh, bones, and bloody of red blood. Any moment is as simple as we are considered as a machine for every world of industry of today, and any moment they do not want out, so they want to cut the identity card also here. This is the way of our living lifestyle have become. Positive thinking, this current scenario, we all need to not to neglect. We need to learn stage by stage by stage by stage, by experience of our life living, the bitterness, sweetness, happiness, sorrowness, tragedy, turmoil, everything. We need to keep ourselves more positive. I know, I understand. Keeping the positive, we all can keep on talking about it. Don't worry. Let the negative run within our mind. Let the negative run within our mind. It is a operandi. It is a model of the human design. The plus and the minus is supposed to be together. Allow, respect the negative running within your mind. Let it go. Then pull along. Decide. Take the positive. Every day you can't just be a positive man. At the same time, you need to be little careful while you run into negative. Otherwise, let the negative run in your mind. Don't worry about it. It's all going to change. Unless until you practice the positive in the best way over a period of time, the neglect of the negativity will always arrive. And over a period of time, your negativity will reduce. Unless until, no, all the time, all be a big man, good man, good man, good man. It doesn't mean that the good man, the Mahatma Gandhi lived in his life of many fronts which were very poor. His life when he was at the age of 8, 10, all that. He passed on many of these situations. Finally, he became the truth of it. The Moment of Truth book, if you read it, he will give all his nonsenses, whatever he come across, he did himself. The Moment of Truth, the truth, the experiment of truth of Mahatma Gandhi is written on his own while he was in jail. Mahatma Gandhi spent around more than 18 years in jail, in prison. Nehru resided 17 years in the prison of his entire life. The Nehru is a richest man and traditional principle. And he lived with his spouse, his wife, only for 16 years of his whole entire life. Balance around 18 years he spent in the prison life, in the British. Many more of these eminent personalities of the India lived in prison, and they have written good number of books. Discovery of India, the Nehru has written Communication, The experiment of truth of the Mahatma Gandhi is all need to be read by all the participants of today here. Please make a note of it. How this communication brought to us today, and we are having the joy of the pride of the experiment of the freedom. It all came from the people who suffered a lot, large in their own life, personal life. I want to give you a communication. Our gate failed. I want to finish it in by next 10 minutes. I hope so. So I want to show on video how the communication still bad in ourselves. Sir, I'm sharing a video. Dr. Ravindra, is the video visible? Dr. Ravindra, sir, video visible?
Yes, please continue.
Audio is clear? Yes.
You have to increase the volume level or share computer audio.
Very short clip I was showing you, which makes how the communication failed. I hope you could see the dialogue speeches, though they were talking both in well manner, but the train got delayed for 1 hour, still they were not even talking each other. So this is the kind of communication we all are passing through in our social life of today. Though we each other help at a certain point of time, and the moment the truth of the moment of our convenience, the moment of help has come, again we go back to our own pavilion, not talking each other. Even the train is about to come 1 hour late. This is what the communication fails. We don't talk. We only all the time watching our social network of internet. The person was saying, I have a 4,800 likes in my Facebook. He said, I have 4,800 likes. The boy was, how many of them you know by name? or by just personally happen to talk to either any at any point of time. Wherever, over the social network, Facebook, LinkedIn. Either they want to show you in the LinkedIn, I'm next to next job, I'm in this position. Just want to share it. The other shares it. But nobody knows each other for the past 20 years. Nobody is even spoken to each other, not even able to interact at any given time. But they just want to up their biodata in LinkedIn or just giving a like in the Facebook, thumbs up, clapping, or join us in the WhatsApps. At last, nobody knows no one. All machines, no. Only WhatsApp and the WhatsApp social media network is working, strengthening, and the WhatsApp is given to you free. On what ground of reasons it was given to you to communicate in the total run of your life? It's behind there are biggest stories which can be spoken in the different later. Okay. Please understand, any of the websites, any of the WhatsApp, and any of the social media is given to you free, and you are accessing it plenty like like an app. It costs. It is sucking your own life. On what ground it is sucking out and making a money out of it? We don't know anything about it. We feel that we are very much happy because we have money in the palm of hand. That's it. Okay, I'm completing it quickly now. Eye-to-eye contact is very important in effective communication. Speaking clearly, very brief, short, crisp, clear, very important. Okay. This is a comment. Anybody while talking today, they talk either seniors or juniors or to their parents, fathers, mothers, sisters, anybody in the middle, they pick the mobile phone call. And the maker is, they stop the one opposite to you, stop, I want to talk over phone. They give a voice call message rather than the physical speakers in front of you. And that too have the mannerism very pathetic. So be careful while you pick the phone calls. Make them gentle request that I want to attend this important call. Please wait. We need to show the best handful approach on this. Otherwise, it shows your personality fail. Many of the people I could see on the road, on road, off road, bus, train, driving, everywhere they pick the phone. A car moves on the road, suddenly jerk. I could easily notice that the man was picking the phone. A car slightly jerks, I could say, yes, he's picking the phone call. Not even started talking, just picking the instrument itself. I could easily understand, observe it. He's picking the phone call, right. This is happening. The vehicle slightly moves. Four-wheeler car. We could feel it. The one who is little thorough in his driving practice. I have experienced it. Okay. Hospitality is very important. We have a person. The one who is clear in his vision is going to talk to him. He should be very careful. So we need to maintain the smile, empathy, respect, value, inform, care, and engage. This is the word I would rather call it by word of service. Means smile, empathy, respect, values, inform, care, and engage. But okay. Coming to the Bharatiya, Subramani Bharati, as of today, Dr. Ravindra asked me to talk about the important personalities. The Bharatiya, living the present and shape the future. Do not be casting lingering looks to the distant past, for the past has passed away, never again to return. This makes large sense of understanding. Distant past. We all talk about the current trend of today and run behind every press clip, news, information. We all just talk about it for 10 days, 10 days, or 1 year. Again, we forget and go to the next, ignoring everything. Ignoring everything. We go to the next to future, and finally we call it postmortem. Don't go to postmortem. Here he mentioned is a distant past. The past is never going to return. Right. And I want to talk about the biography of Subramanya Bharatiya over here and communicate it very quickly over here. Okay. Subramanya Bharatiya, let me tell you in a quick general way of my own knowledge, which I am having it. He is the one freedom fighter and social reformer from Tamil Nadu. He is called as a Mahakavi Bharati and loved it. He is a quick man, very fast reacting man, talks in the biggest way and gives the best poem, the best poem, the poem which makes the entire Tamil Nadu gets into the fire. He was the editor of his own newspaper called Sudesi Mitra. He is considered one of the best Indian greatest poets. He knows 32 languages. He knows 32 languages. He speaks more than 8 languages. So, very quick. Because he studied from the English studies. His father was forced him to the education, very, very strict. Though he was not happy with the education of our English, attend English. He was not happy with it. But as a son, certain age time, he was studying. He knows 7 speaking languages. He was born in 1882, a village called Ettapuram in Tirunelveli, I know. Childhood name was called Subbaya, later gone into Bharatiya, and he himself returned himself as a Mahakavi. Father is Iyer community. Brahmins come from nearest Chennai, Mylapore. At the age of 7, he started writing a poem in Tamil. At the age of 11, he learned, praise him for his great knowledge and skills. In 11th age of his, established his credentials in the poem to those time the dynasty of Pondicherry. He is a very eminent person. Scholars have contested in several debates without a previous notice of preparation or any preparation. He reads Russia news, he reads German news, and next day he talks about it for minimum 30-40 minutes. World got shocked, especially Gandhi himself got shocked the way the Bharatiya speaks in Tamil. His education knowledge is such, and the vocabulary and the communication in Tamil extraordinarily superb. The poem comes on his paper, Sudesi Mitra, the Tamil Nadu gets fire. And he was suddenly searched by British because this flow of language writing makes people unrest. The independence starts raising up. So he was a Ettapuram Subbaya's under. He was named as a Bharati. Later he was referred as a Bharatiya. This is all in mind over a period of time. In 1897, Bharati was 15. He got married and his wife, and his life was very, very poor, and money making was not even thought about. All the time he goes Pondicherry, Chennai, and all the life trying to become an underground man, avoiding the British impression. Otherwise, his life was in such a drastic, he moved across state to state within Pondicherry and Tamil Nadu. And tremendous change of his personality made the entire Tamil Nadu was all the time, he is the first impressed man for national independence from Tamil Nadu. And the way he wears turban like a Sardar, the way he has got the mustache on his face was well done within the Brahmin community. Brahmin does not do that. Brahmin always expect to be a very sacred thread bearing all the time, talking about poet Veda. And he himself written Pata, Mahabharatam, Bharatiya, Mahabharatiya, Panjapan book. Many is written Bharatiya, Kambaramaya, Bharatiya, Purana. He himself was interrogating on various Bhagavad Gitas, Gita Upanishad, Gita Purana, Ramayana, Panchapandav books. He has written many books of his own. I have got numbers of it, and all the way whenever I feel very, somewhat a depressed mode, I take the Bharatiya book and keep reading loudly the way of his, he used to talk. 1921. Well, significantly, I want to talk about Bharati. Is classifiable as short, lyrical. His songs are everywhere, is being used in every cinema industry. Keep us in cinema, but his poems are nobody can touch and imagine about it. And he was a great journalist, and he was running his own print, Swadeshi Mitran, in 1904 year, and later, and 1906, he got arrested somewhere in the places, and he was more motto behind of slogans of French Revolution, equality and fraternity among, and Tamil Nadu journalism development, all he was coming across this period. And he worked in various presses, and he was publishing the news again, one more India magazine, and he was the British imperial in Bharati. In Pondicherry, he lived over, and he was a school teacher also in Pondicherry. And during this time in Pondicherry, he was in the independence movement, Arvindo, Lajpat Rai, V.V.S. Iyer, and many more, and against, and he was in asylum in French Pondicherry. The most profitable years, Bharati's life, were 10 years he spent in Pondicherry. Many of the French Revolution, he was the key reason for everything. And Madras, his life, all were gone through, and he moved over to place on various grounds of reason, and he was spending on press and poems, meeting various patriotism meeting, and on the beach of the Chennai, he spoken more than 7-8 times, and the crowd was thundering those times. Anybody sees the French always, the British were always keeping eye on him in case of he comes publicly, suddenly arrives and talks on the stages in Marina Beach in Chennai. And his communication is brought in this way, the big slogan will arrive. That way he talks all time. He is a biggest social reformer. He was very against the Dalit and the sacred and many more things. And he used to go in a very common man and eat food wherever. He doesn't know the religion, community, anything. He lives with everybody. He lives within a common pan model. And he against with the child marriage, dowries, gender equalities, women emancipations, and remarriage, widow, is all he was challenging about to take up things. All these kind were happening and happened close, and he met Gandhi for hardly 3 minutes in his personal life. Hardly 3 minutes, he was inviting him. When Gandhiji was here in 1930, 1930, it seems. He invited Mahatma Gandhi when he was happened to be in India and asked to join in the beach meeting. Due to Gandhi's preoccupied commitment, he was not able to attend the meeting. He said goodbye, bye, and I will see you sometime soon. So let me go to the meeting. I would like to seek you again next time, meeting you and call you for one more meeting in Marina Beach at Chennai. Anyway, he passed off later at the age of 45 on very short lifespan. Okay, this is all the communication of our Bharati's life. Mahakavi Bharati from Tamil Nadu I represent of today, and completing my slides next quickly in hardly 1 minute. When you talk, be careful, avoid filler words. Like, well, you know, these words are commonly we use it in our languages. Every time, be careful and listen your own speeches, conversations. Try avoid these words all the way across in your conversation, right? Communication. It makes senseless at certain point of time. I'm not saying all the time, but certain point of time. Completing my call, professional life, personal life, we all call it by managing, trying to manage. Sometimes we fail, sometimes we pass, sometimes we are unable to withstand our own community of life living, and sometimes we again pass through. It's a cloud passing on clouds like one day rain, the next day summer. Similar to it, we have to accept our lifestyle of going at the main final moment. We need to be very consciously understand what we do mistakes. The mistake is important for making our own corrections. A man who lived with always all the time in his life is the best, is the best, is the best. I don't think it's going to make you learning of anything unless until understand, experienced it and experimented this whole truth of even ugliness. I'm not recommending you to learn ugliness or mistakes. If you put your words, thought, mind, communicating process in the initial of at this age of today, even wherever, whatever age, take it essentially in a better sense so you can reduce unless until you practice. Let's try to live like a man, human being and well-being, not necessary as a machine model. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Thanks, Dr. Ravindra, allowing me to give my own thought of mine, because today the importance is the Bharatiya. While I was talking about, I can share more about him and even read some few of his Tamil languages. Keep aside. Why do I say this? Communication was quite important. People like us, especially, I'm in the fraternity and the streamline of HR means human resources, and the communication essentially is quite important. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra. All the best, sir. Dr. Ravindra. Hello.
Yeah, Ravichandranji.
Yes.
So there are. You can close the screen sharing.
Yeah, I'm going to close it.
Yeah, so quickly fill up the feedback form. For session 5. Actually, we have, okay. Yeah, feedback form for session 5 has been raised. Quickly fill up the feedback form. We have 5 minutes. In the meanwhile, after filling up the feedback form, you can ask your queries, observations. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
There's no voice, is it? Sometimes.
Hi, sir. Actually, you said about Bharatiya, is that lot of reformation in the women?
Exactly.
And everyone told why women are in the kitchen and they're doing housework. He was the main reformer who brought in a women into education and the mainstream. Because one of my friend is Tamil literature, she'll be telling about this Bharatiya stories and poets. And when I went to Chennai for conference also, the first prayer song was that Bharatiya poetry. So he has done a lot for women, sir, in the field of women, upliftment of women. And your presentation was really good, sir. Very informative.
Thank you.
All the
Thank you,
best,
Mary.
sir. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's been really wonderful presentation. You spoke about Bharatiya Garu and also the importance of the effective communications and the pros and cons of the communication. It's been a really very informative session, sir. Even I
Thank you.
learned many things from this. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. In the middle, you are missing your voice, is it so? On the video or where, what you are missing? Communication, no voice you have written and no. Sir, there is
Now, sir.
no, you said no voice. So we need to be carefully checked about it. You have
Oh,
written a comment, sir, no voice. Maybe on the video clip, is it?
sir, not now. That is regarding the video clip.
Yeah, it was missing. I didn't notice how it is missing. If somebody could have alerted me, I could have made it carefully. If it's necessary, I can run it once a day. But it's a very good important. People does not communicate even after getting a help each other. This is what the communication was talking about. It was a very small clip about communication, how it's getting failed. That's the clip I was showing.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session by Virendra Kumarji. Actually, communication is a very important aspect, communication is not just speaking, not just listening, not just talking.
It's also quite listening. Listening is a very important communication.
No, what I mean to say is just listening doesn't make the whole part of communication.
Correct, correct. One of the key importance, that's what I said.
Without listening, you will not learn anything. First thing is you have to be a very good listener to be anything in your life. Because listening is what the first step of learning. Without learning, without listening, you will not learn anything. First, see, when you are born, you listen You listen to your mother, you listen to your father, or you listen to doctor or nurse. So the first thing, we are always in the urge of speaking, not listening.
I'm just listening, not speaking.
So
Yes,
we
yeah.
have to be a very good listener in first place, then we can speak. So only when we know something we can speak, na? Otherwise, if we don't listen, we don't learn. And we don't
Well,
learn, we cannot speak anything. That is a problem. Many are good, not good speakers, because they do not listen in the very first. So they do not learn from it. And what they will speak, that is a problem. Not only every one of us, in classes, we don't listen to classes properly. Then how do we, reproduce them? How do we reproduce them in exams or later on in the field or when we are doing jobs? So listening is very important. That is very first step. First, you have to listen carefully and you have to wait for the feedback. Feedback is very important. And, we should not assume that when we are communicating, other person is receiving. We should also ensure through different channels whether that my communication is reaching that person or not. That is very important. We cannot keep assuming that I have said something, so I cannot assume that it has reached you. I need to confirm whether it has reached me or not. And I cannot go keep on asking same thing, have you heard me, have you heard me, have you heard me, have you heard me? That is not communication. So when I didn't receive any response, I should adopt other method, other channel. Say suppose, if I don't receive any response, maybe on this platform, let's take here only because we are in a platform. If someone calls me, if I don't respond, maybe I didn't hear to the communication. Maybe I'm on another call. Maybe I'm attending to something else, which is very important at this point of time. So what is the alternative method? You can text me, you can call me and confirm whether I'm able to receive it or not. That is actual communication. Communication actually happens. It's not just you keep on the same platform and keep calling. It will not serve any purpose because we are not confirming, we are not assuring whether the communication has really reached that other part or not. It is very important to communicate, and we should know whether our communication has reached and whether it has reached as intended. That's why we always keep asking, what did you understand? Because we want to confirm whether the message we want to confirm is being or has been understood the same way we wanted to convey it. Otherwise, we convey something and the other person understands or comprehends in it in other way, then the problem will be miscommunicating. Actually, most of us are not good communicators. We communicate. Everyone communicates. For that matter, birds communicate, animals communicate, insects also communicate. But, the kind of communication, we should communicate properly. That is most important. And there is a right time also, right procedure also, right channel, right medium, right kind of message, right kind of language, symbols that needs to be used in the communication. Otherwise, what will happen? We communicate something, other person communicate something, and other person will understand something, or other person will communicate something, we understand something. Most of the misunderstandings happen because of our inability to communicate effectively. Because I am a journalist, I am a media professional. So I did my mass command journalism also. So I know what is importance of communication, how to communicate, what are different models of communication. And it is very important that we cannot be isolate ourselves and say only one-way communication. If we don't take and we don't confirm whether the message which we have communicated, whether reached the other person or not, so it is our inability. It is our inability to communicate effectively. And when we do not get a response, or when we do not get a response as intended, then what we have to do, we have to move on, shift on to other channel, other ways, other modes of communication, and try to get the feedback. And even in spite of that, if you are not able to establish any communication or feedback, then there is a possibility of our communication not reaching the other end. It may be any sender trying to communicate to receiver. Then the sender has to confirm if he is trying with one medium, one channel, then if he is not getting response, the sender is not getting a response or feedback, sender cannot assume that, the response I have said it and the receiver had received it. Sender cannot assume that. Sender has to confirm that whether the message has been received by the receiver or not through the feedback mechanism. If that feedback should be also in a timely manner. You cannot wait for years together or months together, decades together to wait. Simply, most of the miscommunication happens here only. We do not properly communicate, or we do not communicate effectively. We do not communicate as intended. We just leave a message, or we just, tell something or inform something without taking proper feedback. Often also we see in messages also, we just send an email or we just send WhatsApp and we forget about it. Most of the time now we are in the age of information flooding, where you get thousands, hundreds of messages, and you open one message and in the group you see 100 messages, and do you think we'll be going through all 100 messages? Only last message is visible, but you will get red notification for all 100 messages, or for different messages or groups. So that doesn't mean that receiver has read and understood all the messages. So in a similar way, in this information age or in this communication age, it is very important to take the feedback. If you are not getting any feedback, then we have to immediately shift to other channel. There is no, wisdom, or there is no, kind of thing sticking onto the same channel and trying to get response. You have to try once or second time or thrice, then we have to move to alternative channel, where, you can see whether the communication, there is some problem with the communication, or there is problem with the channel, or whether there is a problem with the message itself, or whether there is a problem in the way that message is conveyed, or there is a problem, like we call it as noise. Noise can be different kinds of noise. Noise doesn't mean just something, coming in between. It can be physical noise, physical disturbance, technical, or it can be psychological noise, where I am in a different mood, you are in a different mood, and we are trying to communicate, and we understand, I understand something, you understand something, or it can be cultural noise, or it can be religious noise, where we don't understand each other religion. And sometimes it happens, we don't know whether what is that. Sometimes some other people keep mourning and we say happy festival. We don't know actually what is that, whether it is a festival or it is a it is birthday or death day, because we don't understand the cultural context. So we think, okay, this is some holiday for them, religious holiday, or it's a public holiday. So we in a hurry to, greet them. We say happy birthday and then say, no, today someone has expired. So we are commemorating, we are paying respects to them. So this is all our, cultural noises, religious noises. So there are different noises in between, technical noise, physical noise, or psychological noises, cultural noises, religious noises, all those different things that come as part of it. So as an effective communicator, when I say I am an effective communicator, I need to ensure that I am properly communicating. I'm using certain protocols, certain standards, certain procedures, or certain standard operating procedures, and I have to ensure that I have to take feedback whether that person whether it received it, and if received, whether it is received as I wanted to convey it. So then only the communication becomes complete. Nowadays, we communicate for the sake of informing. So not for the sake of sustaining communication. That is a major problem in communication. So very good session. So it is also has thrown very good insights into communication. It is very important to practice also. These all things we cannot assume, especially in this information age and with the technology age. We don't know what technology is offering to all of us. And it is very much, important to learn about different effective ways of communication. And we have seen the communication, the oral communication or the verbal communication is just 15%. And whatever happens, most of the communication, that is 75% to 85% of the communication, whatever happens is non-verbal communication. It is how we communicate through ourselves, our body, our gestures, our tone, our pitch. All these are very important. So it is very important to learn communication. It is very effective. People who are successful are not because of their knowledge, or not because of wisdom, or not because of anything else, because they are very good communicators. Today, we are talking about many social reformers, social activists, social workers. They were successful only because they were able to communicate to the masses effectively. All these social reformers were very good communicators, very effective communicators. They communicated many times. The same message was said number of times, and they ensured that, it was many times misunderstood. It was many times misinterpreted, but still they continued their efforts to convey, and they presented also in different ways so that people can understand. This is what listening is actually. If we don't listen back to the person, or if we don't listen what other person is communicating, or how the feedback is, then we will lose the opportunity for learning, and again we will not communicate effectively. That is why feedback is very important. Whether it is good or bad, that is secondary. But feedback is very important, not only for the sessions, but when we are talking also to someone, when we are speaking to someone, it is very important that we take feedback from them. Then we can have it, we can have an effective communication. We come to know whether that communication has effectively reached them and has been served its purpose. Otherwise, we can move on to alternative communication. So with this, it was very good session. We need to learn how to communicate and effectively communicate. Communication, we all do in one way or the other, but we don't effectively communicate. So effective communication is very important for success. It is with good communication get good networks, good circles. So thank you, Ravichandranji, for joining us and sharing your valuable insights on this communication. And it is very important, especially for everyone, to be a good listener and to be a good, effective communicator. So quickly fill up the feedback form before feedback form is still active. Okay, Virendra Kumar ji.
Yes, sir, I am connected. Yes, sir.
So we have with us Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji from Govind Vallabh Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology, and he is assistant professor in computer science department, and he is also an advocate and RTA resource person. And sir would be presenting on social work bill, which was recently introduced to bring, social work council. So over to you, sir. You can start your audio, video, and presentation.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm starting my video. Yes. Okay. I'm also sharing my screen. Yes. Well, so today I'll make presentation on National Council of Social Work, Education and Practice Bill 2021. Initially, the bill was first drafted in 2020 and it was circulated by the government. Then it was redrafted with an expert group, with some experts from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Now the question is, social work is so far not considered as a professional course. We have MSW courses, people are doing post-graduation in social work, and there is no separate council for that. Do we need a national council for that or not? We already have University Grants Commission. We also have council for many professions like Bar Council, Medical Council, Dental Council, Nursing Council, and say Pharmaceutical Council, Architectural Council. As far as the education and practice both are concerned, do we need a special council for that? Actually, it was a demand from social workers themselves, because of which this bill has been drafted, and it has been then redrafted in 2021. Earlier also there have been some 4 different attempts when the bill was drafted. So we shall see first of all the introduction. It's a small bill, although my presentation is long, because some other things also I have included related to this history of this bill. So there are 29 sections in 6 chapters. It is not an act of parliament. It is not yet passed. It is not a law, but it is a proposal. It is a bill that is likely to become into an act once it is passed, and then it will have legal force. So we can discuss about the pros and cons, some flaws, some doubts regarding the bill. So we shall see these things in detail. So I'll start with the introduction. Since the Vedic days, social work practice in India is associated with voluntarism, charity, and religion. As far as the regulation is concerned, there was no attempt to regulate it. And whether if there is now a council, is there a need to regulate it? That is also a question. But as professional discipline, it started in the year 1936 with the establishment of Sir Dorabji Tata Graduate School of Social Work, now known as Tata Institute of Social Sciences, TISS, followed by many schools of social work were established. Slowly, other institutions were established thereafter in various parts of India. At present, there are more than 500 schools of social work in India. And they have been imparting this MSW course. Even there are departments of social work. Earlier, it started from sociology, but now there are separate departments of social work and even that is apart from sociology or social sciences. So there are more than 500 schools of social work in as far as higher education is concerned. But even after more than 8 decades of social work education, the social work profession is struggling to get its professional legitimacy. As per one of the UGC circulars for the postgraduate scholarship for professional courses has clearly mentioned that Master of Social Work MSW is coming under non-professional courses. So the first issue is whether MSW is a non-professional course or whether it is to be considered a professional course now. Social work educators and various professional social work associations have been demanding since long for the establishment of social work council. There is a separate council apart from say UGC and say other like other professional courses have councils. In 1993, some group of social work professionals initiated social work council bill but failed to succeed. Again in 2018, due to voluntary efforts of few NGOs and social work educators, the National Council of Professional Social Work Practitioners bill came into picture. Now there are two aspects. One is the education, that is master's degree, or say even say MPhil or PhD. Another one is practice, because for as far as practice is concerned, so Bar Council and Medical Council even regulate the professions. So here we are talking about both education as well as practice. The proposed bill called as National Council for Social Work Education Bill 2021 that aims to enhance quality and ensure standards in social work education, including its linkages with practice, knowledge, and ethical conduct, and to create national registers of accredited social work education institutions and programs. That is the purpose of the bill. The bill has been prepared with a working group of professional social workers at their own level. The bill has been divided into 6 chapters with 29 sections. So it's a small bill, but we shall see this in detail. As proposed in the bill, it will operate from New Delhi with its 6 zonal councils, that is for North, West, Central, East, Northeast, and South. These have been given in the second schedule to the bill, and there are also different states and union territories which are say they are in all the 6 zones of India. The council will lay down the procedure of registration of social work professionals at national level and at state level, just like we have say doctors and lawyers. As far as the engineering profession is concerned, we don't have say compulsory registration for engineers as yet in India. The main aim of the bill is to bring constructive changes in the social work education and practice and maintain a standardized social work syllabus and to practice across the country. It aims to strengthen the quality of education from local level to national level. The council also aims to streamline the syllabi, fieldwork practice, and evaluations, minimum requirement of teaching faculty and infrastructure for the institute. That is to prescribe the standards, just like the AICTE prescribed for the technical education. Because most of the educational institutes, we also have National Council for Teachers Education, that is for NCT, for B.Ed. M.Ed courses also we have separate council. Because most of the educational institutes are providing social work education without the required trained faculty as per the UGC norms. There are lots of variations in regard to social work curriculum, field work training across the schools of social work in India. In master's courses, MSW courses, there is also field work training that the students are supposed to complete. The bill talks of lots of initiatives, but in fact, the bill has been prepared on the basis of Euro-American models. There is also one of the criticism against the bill, that is whether we need there's a renewal of registration after 10 years or so. So the bill is a long pending demand by the social work academicians and practitioners, but the bill has some major flaws in some of the sections that needs to be looked into. It's still at discussion stage. It's a bill. It has not yet been presented, nor it has been say passed. So let us see about this. For more than a century, social work is an internationally recognized practice-based profession. Academic courses leading to a graduate and or postgraduate degree have been offered by colleges and universities in more than 145 countries. That is a bachelor as well as master level. Today in India, there are more than 500 social work education institutions. MAW is one of the most popular courses as far as social work and sociology disciplines are concerned. Affiliated to universities and colleges spread across the states and union territories of the country. It is estimated that there are around 500,000 professional social workers, that is 5 lakh approximately, working in a wide range of fields covering from education, health to social development. In the process of working with the poor and socially excluded social workers and change agents, collaborate with government and welfare functionaries, doctors, mental health professionals, community development workers, corporates, and civil society organizations. Many of them have been doing it voluntarily and for charitable and religious purposes also. For such an important profession, a regulatory body for enhancing the quality of standards in social work education, that is SHWE in India, has been a long-awaited goal. So I shall discuss about the history and preparation of the long-pending National Council of Social Work (NCSW) draft bills 2020 and second draft is 2021, and aim to correct some misperceptions distorting the understanding of the bills in the public domain. So we shall see the latest draft, that is the modified draft, the second draft 2021. That has not yet been circulated, but draft of 2020 was circulated by the government. Draft of 2021 is prepared by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. On July 14, 2020, a meeting of social work educators was created by the Social Sector Division of the National Institution for Transforming India, that is NITI Aayog, earlier it was known as Planning Commission of India, where the need for a National Council for a non-constitutional commission, where the need for a National Council for Professional Social Work was discussed. With the interest generated by the NITI Aayog's meeting, a group of few senior social work educators felt that it is time to work for a council of social work to improve the standards of the profession to meet the national needs during the difficult transition that the country is currently going through. This is written by one of the members of the drafting committee from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. A voluntary working group, I have named all these sources in my references. A voluntary working group was formed by roping in members who had worked for the NCSW bill earlier at one time or another. The framing of the National Council for Social Work, that is NCSW, is aimed at setting minimum standards, formulating a curriculum framework, developing code of ethics, and put in place a documentation and registration process. The Council will also take up other processes such as mapping human power resources in social work practice, promotion of research, assisting in policy formulation, and updating the knowledge and skills of the professional. That is, these are the two main goals, that is education and practice. That's why the bill is named like that. The goal was to draft a bill and after nationwide consultation, revise the draft, submit the copy to the government and lobby for its passing as an act. This is, we can say, an example of citizen prepared bill. The bill was prepared in two stages. A first version, the National Council for Social Work, Education and Practice Draft Bill 2020 was prepared based on the previous versions of the bill and was placed for public discussion in November 2020. Now, by end of December 2020, feedback was received from across India through webinars and virtual meetings organized in collaboration with 15 professional social work associations, because COVID pandemic was going on at that time. 15 institutions of social work education distributed according to zones as South 14, North 4, West 9, East 1, Central 1, and Northeast 1, and NGO, research scholars, students, and individual feedback from around 30 plus senior social work educators. The current draft of the bill, a second version titled the National Council for Social Work Education Draft Bill 2021, is an outcome of the incorporation of the feedback thus received, which we shall discuss in detail. In most of these webinars, educators and practitioners from all over India participated through the location of the organization who organized the webinar was considered to fix the zonal category, and accordingly 6 zones have been found. These are given in Schedule 2 of the proposed bill. This is a landmark bill for a professional council, which is based on the widest possible directions discussion held compared to the previous social work council bills. However, as the draft bill was discussed and debated during November and December 2020, some major misperceptions came forward. That is a wrong or incorrect understanding or interpretation about the NCSW Education and Practice Draft Bill 2020. So we shall see these misconceptions also in detail. At one point of time, they were in fact side-tracking a genuine discussion on the bill. Keeping this in mind, 10 major misconceptions have been identified centered around the functions and focus of the bill from the feedback we received and from the press and council media. It will be helpful to put the clarifications in the report. Now let us see these misconceptions one by one. First is the drafting of National Council of Social Work Bills 2020 and 21 a Niti Aayog initiative. That is the National Institution for Transforming India. So this bill is neither driven by the government nor by the Niti Aayog as pursued by some. In fact, the idea of establishing a National Council for Social Work Education in India is not new. The first, that is 1965, and second, 1980, University Grants Commission, UGC review committees mooted the idea that there should be a separate council for this. In 1993, the then Secretary of the Ministry of Welfare, now Social Justice and Empowerment, constituted a working group which prepared a draft bill and submitted. So this was drafted by the working group first. In 1994, this bill was widely circulated by the ICISWEISWREEEHWDFSD2022 and the feedback was sent to the ministry. And in 1995, the Ministry of Welfare referred the bill to the Ministry of Human Resource Development (MHRD) because education and practice both are involved. The MHRD in turn referred it to the UGC, which consulted its panel on social work education. And to cut the long story short, the draft bill had gone the rounds between the Ministry of HRD and UGC and ended up somewhere, despite the efforts put in by Professor Amrut Desai, then chairperson UGC, in 1995. Second is, who asked this group to prepare the draft bill, and what is the correct connection between this exercise and Niti Aayog meeting on 14 July 2020? So the Niti Aayog meeting on 14 July prompted a group to initiate this exercise in the hope that they can draft a bill with the consensus of the wider social work community, because there are representation of many professional social workers, so that it will be helpful if the government decides to take the bill forward to make it an act. It was thought that it's time for a council for social work to enhance the quality of social work education in India. So this is a voluntary effort. So the preamble of the bill reads, it is a bill to provide for the constitution of the National Council of Social Work, Education and Practice to regulate quality, autonomy, flexibility and innovation in social work education and in social work practice, so as to meet the goals of social welfare and sustainable development in India with inclusion of marginalized and vulnerable groups, and to create national registers of accredited social work education programs and recognize professional social workers, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be enacted by the Parliament in the 74th year of the Republic of India. This was the preamble of the older bill. There is the first draft. There is 2020. Now we come to the other misconceptions and clarifications, and then we start with the 2021 bill. So some individuals have also raised a question that unless it is initiated by a concerned ministry or department, it would not be legally or constitutionally valid. As citizens of India, we have right of expression and right to freedom of association, among other rights. This is mentioned in Article 19 of the Constitution. So can the citizens initiate a bill? So therefore, a concerned group of people can come together, prepare a document, and after adequate process, submit the same to the government for its consideration. So of course, it is left to the government to accept it or reject it, because ultimately it has been passed by the Parliament. So in fact, there were many initiatives that began from the public to become legislation. So earlier, we have example of this Right to Information RTI Act 2005, even Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee, that is Manrega Act. These are two such examples that were initiated by citizens and then they become acts of Parliament. Third question is, how was the draft bill on a National Council for Social Work Education Practice 2020 prepared? So the working group, especially the drafting committee, consulted besides other relevant documents the following initiatives taken in the past in the direction. That is National Council of Professional Social Work in India Bill 1993. This was the first draft. Second was National Council of Professional Social Work in India Bill 2007. Bill for the Maharashtra Council for Professional Social Work 2015 at state level, and then the National Council of Professional Social Work Practitioners Bill 2018. So this is actually the sixth draft. So after a series of consultations among themselves, drafting and redrafting, the working group arrived as a draft bill 2020, and it was put to wider public consultation. And contrary to some people's opinions, this draft has been widely discussed and commented upon. I have already provided the details of consultation on the bill. So there was an expert group of around 30, say, eminent personalities that have drafted this bill. And after 2020, that was the fifth draft. This is the sixth draft that we shall discuss in this, which was not made public earlier. The draft bill Tata issued of social sciences has communicated it to the government. The draft bill criminalizes the voluntary social workers of those working in the development sector at the grassroots level but do not have a degree in social work. This is a misconception. So this seems to be one of the major misunderstandings that clouded the judgment of many well-meaning development practitioners and educators in wrongly interpreting the implications of the provisions of the draft bill. We shall see there is a chapter, just 2 sections that prescribe the provide for the penalties in this act. It's a known fact that India's development practice space is vast and diverse. In fact, we can distinguish 3 types of practitioners in the welfare and development sector. They are: first, the non-social work voluntary practitioners who occupy a predominant space which encompasses the work from Gandhiji to the contemporary development practitioners who can be engineers, entrepreneurs, architects, economists, journalists, etc., who out of their passion for the cause join the sector. This space also includes a new cadre of development practitioners who have degrees from development studies or other similar disciplines. That means we can call them those who don't have MSW degree or they come from other fields. Second, social work development practitioners who have a degree in social work, that is MSW, and may mostly identify themselves with the first category for a variety of reasons. And third is social work practitioners who have a degree in social work and are employed in specific programmatic positions across the various social work practice settings, such as, for example, in child protection context, in family counseling centers, in special cells, and so on. That is, those who are in say government or private practice or are employed people. These are the practicing practitioners, we may say. So both versions of the bills, that is 2020 and 2021, do not have anything to do with the first 2 types of practitioners or their practice context. They cover only the last category of practitioners and social work educators. Thus, the proposed council will neither threaten the interest or employment opportunities of the development practitioners working with the welfare and development sectors, nor undermine their significant contribution. That means voluntary work will go on continuing voluntarily. In fact, historically, the profession of social work recognizes and values the contributions made by all those voluntary workers to these fields, and professional social workers have been working in collaboration with them in significant ways in the development sector. So they will not be affected. Further, the latest version of the bill 2021 makes the registration with the council voluntary. Even the registration is voluntary. Only when professional social workers wish to associate with the activities of the council, they need registration status. And of course, there will be some advantages. That's why the council will register them. So next is question is, according to the draft bill, what is the place of distance mode of education in social work education? Now, situation has changed after corona pandemic, after 2019, as we know. The working group understood the complexity of the issue of distance mode in social work education. There was a strong feedback from the partners about the challenges involved in promoting distance education mode in social work education, where field work and direct supervision were key controversies besides other issues. At the same time, we cannot deny the existence of social work programs in distance mode in the country with field practicum and direct supervision arrangements in some places. A standard for this mode of education, if it stands the test of time, are essential. An expert panel was suggested in the bill to look into these challenges, that is to look into this issue of distance education. 6 is the draft bill leans more towards social work education to the neglect of the practice. Why? Actually, bill deals with both education as well as practice. So working group felt that social work education being the foundation on which the standards of practice and practice effectiveness depend, the aspect of education should be given emphasis in the bill. While I agree to all the other arguments regarding the importance of practice, I submit that social work practice space is neither well organized nor documented. It is given by an expert from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. The working group received a very helpful feedback on this aspect, and accordingly, the title of the second version of the bill and the content were revised. However, the representation to practitioners in the council structure and their involvement and participation in other aspects are maintained with appropriate balance. Thus, the focus of the bill is now explicitly on quality enhancement in social work education while retaining its linkages with practice. So it focuses on both. Why the proportional council more dependent on government instead of being independent and autonomous? So we have 2 options currently. First, the council can be a non-profit body, raise its own resources, and be independent and autonomous. So in the US, the Council for Social Work Education, CSW, is one such point. The CSW, through its initiatives, advances quality of social work education in the US and also acts as an accrediting agency. Secondly, we may opt for a state-supported, legally constituted council such as Bar Council of India or National Commission for Allied and Healthcare Professions Bill 2020. as we see on the UGC website, such an action will result in the creation of a council by the government. And from a pragmatic point of view, for a country like India with a great deal of diversity and scarcity of resources, the working group came to the conclusion that the second option is advisable. Moreover, that means it shall be a government-supported council. Moreover, we have similar bodies in existence to legalize, to regulate the standards in other professions. That means all the other councils are statutory councils, and they are government councils. That means working under some ministry or the department. Further, it may not always be justifiable to argue, as some of our colleagues did, that government-initiated council would act as a handmaiden of the state. That means it will lack the needed autonomy. That was one viewpoint. With strong leadership of the at the council level and at a receptive government, the council can bring important changes in the standards of social work education. It is the fact that state is a reality and we need to work with it. That means it can't work without government support. I believe in using the resources and structure of the state, but continue critically engaging with the state when needed. Next question is there a convergence between the draft bill and the new education policy NEP 2020? Because it came around almost same time. NEP came in July. So the NEP 2020 document approved by the Union Cabinet of India on 29 July 2020 was carefully examined while drafting the bill, and some of the important changes recommended by the NEP 2020 were kept in mind. Since education is largely a state subject and its institutional, although as per constitution it is in the constitutional concurrent list, but largely it's considered a state subject and its institutional structures differ from state to state. The implementation of NEP 2020 will need to be gradual. The central government has laid down now this NEP 2020 framework. It was stated that NEP will be implemented in a phased manner from 2021-22. So it has already started since last year. While some changes can be brought up quickly and some may need time, for instance, setting up of the National Research Foundation, NRF, as suggested by NEP 2020, can be taken up quickly as it falls under the union government. Keeping this in view, the group adhered to the current system such as UGC and its recognition of degrees while drafting the bill. UGC gives the nomenclature of degrees also. The draft bill is based on a Western model, Eurocentric, and does not take Indian values into account. So this is an important issue. The main objection is because of need of renewal after 10 years. Also, this is the professional social work organization. This is an important issue and needs a separate discussion to deal with the assumptions and challenges put forward by a particular section among professional social workers. Due to paucity of space, it is not that the group is unaware of the dangers of Western lens influencing the definitions and concepts in social work. So there is a European model. Since the inception of social work education in India, there have been initiatives and efforts to make it more and more relevant in India and its diverse socio-economic and cultural context. So we can mention the work of Ms. Gauri Rani Banerjee, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and Professor S.H. Pathak, Delhi School of Social Work in this context. So, several young authors are also working on the theme of drawing concepts from India's knowledge systems relevant for social work. There were prolonged discussions within the group, and the approach we have taken was more in convergence with what Indian knowledge systems has to enrich the professional underpinnings of social work. The Western lens has demonized many of our well-meaning systems and values such as family, community, cultural practice, and certain collective arrangements. So there are fears whether this Eurocentric model will succeed in India or not, or whether it will demolish this family, community, cultural practice, and other collective arrangement systems in India. And lastly, do we need a council for social work profession in India? The most important question, because we have been doing this without this council since last 75 years after independence. So what is the need of this council? So a lot has been said on this theme. Social work education in India faces a number of deficits. Prominent among them are commercialization of social work education and mushrooming of colleges with mediocre faculty and training, that is lack of standardization, lack of awareness about professional social work in important employment sectors, low salaries, and the need for more context relevant and indigenized knowledge base. What difference would a council make to the profession? Well, foremost would be to enhance and regulate the quality of the existing programs, create a national register of social workers. That means it will give recognition to them, and more importantly, to provide direction to the profession, act as a think tank for impacting relevant policies, and develop indigenous knowledge for the profession, thereby create a future workforce of efficient and effective professional social workers to contribute to the national development and well-being. This is the some of the replies to major misconceptions and clarifications given by experts of Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Now, the working group plans to send the revised draft to the Ministry of Education, Niti Aayog, and other relevant bodies for its processing. A plan of action to mobilize social work community and those who sympathize with our cause, and steps will be taken to lobby with the government will be prepared. So the lobbying efforts are still going on with the government. Even the groups and individuals who oppose the draft bill prepared by the working group have been saying that a council is needed urgently to set things right as far as provision of social work in India is concerned. That is a good signal. What we need to do now is come together by setting the differences aside, work on the draft further, and lobby for it to become an act. So let us keep the flame burning till we reach our goal, that the National Council for Social Work gets established. Now, there have been some flaws that are pointed in this say draft. First is appointment of chairperson, section 3D. As per the bill, the chairperson should have a doctoral degree in social work. That restricted other qualified professionals. We have already seen that there are 3 important categories from these social work professionals come. They've completed their doctoral degree from other departments like IITs and NITs or from other institutes, but they are working their whole life as a social work educator, as stated in section 2D. As per the VGC norms, a candidate having master degree and UGC, that is NET, JRF, or SLET, state level eligibility test, national eligibility test, or junior research fellow, its social work is eligible for an assistant professor in the university. Besides that, there are also social workers who have made significant contribution without having social work degree. So the chairperson should be a person who have made outstanding contribution in the field of social work and rural development. This is one view. Another flaw that was pointed out was expert panels, that is section 10D. One honorary expert panel should be formed exclusively for identifying, developing, promoting indigenous or Indian social work literatures. However, the panel members must be drawn from diverse backgrounds, namely sociology, psychology, social work, rural development, who have made significant contribution towards developing indigenous literature. So though the social work curriculum in India is mostly borrowed from European and American social work literature, the bill should highlight in its objectives the need for decolonization, indigenization, and Indianization of social work education. That means this, because these are our focal points of this NEP, National Education Policy 2020 also. Another flaw is pointed out in renewal of the registration of social work educators, that is section 16E. So social work educators will renew their membership after 10 years or every 10 years. There are some objections to this. The point is not clear and it is not necessary. It will create a confusion among the educators. Even for the other social work professionals, it may not be feasible to renew in every 10 years. The point should be restructured and for consideration. The European practice of licensing should not be promoted in Indian context, as India has a rich history of social work practice based on philanthropy, spirituality, volunteerism, and social service, and there is wide social cultural variation between India and the European countries. And as stated in the bill, all committees should follow gender balance, but there is no clear representation from other minorities groups like scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, other backward classes, and Divyang section. There are no provisions for that in this bill. Specialized fields of professional work, that is section 18B. The bill has focused on different specialized fields on social work. It should also add Vedic social work, spiritual social work, Indic social work as specialized fields of study. And regarding the development minimum standards of social work education stated in section 12 is not clear and rather focus on regarding the recruitment, qualification, physical infrastructure, and manpower and workload of the faculty. So the bill should provide a clear-cut guidelines on the intake strength of students for the institutions, universities, colleges based on their manpower to avoid the corruption by the private bodies. Maybe some of the provision may be formed in say rules or regulations. For that, actually this bill does not make any provision for rules or regulations. Besides that, the council should also focus on professionalization, evidence-based practice, strength-based practice, as well as to promote Indic wisdom, thoughts, and experiences. Now we come to the preamble. So whereas for more than a century now, social work has been an internationally recognized multidisciplinary profession where social workers are trained through social work education based on a scientific body of knowledge, professional ethics, and skills of working with people and systems. Considering that the need for training of social workers was realized in India by Social Service League as early as in 1923, professional social work education in India was launched in 1936 and today comprises more than 500 social work education programs. Recognizing that social work profession in India has played an important role in preventing and addressing the age-old and emerging social problems, upholding the fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy, that is our part 3 and part 4 of the Constitution of India, and achieving social welfare and sustainable development goals through social policies and programs and people-driven grassroots level interventions. Now, these SDGs have to be achieved by all the countries by say 2030. So, acknowledging that social work profession in India has made significant progress towards indigenization in the Indian social, economic, and cultural context by way of curriculum development, relevant practice, and development of literature. So, bearing in mind that in the absence of a national statutory body for social work education and practice, there are several concerns with the quality of social work education and practice in India. The government has decided, the government of India has decided to set up a National Council of Social Work Education and Practice, NCSW in short, to regulate quality, autonomy, flexibility, and innovation in social work education and practice by an act of legislation. So the NCSW aims at the following objects. This was first published in 2020 by the Modi government. Formulate a curriculum framework and standard for social work education in India, including specific standards for open and distance learning programs, and use them for accreditation and registration of social work education programs in India. Secondly, develop a code of ethics, just like it is there for all practicing professionals, for and promote and regulate ethical practices in professional social workers, that is educators and practitioners working in India. Third, to carry out recognition and registration of names of those who have obtained social work qualifications from accredited social work educational programs. That is to maintain a national register like we have in case of Bar Council and Medical Council. Map and plan for the need, even though we have pharmaceutical council, architecture council, dental council, nursing council, many such councils are there, statutory council. Map and plan for the needs of human resources for professional social work at different levels and in different fields in India. And promote research, documentation, and dissemination of indigenous literature on and for social work education and practice. And carry out policy analysis and contribute to policy formulation related to social welfare and sustainable development, and sponsor continuing education programs, workshops, and seminars for professional social workers for updating their knowledge, attitudes, and skills. That is KSA factors, we call them, for social work education and practice. Knowledge, skills, and attitude, we also call them as a quality of the head, quality of the hand, and quality of the heart. So the knowledge, skills, and attitude development for social professional social workers in order to make them say a complete integrated human beings. Now we see the structure of this act. Chapter 1 has got 2 sections, the act and definitions. Chapter 2 has constitution and composition of the council, so establishment of the council, terms of office and condition of service of members, disqualification, vacation of office by members, pay and allowances, meetings, appointment of full-time staff, and expert panels and committees. Section 10 provides for expert panels. Chapter 3 is functions and powers of the council. This was a shorter chapter in the previous bill, that is 2020, but here we are considering the 2021, that is the modified second draft, or we may call it 6th draft since independence. So professional functions and power, development of minimum standards for social work education institutions, formulation of curriculum framework for social work education programs, accreditation of social work education institutions and programs, development of code of ethics for professional social workers, registration of professional social workers, human resource planning for professional social work, specialized fields of professional social work, continuing educational and capacity building programs, social work research, knowledge development, dissemination, retrieval and utilization, professional social work information center, collaboration and partnerships. The word professional here means it will not apply to voluntary social work. So there will not be any ban on voluntary social work. That will continue. Here we are only talking of professional and say recognition, professional recognition. Then chapter 4 is administrative functions and powers of the council. So administrative functions and powers, appeals and grievance redressal, council fund and budget, accounts and audit. Then we have chapter 5, offences and penalties. So offences and penalties for institutions, offences and penalties for individuals. And last one is miscellaneous. So these are the 6 chapters, 29 sections. There are 2 annexes to it, background, rationale and objects, and another 2 list of zones and states in India. Now we come to the detailed provisions one by one. This act shall be called the National Council of Social Work Education Act, and the year whenever it gets passed. It shall have its headquarters in New Delhi, and its functions shall extend to the whole of India. It shall be supported by 6 zonal councils, one for each of the 6 zones of India: North, West, Central, East, Northeast, and South. And it shall come into force on such date as the Government of India may, by notification in the official gazette, establish. Now the definitions. So in this act, unless the context otherwise requires, accredited social work education institution and program means the social work education institution and program is defined in R and is accredited by the council. Chairperson means the chairperson of the council. Continuing social work education programs are defined as training programs that aim at reflecting and updating knowledge, values, and skills of professional social workers after they obtain their degrees in social work. That is called continuing social work education program. Council means National Council of Social Work Education, constituted under Chapter 2, Section 3 of this Act. Field practicum is a compulsory component of social work education programs which comprises experiential application of knowledge, values, and skills learned in the classroom through a field placement supervised by professional social workers. That is the field practice that is essential as a part of their curriculum, as defined in N. Member means all the members of the council and includes chairperson, vice chairperson, and honorary members. National Register of Professional Social Workers is the National Register of Professional Social Workers as defined in N and developed and maintained by the council. National Register of Social Work Educational Institutions and Programs means the National Register of Social Work Education Institutions and Programs as defined in R and is developed and maintained by the council. That means there will be one register of professional social workers, another will be of institutions and programs. That is university, departments, colleges, etc. Paraprofessional social work qualification comprises pre-bachelor certificate or diploma in social work obtained from an accredited social work education institution. So besides the degrees or the master's degree, there shall be say pre-bachelor certificate or diplomas in social work also. Professional social work is an internationally recognized academic discipline and practice-based profession based on knowledge, methods, and skills of working with people and systems. It is built on the foundation of values and ethics of human dignity, sensitivity to structural realities, and respect for diversity. It promotes social justice and social development, guided by the Indian Constitution and by India's commitment to the international human rights law. Professional social work contributes to community and social development through rights-based universal provision for basic needs and adopts culture-sensitive, strength-based, gender-sensitive, collaborative, and participatory approaches to facilitate empowerment and inclusion of the socially excluded groups for achieving social justice. Professional social workers also carry out policy analysis and program development, conduct capacity building programs, initiate and manage civil society organizations, implement interventions at the micro, meso, and macro levels, and carry out their monitoring and evaluation. So this is the definition of professional social work as per 2J. Professional Social Work Association is a voluntary and registered association of one social work education institution as per definition R, or professional social workers as defined in N, or 3 social work educators as defined in plus T at the state, national, and international level, or members of specialized fields of social work. The professional social work practitioner means a professional social worker as defined in N who practices social work though through many ways, including grassroots emergency intervention, organization management, practice-based research, and or constitution for developing policies and programs. And professional social work qualification means a bachelor's or a master's degree in social work, that is BSW or MSW, obtained from an accredited social work education institution as defined in A. Professional social worker means a person who holds a professional social work qualification, that is recognized degree as defined in M, and includes professional social work educators and professional social work practitioners. So educators are their say teachers, faculty members, and the practitioners that is who have already been in practice. And registered professional social worker means a professional social worker as defined in N, registered with the council. Rules means rules made under this act. Secretary means the secretary appointed under this act as a non-member executive head of the staff. Social work education institution comprises faculty, schools, school, college, center, or department offering social work education programs as defined in universities or colleges recognized by the UGC. So this is defined definition of education institution here. Social work education programs refer to the social work education programs offered at the bachelor's, master's, and doctoral levels. So we have said this will be at bachelor's, master's, and doctoral levels, as well as at diploma level, as we have seen earlier. So this professional social work qualification, this is called para-professional. So para-professionals are diploma, and professional is say degrees, that is graduate, postgraduate, and doctoral. Then social work educator means a professional social worker as defined in A who is employed by or retired from an accredited social work education institution as defined in A for teaching, fieldwork supervision, field action project, research guidance, and or any other academic activity. And vice chairperson is the vice chairperson of the council. A zonal council for social work education. It's a zonal council set up by the National Council in each of the 6 zones of India as per the classification of Government of India to support the National Council functions at the zonal level. All zonal councils will include a director, deputy director, and members. So these are the definitions. Now we come to chapter 2, that is constitution and composition of the council. So establishment of the council. Constitution of the council is clause A. With effect from such date as the Government of India may notify, there shall be constituted for the purpose of this act a council to be called the National Council of Social Work Education. The council shall be a body corporate by the aforesaid name having perpetual succession and a common seal with competence subject to the provisions of this act to acquire, hire, hold, and dispose of property, both movable and immovable, for the purpose of carrying out the functions of the council. The council shall comprise of a full-time chairperson, full-time vice chairperson, and honorary members comprising 2 professional social workers from each of the 6 zones of the country, 1 for professional social work associations, and ex officio government representatives. The Government of India shall, by notification in the official gazette, make rules to carry out the functions of the council. First such committee and selection of the first council members. So for the first selection committee, the Ministry of Education, Government of India shall invite nominations from professional social work associations and institutions of social work education run by colleges and universities accredited by National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, with A or B plus grade. The ministry shall then constitute the first search committee for the formation of the council, chaired by head or former head of a social work education institution, not below the rank of professor, from a NAC accredited college or university with A or B plus grade. The first search committee shall comprise 2 additional eminent professional social workers, including at least 1 senior professional social work practitioner and a nominee of the Ministry of Education. The search committee members shall have at least 20 years of experience and a gender balance. The first search committee shall invite nominations for the chairperson, vice chairperson, and the honorary members of the council from professional social work associations and institutions of social work education from colleges and universities accredited by NAC with A or B plus grade. The first such committee shall make selection of the members based on gender balance, a balance of educators and practitioners and zonal representation. They will send the list to the Ministry of Education for appointment to the council. And subsequent search committees and selection of the chairperson and vice chairperson. So 3 months prior to completion of the term of the first council and thereafter, the Ministry of Education shall invite nominations for the subsequent search committees from the outgoing members of the council, professional social work associations, and accredited institutions of social work education. The new search committee shall select the new chairperson and vice chairperson and recommend to the Ministry of Education for appointment. The criteria for selection and appointment of chairperson and vice chairperson. So the chairperson shall be an eminent social work educator, qualified with a doctoral degree in social work, working or retired as a professor, not above the age of 65, with a minimum of 20 years experience. He or she should have made a significant contribution to social work education, knowledge development, social policy, and or social work practice, and should have had administrative experience as head of a department, college, university program of social work. The vice chairperson shall be an eminent professional social work practitioner, not above the age of 65, who shall have field-based work experience for at least 20 years, demonstrated innovations in practice, influenced social policies and programs, carried out capacity building programs, conducted research and or has publications related to her or his practice area, and should have had administrative experience as head of the institution. The office of the chairperson and vice chairperson shall be occupied by a person of either sex, but either of the office shall be held by a woman. That is, one of them should be woman, either the chairperson or the vice chairperson. Duties of the chairperson and vice chairperson. The chairperson shall act as the official head of the council and serve as ex officio on all honorary expert panels. That is section 10. We shall see it. The vice chairperson shall carry out the responsibilities delegated by the chairperson, perform the duties of the chairperson in the absence of the chairperson, act as the convener of the committee for appeals and grievance redressal, and serve as ex officio on select honorary expert panels. Then selection and appointment of honorary members of the council. The council shall comprise the following honorary members. From the second council onwards, the chairperson shall invite the elected directors, social work educators, and deputy directors, social work practitioners from each of the 6 zonal councils to be the 12 zonal honorary members of the council. One representative from a national network of professional social work associations or the national level professional social work associations on rotation. So these shall be the 13 members, 12 the zonal members and one representative. Then 4 ex officio members not below the rank of additional secretary to represent the Government of India, Ministry of Education, Niti Aayog, the University Grants Commission, and the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. So these shall be 4 ex officio members. Not less than 4 ex officio members, not below the rank of additional secretary, from among the cognate ministries of the Government of India, such as Social Justice and Empowerment, Women and Child Development, Labor and Employment, Rural Development, Tribal Affairs, Minority Affairs, Youth Affairs and Sports, Home Affairs, Health and Family Welfare, Housing and Urban Affairs, Environment, Forests and Climate Change, and Corporate Affairs. Then the terms of office. So all the members of the council shall hold office in the appointed positions only for one term of 5 years, or until he or she attains the age of 70 years, unless he or she becomes disqualified for continuing as such under the rules that shall be framed under this bill. The ex officio members of the council shall hold office for a term of 5 years, or until they attain the age of 70 years, or until they hold office if ex officio. That means if they demit the office, they will cease to be members of the council as well. Then reappointment. So no member shall be reappointed for a second term for the same position. A member who has held office as an honorary member shall be eligible for reappointment as chairperson or vice chairperson for only one additional term based on the criteria laid down. This is just like in case of public service commissions OMSS. A person who has held office as a vice chairperson shall be eligible for reappointment as chairperson if the age limit permits based on the criteria laid down. The filling of vacancy. The vacancy of the council due to illness, death, or disqualification shall be filled in accordance with the criteria relevant for the respective position. The persons appointed shall be a member only for the remainder of the term, that means not for the full term, for which the member in whose place he or she was appointed would have held that office. The section 5 is disqualification. So under this act, a member of the council shall be disqualified to continue as a member if she or he is or has been convicted for any criminal offence under any law, is or becomes of unsound mind, or is declared incompetent by a court, if a professional social worker has not been registered or has been deregistered as a professional social worker, is absent without reasonable excuse for 2 or 3 consecutive meetings of the council, an ex officio member has been transferred or removed or dismissed from the service of the respective ministry. Then pay and allowances. So the council shall implement the Government of India rules for the following: salary and allowances for the chairperson, vice chairperson, and the full-time staff, including the secretary, on par with the other professional councils, like say bar council, medical council, like that. Honorarium for attendance of members at meetings of the council and its expert panels and committees, and the conditions of reimbursement for travel allowance and other exigencies, that is TADA bill and say honorarium. Then meeting. The council shall meet at least 4 times a year and shall observe the procedure with regard to the transaction of business at its meeting, including the quorum as prescribed by the rules. The chairperson, and in the absence of the chairperson, the vice chairperson shall preside at the meetings of the council. The chairperson and vice chairperson, if for any reason are unable to attend the meeting of the council, the members present at the meeting shall select a member from amongst themselves to chair the meeting as a pro temp chairperson. That is only for that particular session. All the decisions which come up before any meeting of the council shall be decided by consensus or by majority vote of the members present and eligible for voting. Then full-time staff. So under the staff, the council shall, subject to such rules as be made by in this behalf, appoint the following full-time paid staff who shall be considered government employees and follow the rules applicable to government employees. That is secretary of the council. The secretary shall be a professional social worker with adequate experience in administrative or organizational management. The secretary shall hold office for a term of 5 years with possibility of reappointment on the decision of the council. The secretary shall be executive head of the staff. The secretary shall function in accordance with the rules laid down by the council and as delegated by the chairperson from time to time. The secretary shall, under the direction of the chairperson, be the legal entity to represent the council in all legal matters like signing contracts, etc. Implement the decisions of the council with respect to the policies, programs, and schemes. Take responsibility to carry out such duties as those relating to the procedures, minutes, and records of the meetings of the council as shall be prescribed by the rules. A minimum of 5 professional social workers with expertise and experience as per requirements of the major professional functions to be carried out by the council, qualified with a doctoral degree in social work and minimally working at the professional at the associate professor's level. A librarian, an editorial assistant, and a desktop publishing operator to manage the social work information center of the council, appropriate administrative staff, and other requisite staff as and when required. Then establishment and functions of zonal councils. So within 4 years of its establishment, the National Council shall appoint returning officers for each zone of India to conduct elections to constitute the first 6 zonal councils for social work education. For each zonal council, this is just like we have zonal council in case of AICT, All India Council for Technical Education. For each zonal council, elections shall be held for a director, deputy director, and 2 members from each state and union territories UTs of the zone for a 5-year term. These shall have equal members of educators and practitioners and gender balance. Registration with the National Council is the basic criteria for the nominations to the zonal council as well as to be voters for the election. The director shall be a senior social work educator with a doctoral degree from an accredited institution of social work education, working or retired as a professor. The deputy director shall be a senior professional social work practitioner with minimally a master's degree in social work and at least 8 years of experience in the field. The office of the zonal council shall be in the institution where the director or deputy director is employed. The director and the deputy director of each zonal council shall represent the respective zone at the national council as honorary members. The zonal council shall support the following functions of the national council in the region, that is, coordinate with the national council for mapping and planning for the need for human resources for social work at different levels and in different fields and review it every 5 years. Conduct continuing education programs for professional social workers in the region, that is, for practicing professionals, for updating their knowledge, attitudes, and skills for social work education and practice. Promote social work knowledge development, dissemination, and retrieval to guide social work education and practice in the region. It may include development of zonal social service history, zonal literature, and professional social work, and translation of selected books of social work in zonal languages. Establish a zonal social work information center comprising books and journals on social work published in the region. Carry out policy analysis and contribute to policy formulation related to social justice and social development in the states on the respective of the respective zone. And develop field action projects of social work practice in the zone with reference to innovative interventions, disaster intervention, development of need-based projects, advocacy, etc. Create awareness among and update the institutions of social work education in the zone on the activities of the National Council. Advocate for accreditation of social work education programs in the zone and registration of professional social workers. They develop partnerships with the cognate government, academic, civil society, and international organizations in the zone and advocate for recognition and visibility of social work profession in social justice and social development policies and programs in the zone. Carry out any other professional function that the zonal councils deem appropriate for maintaining quality in social work education in the region under the guidance of the National Council. The zonal council shall submit an annual plan and budget for the activities in the region for approval to the National Council in the previous year. The zonal council can also raise funds for activities undertaken beyond those sponsored by the National Council through the state governments and non-government sources. So that was the role of 6 zonal councils. Then the expert panels. So under this act, the council shall constitute expert panel for its major professional functions as follows. Expert panel shall be appointed for a term of 5 years. Each panel shall minimally consist of 5 members and a maximum of 7 members. No member shall be reappointed for a second term. The council shall appoint a convener for each expert panel. The panel shall comprise registered professional social workers, that is, educators and practitioners, known for their expertise and experience in the respective field based on gender balance, zonal representation, and representation from socially excluded communities. Experts from other fields may also be invited as special invitees as and when considered necessary. And each expert panel shall invite suggestions on the plan of work as well as the draft report from the accredited social work education institutions and registered professional social workers. Each expert panel shall also hold consultations with relevant partners from those listed in section 22. The panel shall then submit their reports to the council for discussion and approval. The council shall constitute the following honorary expert panels. Expert panel for minimum standards of social work education institutions. Expert panel for curricular framework across levels of social work programs. Expert panel for standards of online, open and distance modes for social work education. Expert panel for continuing education for professional social workers. Expert panel for code of ethics for professional social workers. And expert panel for social work research, knowledge development, dissemination, retrieval and utilization. Expert panel for human resource planning for social work. Expert panel for analysis and advocacy for social policies, laws and related programs. Expert panel for development of field action projects. Expert panel for specialized fields of professional social work. And expert panel on linkage of the council with the new education policy, that is NEP 2020, and any other expert panel that the council may decide to constitute to carry out its professional functions. That completes chapter 2. Just a minute, I'm taking pause for a minute. Now we come to chapter 3, that is professional functions and powers of the council. So section 11 gives professional functions and powers. Under this act, the council shall carry out the following professional functions. That is, develop a perspective plan for quality enhancement in professional social work and accordingly prepare 5-year and annual plans and review them. Appoint, determine the composition and task, monitor and review the functioning of the expert panels, formulate minimum standards for social work education institutions that offer social work education programs and review and revise them at least every 5 years as per section 12. Develop a sequential continuum of curriculum framework with multiple entry and exit possibilities, because this is given in NEP 2020 also, across the levels of social work education programs and review it every 5 years as per section 13. Formulate minimum standards for online, open and distance mode of social work education. UEC has already made regulations for these also for all fields at present. Carry out accreditation and registration of social work education institutions and programs every 5 years and maintain a national register of the accredited social work education institutions and programs as per section 14. Develop and implement a code of ethics for professional social workers, that is educators and practitioners, and review it every 5 years as per section 15. Register professional social workers who have obtained social work qualifications from accredited social work education institutions and maintain a national register of recognized professional social workers as per section 16. And make recommendations to the UGC for specification of degrees in social work for purposes of section 22, subsection 3 of the UGC Act 1956. Set up the procedure for reciprocal recognition and equivalence of professional social work qualification with social work education programs in other countries. Certify with equivalency certificate and register professional social workers who studied abroad, that is non-Indian universities, and would like to practice in India. And plan for the need for human resources for social work at different levels and in different fields in India and review it every 5 years as per section 17. Facilitate dialogues, knowledge development and curriculum planning for specialized fields of social work within social work education as per section 19. Sponsor or carry out continuing education programs for professional social workers for updating their knowledge, attitude and skills for social work education and practice as per section 19. Promote social work research, knowledge development, dissemination, retrieval and utilization for indigenization of social work education and practice relevant to India's diverse socio-economic, zonal and cultural context as per section 20, so that it doesn't become a Eurocentric model. Establish a social work information center comprising books and journals on social work published in India and the documents published by the Council as per section 21. Carry out policy analysis and contribute to formulation of social policies, laws and programs for social justice and social development. Develop field action projects of social work practice with reference to innovative interventions, disaster intervention, development of need-based projects, advocacy, etc. And institute awards based on clear criteria as incentives to recognize the academic and professional achievements of educators, advocate for recognition and visibility of social work profession in social justice and social development policies and programs, and safeguard sanctity and interests of social work as a profession, and carry out any other professional functions that the council deems appropriate for maintaining quality in social work education. Then there is section 12, to development of minimum standards of social work education institutions. So under this act, the council shall develop minimum standards of social work education institutions that shall be reviewed and revised at least every 5 years. These standards shall be developed for the following: management, vision and governance of social work institutions, physical infrastructure and resources, process of curriculum development, board of studies and implementation, field practicum arrangements with state and civil society organizations, student matters such as admission, support services, development programs, career counseling and job placement, and alumni database and alumni network or association, social work extension through consultancy, continuing education and field action projects, recruitment, workload, training, appraisal and promotion of social work educators, faculty research and publication, adequate and relevant libraries with book and journal collection on social work. The section 13 is formulation of curriculum framework for social work education programs. So under this act, the council shall formulate a curriculum framework for social work education programs as follows. The council shall develop a sequential continuum of curriculum framework based on graduate attitudes and learning outcomes, that is OBE, object-based outcome-based education, for pre-bachelor certificate and diploma bachelor's, bachelor's honors and master's programs, and integrated 5-year program with provision for multiple entry and multiple exit possibilities, that is bachelor's and master's degree combined. The council shall also develop a curriculum framework for the postmaster certificate and diploma programs and doctoral degree programs in social work. These programs frameworks shall be reviewed and revised every 5 years in the context of the changing social realities. At each level, the curriculum framework shall comprise aims and learning outcomes, common core social work courses, elective courses comprising interdisciplinary social sciences, development studies, and elective social work courses, specializations, concentrations, field practicum, skill labs, social work research projects, credit arrangements of the course or co-curricular seminars, range of relevant methods of teaching, learning, and evaluation, and recommended reading. The curriculum framework shall be flexible to include emerging areas of work and be adopted to meet the differential requirements in the region, state, and local contexts. This function shall include clarifying the aims and structure of social work offered as an elective course or other disciplines and in the Union Public Service Commission examinations. The Council shall explore social work offered as a subject at the higher secondary level and joint degrees of social work with cognate disciplines such as law, health studies, and development studies based on the needs of the field. Then we come to section 14, that is accreditation, that is type of quality certification of social work education institutions and programs. So under this act, the Council shall develop a procedure for accreditation of social work education institutions and programs as follows. Set up accreditation committees comprising 2 social work educators and 1 professional social work practitioner, only one of whom will be from within the respective state of the program. All shall be selected from the registered social workers. Lay down a procedure for self-study, validation of the self-study by the accreditation committee through an on-site visit, and recognition and registration of social work education institutions and programs based on the minimum standards every 5 years, just like NAC is doing at present. They give accreditation for 3 and 5 years. Even NBA, National Board of Accreditation, is there for technical education accreditation. Develop the procedure for approval of new social work education institutions and programs. Set transparent criteria for recognition and registration, provisional recognition, withdrawal of recognition, and deregistration and re-registration of the social work education institutions and programs as per the rules. Certify and maintain a national register of accredited social work education institutions and programs. Lay out a procedure to facilitate improvement of standards of the concerned social work education institution program which does not meet the minimum standards as formulated by the Council. That is to suggest their improvements for them. Acknowledge and disseminate innovations carried out in respective social work education institutions and programs. Then there is section 15, development and code of ethics for professional social workers. So under this act, the Council shall develop a code of ethics for professional social workers comprising the following: values, principles, and pledge, ethical standards to guide the conduct of professional social workers with reference to responsibilities in areas such as the professional service users, individuals and people they work with, practice and field practicum settings, co-workers and employing organizations, social work education, students, research, etc. Promote awareness on how professional social workers can use code of ethics in different situations and how to resolve ethical dilemmas. Develop a procedure for adjudication of ethics-related complaints from service users, employers, co-workers, or students filed against professional social workers registered with the Council. Assessment of whether they have engaged in unethical conduct and carry out deregistration or disciplinary rulings or sanctions based on it. Section 16 is registration of professional social workers. So under this act, registration of professional social workers with the Council is voluntary but required for participation in the Council's activities. So it is made clear here that it is voluntary, that means say philanthropic or charitable other works shall go on as usual. The Council shall develop online as well as manual procedures for registration of professional social workers in India and their renewal every 10 years, as well as for deregistration and re-registration. All those who graduate from accredited social work education institutions programs with the prescribed professional social work qualifications may apply to qualify for registration, that is after obtaining their degrees. The Council shall maintain a national register of recognized and registered professional social workers from accredited social work education institutions that would give them an identification. The Council shall lay down procedures for registration of professional social workers with social work qualifications from outside of India who would like to work in India. For renewal of the registration of social work educators after 10 years, they would have to follow the UGC norms for attending orientation or refresher courses. And acknowledge that disseminate innovations carried out by professional social workers in education and in practice. The Council shall develop transparent criteria and procedures to deregister and re-register professional social workers on any violation of the code of ethics and falsification of the required qualification. The Council shall order that any professional social worker shall be deregistered from the national register based on the criteria laid down. This shall be done after giving the person a reasonable opportunity of being heard. Then we come to section 17, human resource planning for professional social work. Under this act, the council shall undertake planning for social work, human resources, comprising the following: map the need for social work education institutions and programs in India, map the need for professional social work practitioners at different levels and in different fields of practice in all the states and UTs of India, that is manpower planning. Develop role profiles and job descriptions for positions to be filled only by those having professional social work qualifications, and a separate list of the profiles for those positions where social work could be one of the qualifications required. These are mentioned in the recruitment advertisements. Identify existing and or projected social work positions in public and private sector and lay down essential and preferential recruitment qualifications for the same. Advocate with appropriate bodies for ensuring that the positions identified for social workers be filled only by those having professional social work qualifications, as well as those that can be filled by those having professional social work qualifications, among others, so that they get better salary packages. Based on the human resource planning, make recommendations for social work education institutions and programs, social work curriculum planning, and continuing education programs, that is for lifelong learning for professional social workers. Then section 18, specialized fields of professional social work. So under this act, the council shall facilitate dialogues, knowledge development, and curriculum planning for social work specializations or concentrations that are specific fields of social work within social work education offered at the master's level or post-master's level. Examples of social work specializations or concentrations based on target groups are child-centered social work, women-centered social work with the disabled, gerontological social work, Dalit social work, tribal social work, etc. Examples of social work specializations based on systems are family social work, community social work, school social work, medical or health social work, psychiatric social work, correctional social work, environmental social work, industrial social work, etc. I am not MSW, but I have qualified as MA besides my other qualification. Yeah, that is in criminology and criminal justice administration. That is one of the rarest MA degrees in India. It was available only in 6 places when I did that in 2006. So that is Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Lucknow University, Loknath Jayaprakash Narayan Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science, New Delhi, Jammu University, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, and Madras University, Chennai. I did this from Department of Sociology in Lucknow University. Now it has separate Department of Criminology. So it is one of the rarest qualification which is acquired by, say, police professionals, advocates, judges, and those who want to start their NGOs. The council shall identify elective courses from these specializations or concentrations for curriculum planning. The council shall encourage formation of social interest groups of social work educators and practitioners that shall be provided space for discussion, which can be fed back to the expert panel on social work specializations. Then section 19 is continuing education and capacity building program. So under this act, the council shall undertake sponsoring or conducting continuing social work education programs for professional social workers aimed at updating of the knowledge, values, and skills relevant to social work education and practice, comprising the following: that is, plan curriculum for continuing education programs for social work educators and practitioners on development of self-awareness and social work values, approaches and ethics, methodology of social work curriculum development, methodology of teaching learning for social work education, including the online technologies, methodology of fieldwork guidance and field action projects, methodology of management of institutions of social work education, methodology of social work knowledge development and dissemination, methodology of social work practice at micro, meso, and macro levels, methodology of management of civil society organizations, and theories, policies, and integrated practice and specialized fields of social work based on professional and local needs. Conduct capacity building and competency development programs for the social sector in the government and civil society organizations. Encourage use of the facilitation and participatory methods and workshop mode instead of the classroom teaching method for the continuing education programs. Facilitate use of the mobile as well as the online, open, and distance mode for the continuing education programs besides the campus mode. Recently, UGC has published their online and distance education regulations of, in 2020 after the corona pandemic. Section 20 is social work research, knowledge development, dissemination, retrieval, and utilization. So under this Act, the Council shall undertake the promotion of social work research, knowledge development, dissemination, retrieval, and utilization. Some examples are promote documentation of the history of indigenous methods and values of social services in the diverse socio-economic, cultural, and regional context that can be fed into social work knowledge. Promote interdisciplinary knowledge development for social work education and practice. This can be done by critical analysis and synthesis of international and Indian literature on historical and professional social work, applied social sciences, development studies, etc. Promote practice-based research, documentation of practice, development of case studies, and policy analysis in the Indian context. Develop textbooks and e-content for social work teaching and learning. That would be a good avenue for the practice, the teachers also, and faculty members, present as well as future. Promote this as well as for retired people. Promote dissemination of social work literature through publication of peer-reviewed journals and books in English, Hindi, and state languages. Develop and maintain a database of social work education, practice, literature, and professional associations in India. Promote retrieval of social work literature through the Professional Social Work Information Center and libraries in social work institutions, and encourage utilization of updated social work knowledge in course syllabi. The Section 21 is Professional Social Work Information Center. So under this Act, the Council shall develop a Professional Social Work Information Center for dissemination of information on professional social work. It shall collect and archive books and journals on social work published in India in all the Indian languages and articles published on social work in India in international books and journals. Maintain, publish, and disseminate the following and related Council documents and news through a website and print media in English, Hindi, and state languages as necessary. Rules related to the bill, standard for social work education institutions and programs, curriculum framework for different levels of programs of social work education, national register of accredited social work education institutions and programs, and the list of those which are de-recognized and deregistered, code of ethics for professional social workers. So this shall all be maintained with this information center. Procedure for registration of professional social workers, National Register of Registered Professional Social Workers, and a list of those who are deregistered, annual reports and annual statement of accounts, announcements of significant events such as training programs, seminars, etc., planned by the Council, any other relevant data or documents considered important by the Council. Then Section 22 is collaborations and partnerships. So under this Act, the Council shall collaborate as needed in a partnership mode with the following cognate government, academic, civil society, and international organizations at the center as well as at the state and the urban, rural, and tribal local self-government levels for strengthening social work education and practice. The NITI Aayog, that is the National Institution for Transforming India. Earlier it was known as Planning Commission, a non-constitutional commission in India. The University Grants Commission, the National Assessment and Accreditation Council (NAC), and Union Public Service Commission, etc. The Human Rights Commission, National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, Scheduled Caste, National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, National Commission for Backward Classes, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, National Commission for Women, Labour Commission, etc. Now, new labor codes are also likely to be enforced this year. Cognate ministries of Government of India, such as Ministries of Education, Social Justice and Empowerment, Women and Child Development, Labour and Employment, Rural Development, Tribal Affairs, Minority Affairs, Youth Affairs and Sports, Police and the Judicial Systems, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Panchayati Raj, Health and Family Welfare, Housing and Urban Affairs, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Corporate Affairs at Center, State and Jilla Parishad levels. So it will have to collaborate with these ministries. National Council, Institute of Social Defense, National Institute of Public Cooperation and Child Development, Indian Council for Social Welfare, the Central Social Welfare Board, Indian Council of Child Welfare, National Disaster Management Authority (NDMA), Central Mental Health Authority, National Rural Livelihood Mission, etc. And allied disciplines of social sciences, public health and mental health, criminology. I am postgraduate in criminology, development studies, human development, women studies, family studies, Dalit studies, tribal studies, labor studies, disability studies, etc., and development studies centers in India and in other countries. Civil society organizations such as voluntary, non-voluntary organizations, action groups, social movements, cooperatives, and collectives. The cognate UN systems such as Food and Agriculture Organization, International Labour Organization, World Health Organization, United Nations Children's Fund, United Nations Women United Nations Development Program, United Nations Population Fund, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, etc. Cognate councils in India, such as Rehabilitation Council of India, councils of professional social work education in other countries, regional, national, and international professional social work associations. So that was section on collaborations and partnership. That completes chapter 3. Now the last say 7 sections. So chapter 4 is administrative functions and powers of the council. Administrative functions and powers will in order to carry out the above professional functions, the council shall have the following administrative functions subject to the provisions of this act: appoint the full-time staff and conduct their annual performance review and recommend their promotion based on the prescribed criteria; prepare, approve, and review the additional and annual and 5-year budgets; commission periodically the organizational and financial decision-making audits of the council; redress any grievance or appeals from social work education institutions and programs of professional or professional social workers; periodically review and recommend amendments to the act or dissolution of the council if found necessary. Section 24 is appeals and grievance redressal. So under this act, the council shall set up an appeals and grievance redressal mechanism to look at complaints from social work education institutions and programs and professional social workers who apply for accreditation or registration and are not satisfied with the response. An appeals and grievance redressal committee. At present, we have these committees at the UGC level and even at state levels, and even at university levels, at institutional levels. So an appeals and grievance redressal committee shall be set up, comprising 5 members from the honorary members appointed by the chairperson for the purpose. This committee shall be chaired by the vice chairperson. Its term shall be of 3 years. Then section 25 is council fund and budget. So under this act, the Ministry of Education shall, after 2 appropriation made by the Parliament by law in this behalf, make to the council grant for the office, capital and recurring revenue expenditure for establishment and functioning of the council based on the rules. A fund called NCSWE fund shall be constituted for this purpose. The council shall also raise funds from the following sources. That is, fees charged for tasks such as the following: accreditation of social work education institutions and programs every 5 years, registration of professional social workers every 10 years, determining equivalence between programs at state, national, and international levels, continuing education programs, and sale of printed publications, etc. The income of the council shall also include all bequests, donations, etc. made to the council. Bequests are the bills that are made by the dying person. The council shall prepare in such form and at such time each year as shall be prescribed a budget in respect of the next financial year showing the estimated receipts and expenditure, and copies thereof shall be forwarded to the Ministry of Education. Then section 26 is about accounts and audit. So under this act, the council shall maintain appropriate accounts and other relevant records and prepare an annual statement of accounts, including the balance sheet, in accordance with such general directions as may be issued and in such form as may be specified by the Ministry of Education in consultation with the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. So CAG will audit it. The accounts of the council shall be audited annually by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India or any person appointed by him or her in this behalf, and any expenditure incurred by him or her or any person so appointed in connection with such audit shall be payable by the council to the Comptroller and Auditor General of India based on the rules. The council shall prepare every year in such format within such time as be prescribed by the Ministry of Education the annual report, giving a true and full account of its activities during the previous year, and copies thereof shall be forwarded to the Ministry of Education, and that government shall cause the same to be laid before each House of Parliament. The council shall furnish to the Ministry of Education such reports, returns, and other information as that government may require from time to time, and notwithstanding anything contained in the Income Tax Act 1961 or any other law for the time in force relating to tax on income, profit, or gains, the council shall not be liable to pay income tax or any other tax in respect of its income, profits, or gains derived. That means it will have this advantage of being a state body, statutory body. There are 2 sections related to penalties, offences and penalties. Section 21 is offences and penalties for institutions. So it is a non-cognizable offence for a university or college to allow a social work education institution that is not accredited by the council and not entered in the National Register of Social Work Education institution and programs to offer any social work education program. Allow a social work education institution whose name has been removed or deregistered from the National Register of Social Work Education institution and programs to continue to offer a social work education program, offer a social work education program without professionally qualified social work educators as heads or principals or deans, recruit a non-social work educator or post advertise for qualified social work educators. Non-cognizable means we can say non-serious, or maybe technically it means no arrest can be made without warrant from the court. will be a non-cognizable offense. Punishment is not prescribed, but maybe 2 or 3 years, maybe when the final act gets passed. If it comes to the attention of the council that the above offences are committed, the council shall issue a warning to the management of the respective university or college in the first round. Thirdly, there is also a deficiency report to comply with the deficiencies within 3 months or like that. If 1 year after the warning and support, the management of the institution then that commits any of the offences listed above shall be punished with a fine as per the rules, and the subclause C of Rule 27 shall be enforced for 3 years after the council is established. So this is a time period within which the registration and all the other activities shall be completed once it comes into force. Then offences and penalties for individuals are given in section 28. It is a non-cognizable offence for a person to pose as a professional social worker without the required qualifications. The individual who commits this offence shall be penalized as per the rules. That means committing social work is not an offence, but to pose as a professional social worker, because professional has got a special meaning now. In case of complaints against the council, an independent inquiry committee comprising government and professional members, not members of the council, to make investigations and give a report to further action within a time frame based on the rules. And no suit, prosecution, or other legal proceeding shall lie against the government or any member of the council or secretary or any officer or other employee or any other person authorized by the council to perform duties under this act for any less for any loss or damage caused or is likely to be caused by anything which is done in good faith. So this is the protection of good faith as given in some other acts also. So this is the miscellaneous, that is last chapter. Then there are 2 annexes. One is the background, rationale, and objects. The background is given here. Shall we continue or shall we stop, sir? I think I have already taken a lot of time. So this background, rationale, and objects are given in this in the annexer. We have already seen some of this earlier also. Rationale is given here. Then objects are given for this NCISWE for education. These are the lists and zones. So the different states are given in the second schedule. North India, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, and Rajasthan, Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, Delhi, and Chandigarh. West India has Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, and Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu. East India has West Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar, Odisha. Northeast India has Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, and Tripura. Central India has Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh. South India has Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, even Puducherry, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. These are the references from which the material has been taken. B. Devi Prasad is one of the members who was member of voluntary working group for drafting the NCISW bill. He is professor at Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Another one is this article published in the Daily Times by Dr. Chitra Ranjan Subodhi, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Vishnu Mohan Das, Associate Professor, Department of Social Work, Dr. Bhimrao Medical College, University of Delhi. So these are the references. So that completes my presentation. Any questions related to this from any of the participants?
You have very well presented, Virendra Kumarji. Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself. Yeah, PPT will be shared.
Yes, I will send that to you. Yes, sir. By email, I will send this as well as this presentation.
We'll share in group so that you can whoever wants, you can use it. Yeah, anyone has any queries, clarifications, you can feel free.
This is my contact information.
And this bill is also available on NAPSWI website, INSPA website, and even on our conference website also. All the old bills and are also available for download. You can also download these bills as presented. A copy is available. So if there are no further queries, then thank you, Virendra Kumarji. I think we are running out of time.
Yes, yes.
So
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, and thanks to Holistic Health Center, Health Foundation India, and SRICASW for giving me an opportunity to make this presentation. Thanks to all the participants. Thank you very much.
we will move on to last presentation for the day. Thank you, Virendra Kumarji, for joining us and contributing. It was really wonderful session. We wish you all the successes and look forward for more sessions in the future.
Thank you.
Then we have with us, quickly fill up the feedback form. Then we will move on to last session for the day. We have 5 minutes for the feedback. So feedback form for section 6 have been raised. Quickly fill up the feedback form. If you have any queries, you can leave in chat box or you can raise your hand. Quickly fill up the feedback form, friends, so that we can move to our last session. We appreciate every one of you, along with me and other, you are spending whole day. On Sundays, especially those who are regularly attending and presenting. No, it's not that easy to contribute and spare time. So we really appreciate everyone's efforts and express our gratitude to each one of you who are staying since morning till evening and spending entire day. And it's really a great contribution. Is this what we keeps us motivating? Number is not always a criteria, You can have more number, less number. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Today, some of the speakers couldn't connect due to technical problem. They can present tomorrow, or daily we have international webinars from 6 to 8 p.m. And also, you can also present on next Sunday. Because if the theme is related to holistic health or sustainable development and well-being, every week we commemorate. So not an issue. Can present, you can select any week. And if you are a subject expert and you would like to make presentations, you all are welcome. Feel free to approach us, reach out. The contact numbers are available on the website and also in the registration form. This is a wonderful opportunity for everyone to share their knowledge and use this wonderful opportunity. It's our platform, so make best use of it. You'll also develop communication and overcome stage fear and all this. And it will be a very good practice. We see even PhDs, research scholars are struggling to present and read. This is a very good opportunity for everyone. Don't worry about certificate or other things. Opportunity is more important. Getting a platform is more important where you can confidently present, share. We'll be moving to last session. We have with us Nagaraj. He's a visually challenged person. He's also a professional social worker, completed his MSW, and he's presently Assistant Governor for Rotary Club International from Bangalore, and he's also Deputy Manager in State Bank of India. Nagaraj, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Over to you.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Nagaraj, please continue.
Yeah. So good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday, and hope so. Since morning, you are all listening to a lot of eminent speakers sessions, and which is very interesting. As a social workers, it is very essential to update ourselves about whatever the current affairs happening and whatever the previous developments happen, because we are the persons. What we do basically is whatever we learned in the classroom theory knowledge, we are applying it in our field work practically. So as social work is a major reformer's contribution which is there, I think whatever I am going to talk, it might be repeated, but it is, I think, again, a revise for us, I think. One is that social work, before starting, when we look after the concepts of social work, we have social service, that is a charity. So charity begins at home. At home, parents teach the children to help the people, to guide and resolve the issues. And whatever the service we do it without any expectation. So when we look after the services, I attended 2 programs today, one after the other, after my father's operation. One is that today digital banking unit was opened by Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. on behalf of this 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav, they opened 75 digital banking, which provides account opening and digital banking, savings account, current account, everything in the fund transfer, everything in a digital format. And the second program I attended was community social work at Tumkur at Siddhganga Ashrama, where Swamiji, Shri Shivkumar Swamiji was doing all the charities like Annadana, Vidyadhana, so much of contributions he was doing. He did a lot of human service. Under that, they did vocational services, ICGF. That am I audible?
Yes, Nagaraj, please continue.
Yeah. Sorry, I think one phone has come. So I was talking about this general intercity general forum. So it is actually about occasional services, where Vijay Lakshmi Balekundri was a great social reformer who contributed to the heart diseases. So regarding social reformers, I would like to speak that after social service, we changed our concept to social welfare. That is from the government. It is necessary for the, it's a right to help the people who are in need, and we need to help the poor, weaker sections of the society, especially scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, other backward classes, minorities, and everybody. After that, so before that only, we got these social reform movements. Lot of social reform movements made eradication of poverty, eradication of social evils, and superstitious beliefs have been removed. So for that, lot of contributions have been made to bring the changes or replacement of the values and institutions. So basically, if we look after the social reformers, Rajaram Mohan Rai, who abolished sati system and started Brahma Samaj, and Dayananda Saraswati, who started Arya Samaj, and provided education for the women, English education they gave preference. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar also contributed very much for the English education for women and the poor, as well as he started some different movements. And we got Gopal Krishna Gokule, who started Servant India Society, and I think they started Satyashodak Samaj also by one of the reformer. And Swami Vivekananda's contribution is very much enlightening, who actually started Ramakrishna Mission, and he's also started the movement for helping the poor and needy. And where lot of Syed Ahmad Khan, he has also started Muslim League, and they are also contributing to the education of the Islamic society. And like this, lots of social reformers, like even this Annie Besant, who started Theosophical Society and promoted education for the women and men who are very poor and needy. So this way, social reformers' contribution, we need not forget it. We have to be remembered, because of their contribution only. We got 2, 3, 4 changes. One is we got a very good education. Second one is lot of laws and reforms, legislations have been passed. Thirdly, a lot of people got employment. Fourthly, a lot of traditional attitude has been changed, and the Widow Remarriage Act was also passed. So a lot of things have been enhanced for the women. Women's emancipation has come. So this way, through the social reforms, the change has happened to social security schemes have been enhanced to the poor and needy. And then social development has come, like economic, social, political, equality of opportunities, everything came. And we need to remember our constitution also we got, which has provided fundamental rights, directive principles, and fundamental duties. And our constitution preamble speaks that we, the people of India, having resolved to proclaim India into a sovereign, social, secular, economic, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and opportunity, fraternity assuring the individual, and unity of the nation. So this way, the constitution gave all the facilities, all the amendments have been come. So now the government is changing to PPP, that is public-private partnership. Lot of sustainable development is happening. So now a lot of people like poverty has reduced from almost 70% to now around 35 to 30%. So this way our income also improved, and a lot of people getting good education, training skills, everything is improving. So only thing what we have to do is the people, a lot of schemes whatever government has provided, we have to use it and implement to the needs of the people, so that sustainability will happen all around the world. So this way I thank sir for giving me the opportunity, and the organizers, all of you, for giving me the opportunity to present briefly about all the social reform movements. It is actually very enlightening, a very good topic, really very inspirational and motivational topic for us, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaraj.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any questions? You're most welcome to ask anybody.
So friends, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand. You can unmute yourself. Okay, if there are no further queries, then we have come to final part of our conference. So kindly,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions.
Sorry, some disturbance are there. I think in my home, a lot of children are making noise. Sorry
Okay,
for that.
sir, you can unmute. You can mute yourself. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for these wonderful sessions. Basically, we are, having these themes, like whatever it may be, in whatever form it may be. This charity, philanthropy, social service, social work, should be based on their local context, local culture and traditions, which should reflect local cultures and traditions, and at the same time it should be of local flavor and taste and preferences, likes and likings. Then only it is acceptable, and it leads to sustainable development. So first thing is, we need to know why history is important, because we learn many things from it. And not only that, we can utilize our resources in a better manner. Instead of reinventing wheel again, we can use wheels to move further. We have seen, until inventing the wheel, we used a lot of struggles and difficulties in moving, especially in mobility. But after wheels were invented, we had these carts, and we had these, bikes and cars, and now even flights also, for that matter. So we should focus on, we should always learn our history as it is. Distorted history again will not help us to learn the facts, but distorted history will always misguide us, and we'll be more prone to risk as well as vulnerabilities, and we will are more prone to commit mistakes. So when we learn history, as it occurred, without any distortion, we learn many things from it. And from that, we can avoid certain things which, caused misery or damage or loss of life or property or for that matter anything. So we need to always be connected back to our roots, our own cultures and traditions, our own languages. No matter what, for our livelihood, we may learn any language, we may be in any profession, we may be in any practice, or we may have learned any education, but we should never forget our own culture and tradition. We at least, okay, at office, there may be rules and regulations. You may need to follow certain standard operating procedure, but at home, who is stopping you to practice your own culture and traditions? Today, we should not get carried away by the propaganda by media or certain business organizations or vested individuals or, these missionaries or anything like that. They have their own agenda and they will continue to work for their agenda. But what's more important, is to move towards sustainable development, because that is only our future. If the same continues with this magnitude or an accelerated magnitude, then I'm saying humans will soon become extinct. The nature will take its course of action. And many species got extinct because of human beings. And nature will take a course of action to save all the species. Nature will have no option to make human beings extinct. As from the history, we have seen that before human being existed, lot of species existed. We should never forget that. We are part of ecosystem. We are not the ecosystem. Animals, plants are part of the nature, and we came later. We never came first. But today we are acting as supreme, and we are acting detrimental to development, sustainable of all the other ecosystem species on the planet. This is where, we are inviting our own destruction, our own damage, our own loss to human lives. And not only human lives, we are the reason, or we are the root cause for extinction, endangered of various species and climate change and whatnot. What kind of impact it is seeing now? We are seeing small thought process can be, especially we have to be very careful with the innovations and the practices or social reforms or, the kind of innovations or technological adaptations that we take up. Today, we are widely using LED bulbs. Because of that, people are losing sight because of these bright bulbs, LED bulbs. It is saving energy, no doubt about it. But due to this excess bright lighting, people, our eyes get adapted to the variations, light variations. A small example I will tell you, because everyone has experienced, we immediately, when you look at the eyes, at the sun, what will happen? Our eyes, we cannot see the sun unless and until we are used to such bright light. But slowly, gradually, when you start seeing over many times, you can see the red ball blowing, circulating, encircling circle clearly as you are seeing moon. How that is possible? Because our eyes keep adapting to the lighting and environment. Suddenly you go from a light room to a dark room, you cannot see anything. But slowly, when you stay for some seconds. The eyes will get accommodated, adapted to the darkness, and you can see, not clearly though, depending on the lighting conditions. You are able to see through the darkness also. So this is how, when we are adopting certain technologies, we are not considering, we are only considering about human beings. We are not considering about the environment, nature, or the other living beings. There are various microorganisms. Today, all the streets are flooded with LED lamps, and there are a lot of research also, because of there are various species or creatures, for that matter, birds, insects, flies, which thrive in the nights only. Daytime they cannot survive, and night only they thrive, and their survival depends on the night's darkness. But with these floodlights, their survival also has become difficult for them, and many species are becoming extinct now. So it is very important for us to have, yes, I am not saying that we should not have these technological adaptations, but at the same time, we need to have a sensors, right? Where we can, when there is no movement, or at least we need to have a certain sensors developed where there is movement. Now, some sensors are very sensitive. Even when there is a mosquito in the room, automatically the entire systems get activated. So now, thanks to certain, artificial intelligence and machine learning and IoT devices, we are able to come up with good sensors. So we need to have such sensors installed, so that when there is a movement, or of a considerable size or a considerable shape, or which can recognize an animal, huge animal, or an human activity, where the lights can get activated, and the rest of the time, it can stay dark when no one is available, no one using that path, so that these microorganisms or various virus, bacteria, which are helpful for the environment, to which help us, not only us and the nature, to decompose, degrade the matter, and various organic and inorganic matters on the planet. So we should be very careful, especially, and we should consider about the nature. What we have done, we have, encroached all the seas, lakes, rivers, and we have built houses, and we have built industries, and we have built airports and whatnot. And we have, illogically, irrationally, we have constructed these dams and at improper places, or we have rerouted canals. So the natural flow of water got affected. And that is why we see, a lot of earthquakes happening, and, at times dams get damaged, or sometimes the floodgates, dams burst out, because the natural course of flow, the natural pressure, the natural course of rivers, lakes, or water bodies, we have to preserve them. If we really want to use them, then we need to have something like bridges, or we need to have some alternatives where we do not obstruct such flows, and things keep going on, and we can construct something above it. See, wherever there is a need, for expansion, we can go in hand with nature. If there is some natural course of, water flow, what we can do, we can dig up a canal, and we can safeguard it, and based on the past records, we can see what kind of flow, or what is the magnitude of flow, and we can always have the double, always have since 2-3 times, or if possible, if it is not that big, we can have up to 10 times more the space leaving to that, so that even in future also, we do not come in conflict with the nature or the natural stream or natural course of water or anything, even for wild animals. Like especially we have seen this elephant corridor or tiger corridor. These are the like where animals keep moving. We construct roads and we construct railway lines without any proper, where these movement get uh, obstructed, and we see a lot of animals getting in conflicted, and many animals get killed on the roads through accidents or on railway lines. We have seen many elephants also lost their lives on railway tracks. So these can be prevented, with little bit of common sense, but we are more greedy. We don't want to spend some extra rupee because we are not bothered about those, poor animals. They are also souls like us. That is why I said we have the greatest disease and disorder of not looking human being as a human being, not looking animal as a living being, as a soul, equal soul as us. So that is a problem when today we are facing a lot of problems because of we putting ourselves as center human beings and neglecting all the species, plants, environment, ecosystems, and that is causing us, that is causing us to destruction. So we all need to be very careful, especially when we take up some social innovations. We are coming with scientific developments. It is our responsibility. We judicially use it, and also when we are bringing up to masses or to the public, we have to ensure that all these are contributing to holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development. So whatever, with the changing times, we are using different materials, and we are doing different methods, and priorities are changing. But we should not forget that we are just part of 8.4 billion, whatever is 8 plus billion species. Human beings are just one among 8.4 billion species, which have every right for their livelihood, for their living, for their survival, for their existence. We have already, we have become the root cause for extinction, endangered of various species. So with this regard, we have to be very careful, and our reforms or social policy or social, service should direct in such a way that we promote holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development. I would not take much more time because already we have gone ahead of time. And I thank everyone, each one of you, for joining us and being with us. And hope everyone has good takeaways from since morning. And kindly fill up the final feedback form, overall feedback form, and you can share your valuable feedback. So overall feedback form has been raised. You can quickly fill up the feedback form. And thank you once again for joining us. And now I invite Manasa, after filling up the feedback form, you can propose vote of thanks with briefing of all the sessions and happened today since morning. Dear,
Very good evening to one and all. On the occasion of International Conference today, I, Manasa, thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity to propose vote of thanks and also to express my gratitude. First of all, we thank Dr. Ravindra sir, moderator and coordinator, and also his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, for giving us a wonderful opportunity to gain knowledge and also inviting and organizing the sessions in a well extraordinary manner, and also enjoy the insights of international conference today. Without their efforts, this couldn't have been possible. And also, I would like to thank our valuable session speakers of the day today on the international conference. Firstly, Dr. Ravindra sir on the topics like Indian social work and indigenous social work, eminent Indian social workers and reformers, education, employment, environmental health, women disasters, food and sustainable development. And Sir gave us many insightful points from the World Mental Health Day, make it as a global opportunity. And 25% of the population has been gone through affected with the mental health during the pandemic situation, and it has to be valued, promoted and protected. So everyone has equal right to care of the mental health day. And also regarding the International Girl Child, during the pandemic situation, hardly 10 million girls were really went through child marriages before the age of 18, and they suffered like anything. And the shortage of electricity and water, gender gap is growing like anything, and the leadership and potentiality, many more wonderful observations and points. And International Day of Disaster, access to early warning systems and environmental degradation, and also reducing the global disaster and losses, and the uplift of women, especially in rural areas. And 40% of the agricultural laborers were literally doing their work and implementing well in parts of Africa and Asia. By achieving gender equality, empowering women will raise the agriculture production. The equal pay and participation will also improve the things and promote better sustainable development. And the World Food Day, lack of nutrition, lack of food, and lack of healthy diet and lack of healthy food. Everyone suffering with malnutrition. And try to reduce the consumption of meat. Better production, better nutrition, and better employment will lead to better life. Not only this, and many more wonderful topics has been explained in a very detailed manner by Dr. Ravindra sir. Thank you, sir. And the very next session by Mary ma'am regarding the Indian social workers, Baba Amte Garu, the one who serves for the humanity and raising social and environmental issues. And he owned his own gun, used to hunt. And yes, he pursued the LLB and he practiced it successfully. And he is one of the true followers of Mahatma Gandhi ji. And he initiated the Indian freedom movement, and also the one who set 3 ashramas for the tropical medicine. Thank you, ma'am. It's been really wonderful session. And coming to the next session, presented by myself regarding Swami Vivekananda Garu, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share about such a legendary Indian social reformer Swami Vivekananda Garu on this platform on international conference today. Thank you, sir. And the very next session speaker, Professor Ashwinder Popley ma'am, regarding the Indianization of social work and Sikhism, understanding the importance and of the Indian society. And not only that, 32 experts were partially involved in during new curriculum, and the many more concepts like Vasudeva Kutumbakam and Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. Wonderful concepts has also been involved in this, and the teaching styles and the principles still going on as per the Guru Nanak Garu, and also the 6 disciples of 10 gurus, and the importance of Sikhism. It's a way of life and selfless service to the God, and it's a democratic religion, and many more wonderful observations from ma'am. It's been really wonderful session. Thank you, ma'am. And coming to the very next session speaker, Ravichandran Garu on Bharatiya, the poet, Subramaniam Bharatiya, the poet. He is the one who is against the caste system and also implemented against the child marriages and the dowry. And he is everything mainly into women into education. And also the 7 key concepts of characteristics of the effective communication, which plays a major role in everyone's life. And not only that, the pros and cons of effective communications and the preliminary steps we're supposed to follow to build our effective communication. Thank you, sir. It's been really insightful session. And coming to the very next session speaker, Virendra Kumar, sir, regarding the National Council of Social Work and Education and Practice Bill 2021. Sir explained in detail about the enhance quality and ensure standards of it, and also strengthening the quality of education from local level to national level. And the volunteers from the NCSW literally working a lot for the bill, and also the bill which constitutions of the National Council of Social Work, and regarding the PSW, post-study works and the social works, and the development of minimum standards of social work education in a very detailed manner. Thank you, sir. And coming to the next session speaker, Nagaraju, sir. Sir shared us the personal experiences regarding many more social reformers and also the contributions they taught to us, and regarding the unity of the nation, and also the improvisations and the implementations regarding this. So once again, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing for this wonderful opportunity to propose vote of thanks, and also to be a part of this Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav celebrations and international conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mansa. The entire proceedings of the conference are available live, so you can always visit the website, and the YouTube link is being shared in the chat box. You can visit later on, those who were unable to attend today or those who have attended partially can visit at a later date or time, and you can watch this entire proceedings there. And PPT will be shared for social work bill in the WhatsApp group. So hope you all are in group. So we will arrange that PPT. And otherwise also it's available on NAPSWE's website, INSPA website, and also our social work conference website. for you to download and refer to the previous acts and all the previous bills and acts. Sorry, I mean, they were still in the phase of bills only. None of them got fruitified because of various concerns by the stakeholders. Not everyone, because every stakeholder group has its own uh, has their own expectations and fears among what would happen if such a regulation comes in, and if there is any monopoly, and if there is any unrestricted and all those things. And especially we have seen how if that regulation, and there is a major challenge with the social workers who have formal education, who do not have formal education, and those who are practicing in formal settings and those who are practicing in non-formal settings, and how they are recognized, and if recognized, and what is there, and to what extent practitioners will be part of that. Will only academicians will take over, or will practitioners also have a role? And all these things, and if practitioners, that's why initially, though it was covering the practitioners aspect also, because there was a lot of feedback, strong feedback from the practitioners community, that how you can regulate when you do not practice. Again, it's an ethical moral issue. So because most of them were academicians who were trying to float this bill, and they are not practicing actually. So the practitioners community has also their concerns, that how you can regulate the practice where you don't practice it. So again, it was restricted to education and training. And there are various other things, this was not one day that happened. Across 2-3 years, it was happening since 2000, and before also. When I was also part, and I also organized, so many awareness programs on this. We all were part of it, but everyone has a say, their own. Everyone has their own apprehensions, their own assumptions, their own fears. But in spite of that, yeah, we need a council, no matter what. That gives us recognition as a profession. So that is more important. And other things we can always sort it out. So even if we want a practitioners council, we can have practitioners. Like even in medical also, or pharmacy or any other, both are there, education as well as practitioners, both have equally important role to be played. And without see, both go in hand, both are like both eyes of a person. If one eye is blind, you cannot go. See, only when there is a scope for practice, people will opt for course. Now, if practitioners are against a bill, or if educators are against a bill, then definitely that will not fructify. And, even when, so both has to go in hand and take trust of each other. And both have to consider each other, and both should also equally represent both the major stakeholders. And irrespective of whether one is qualified or not qualified in social work, if they are already working, they are exempted. Even that was also mentioned. But what if after, because there is a every chance that after bill gets, approved and it becomes act, and after that if they bring an amendment, then what would happen to the large sector, like an organized sector, even in any field, is very less, very small. Unorganized sector is very huge sector in India. And what will happen to unorganized, sector, or unorganized, or those who do not have social work qualification? So what will happen to them? So there are a lot of fears, misconceptions, or conceptions, or apprehensions. All these are there, and our fraternity is working towards addressing each and every issue. But we all have to be optimistic, constructive, productive. Things are going to be uh, good only in future. We always have, a platform where we can discuss, and we can always solve it out in case if there is, that is really creating some problem. Then we can always sit over and try to resolve it. And if there is also a monopoly, then we can also have, we can come together, and if there is any such thing, we can address it also. So, and this is a draft bill only. Again, if we still have, I mean, we in the sense stakeholders, any of the stakeholders, whether they are practicing, non-practicing, academicians, or anything, if you are still, you can always, reach out to the core committee, where, or you can openly address them, so that that can also be considered even at this time or a later date. So even not only that, various other subjects are also there, like even journalists, mass communication and journalism. Even for that matter, psychology also doesn't have a council. They are also, uh, struggling to form a council. But, there is a promising development that has happened with Allied Mental Health Act. Allied mental health professionals, where all were included. Even social workers uh, are also included. Psychologists, counselors are also included in that. And especially this clinical psychologist and rehabilitation psychologist are, recognized by RCA. So Rehabilitation Council of India is there, that is taking care of clinical psychologists and rehabilitation psychologists. But other psychologists and counselors are not under the purview of RCA, neither MCA. So MCA doesn't regulate any of these. So for them, they are struggling. I mean, I'm also a psychologist. I have formal qualification in psychology as well, social work as well, and mass communication and journalism as well, and various other, disciplines also. So we have certain in these also, we are trying or to have councils for each of them. But again, lack of unity, lack of proper coordination, and there are various other issues which has, which is not materializing things as they, because as associations, we all are human beings, and we have our own limitations. But no, somewhere down the line, we have to come together, and we have to cooperate, collaborate with each other, and see that our profession is recognized, valued, so that we can future. Now we can see more and more colleges are shutting down, social work colleges. So, and the people are moving out of, though they are pursuing, they are moving out of social work profession, and they are taking up other jobs. So it is very much important to have a proper council, and we need to have a collaborative effects, especially the national associations or state level associations or district level associations, these social work associations should, go on, increase their scope, not just limiting to that. They should also promote employment opportunities. They have to be proactive. In fact, they cannot be just limited to one or two activities. First is they have to bring awareness all the year to colleges, to reach out to colleges, schools where they need to promote social work education, and in a general public also more awareness has to be created by these associations, though I am also part of few associations, but as they, in the sense, we all have to part, and everyone has to be involved. It's not like couple of people addressing, holding the positions, and saying others to do is not a right thing. They have to lead. Even when we are organizing, see, we are organizing so many things, they can also come together, keeping leaving all the things aside. There are many things, when someone is organizing, when someone is qualified and got a degree, or in UG, PG and so on, it is not your responsibility to come forward and extend your hand. If you are staying away, then people will never come to you, will never trust you. Or even if they trust you, they have their own assumptions and apprehension. Now only you are not supporting. Tomorrow when you come into power, whether you will really support us or not. So these kind of things are always there, with everyone, for everyone. So you should be like a big brother. You should always extend. You should keep all the things aside, and wherever there is an opportunity, wherever there is, a scope, we should come forward, extend our services to the community. And as an association, if you have taken the responsibility, it is a responsibility of the associations to first create an awareness among the society, what is social work and how social work can be, beneficial to the society or nation at large, and to strengthen, to create awareness about the various educational employment opportunities. And you also need to strengthen, once people, students join the course, you need to have strengthen, you need to create platforms where every student, irrespective of their background or culture or tradition or economic, socio-economic status, every student should get an opportunity. You have to create more platforms where every student gets an opportunity, and there should be no preference, no bias, no discrimination, or no favoritism, and all those things should be, we have to be more objective, and we need to promote all these aspects where we can come together, and you need to support, strengthen the social work education colleges, and we need to have an industry collaboration where CSR, there is a good huge amount of CSR funds available. So where we can collaborate with the various colleges, or where a lot of social work colleges are facing this funds crisis also, where especially with other course it is different, but when coming to social work course, they have field work, and most of the children come from rural areas, or rural, where they do not have enough funds to travel to reach out field work, or field work organizations, agencies. They need to travel a lot, and that is an additional expense for them. And so all these, not everyone might be capable of these expenditures. So what is an alternative for them? So do we have budget for that? Otherwise, can we have a tie-up with such organizations, or whether we are able to provide an alternative? So all these are very important, and social work associations are, have to play an active role. leaving no one behind, whether they come voluntarily or whether we go there. If they don't come, we have to go for them. We have to reach out them. So only then, we can take everyone, get along. It's not that leaving alone and, we leaving everyone to their fate or to their thing, and we are saying that we are there for everyone, everything. That doesn't really send a proper message, because you say something, do something, irrespective of certain things. We should not be so meticulous in certain things. You have to go out of box, or sometimes out of our own uh, walls of construction, rules and regulations, to go out and reach out. Whoever is doing some good things, reach out to them. If they don't come also, you have to reach, because you have taken responsibility. Or if I have taken responsibility, it's my duty, whether they come or not, to approach them, to reach them, at least to inform them. Tomorrow, when we are doing something for common good, we should not say that you haven't never approached me, or at least for the sake of information. Even if you know they doesn't come also, but for the sake of information, you should inform. Tomorrow they should not say you did not even inform us. So all these things are very important to communication when we are talking about how these social reformers, social activists, they have communicated effectively. Many, we have seen so much struggles. Even some social workers were killed. Social reformers were assassinated. They were never afraid of all these things, losing their own lives, or losing their own profession, or, for that matter, their own pride, prestige, status in the society. So such kind of people we need, really, those who go out of everything and, really work, rededicate to the profession and reach out to grassroots levels. Then only we'll be able to succeed and, take confidence of everyone. Unless and until we take up all this, even if we say after coming council we will all do this, then again, that is why it is getting delayed, I think. Most of the time, since many years it is being tried, and still there is lot of lack of unity, or lack of common agreement, that is creating hurdles in creating so. But we are very optimistic, and we are very constructive and positive towards getting councils for all these things. And we are always there at an individual capacity to support and help each other. Even one supports or not, one comes to us or not, whether we reach us or not. We are very open for everything, whatever support we can. If you have the kind heart to take our support, we are always there, available to extend our support. Or if you are kind enough to invite us, we are always there to be part of that. So like that, if someone is doing something, if you invite, we are very happy to join you. Or we are inviting you all. If you are willing to join us, we are happy to take you on board. So all these things are there. Maybe we will overcome all these hurdles, and soon we will have councils for all these things and many other subjects. So with this, we thank you once again for joining us, and see you all tomorrow. On weekdays, we have 6 to 8 international webinars, and on Sundays, 11 to 5 or 6. And certificates are periodically generated, updated on the website. You can check website. Generally, we have a time limit of 15 working days. So sometimes we generate early, sometimes there might be a little bit delay, but don't worry, all the certificates are there since March. So they are available. Don't worry about if you can't find your certificate today or tomorrow. Even after 1 month also, you can visit there and download your certificate. So don't worry about certificates. You keep attending, you keep sharing your knowledge and joining us and sharing knowledge. So see you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night. Once again, I extend my gratitude and appreciation to all, each one of you, to all the speakers, all the participants, without which this conference couldn't have been successful. And thank you everyone once again for supporting us in organizing this. This is not so easy. We have been organizing Azadi Amrut Mahotsav and we have still 1 more year to go. And so without your support, it wouldn't have been possible. So kindly join us, keep supporting each other. So take care. Good night.